This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Good morning, cricket fans. Welcome back to the Vinoj Cricket Ground and welcome back to ECS Czechia Challenger Division. Phil G here to take you through today's action. That's right, it's going to be a wild Wednesday. It's day 4 of this Challenger Division here, and I'll be on station to take you through the rest of the day, for the whole day, as we're about to get started with the first big match coming your way very shortly. Before we do, though, just a quick mention. Hopefully you've been checking the ECN website and checking the standings in this competition, and you'll see there that the Prague Spartans sitting very happily on top of those standings, and no surprise to see the Barbarians right behind them there. Just got in front of me here, the Spartans on 19 points, Barbarians on 17 points. Then it's going to be a battle for who's going to end up in 3rd and 4th place. And 2 teams are going to feature in that competition and in that conversation are taking place in this first game right now. That's, of course, Moravian Cricket Club and the Saffron Strikers. We got a look at the Saffron Strikers yesterday for the very first time. Showed us a few glimpses of what they're capable of, but they couldn't really string something together to really take the battle up to the Spartans and the Barbarians. And to be fair, look, the Spartans and Barbarians are really playing quite well at the moment. And the rest of the teams, to talk about Moravian Cricket Club, the Saffron Strikers and Ostrava, really going to have a tough run to see who gets into 3rd and 4th position in the standings come finals Friday. But this first match coming up today, this is going to be a really good contest between what I think is 2 very evenly matched teams. The Strikers and Moravian Cricket Club have both had a funny old tournament so far. We only saw 2 games from the Strikers yesterday. Didn't really do well, did they? But they've got a bit to prove here today. You see the players are out there in the centre. The ground is looking absolute picture. It's just a little bit of high cloud around, but there's no chance of any precipitation. It's warmed up again as well today too. And the news from the toss, thanks to Rado, is that the Saffron Strikers won the toss, wanted to have a bat first. Thanks very much to Rado for our timekeeper, our official timekeeper, and also providing us with the toss news information. So, as usual from Moravian Cricket Club, having a day off, and now Premprakash Yadav has got the ball, and he's getting ready to start proceedings, as always, for the MCC. He seems to be the one who gets given the pill, and more often than not, he can cause troubles for the opening batters of the opposition straight away. Welcome to everybody in the chat. Thank you for joining us this morning. Good morning to Rob Thompson, Paolo Campini, and all the gang out there watching at the moment. Everyone watching from around the world, welcome to the Vinoj Cricket Ground. Hope you're settling in for a big Wednesday. Just a bit of a false start there from Yadav. These things happen. Bit of a false start. Probably the best way to describe it, I think. Not gonna elaborate too much. Just a nah. We've already had to have one of those, haven't we? JD Patel opening. I think that's a good move. Get JD up there. And Smith Patel opening as well. I like that change for the Saffron Strikers. Hit nicely into the covers. Quick single. Good start. Nice little confident start there from JD. Yeah, JD Patel and Smith Patel opening. We like that move. Danny and I talked yesterday about the Saffron Strikers batting. And we felt that the Parekh brothers probably could do best by coming a bit further down the order. Maybe not opening. Bit of a spill there. Gets hauled in just inside the line as it gets pushed out through point. The underarm throw is a little bit wild as well. So a few Wednesday morning cobwebs from the Moravian Cricket Club fielders. Just a little bit of a funny old moment. But they'll be very keen to notch up a win against this team. They got 2 wins, Moravian Cricket Club against Ostrava early on. And that's going to put them in a good place to get into finals action on Friday. Nicely hit and nicely fielded this time at point. Good work there. It was a solidly hit too. Smith Patel got right behind that one. So scoreboard ticking over nicely here this morning. Just early on. And it is a wonderful Wednesday. It's going to be a warm one today. It's going to get up to a nice temperature, about 21 degrees. Just a little bit of low cloud around at the moment. I reckon that'll probably burn off. But the weather forecast did say that skies will be clearing tomorrow onwards, and the temperature is going to be rising as we head towards we get into the weekend and out of the weekend. Good Yorker delivery, that one. So next week, there's any of the Premier Division players listening, please check your weather forecast for next week. Just have a look at Počasí, which means weather in Czech. Go to the Počasí website and you'll see next week we're going to climb into the 30s next week. It's going to get very warm here next week. Delivery, quick one. Yadav has a pretty quick arm there. He sometimes rolls it over slow, but occasionally he just slips in that really fast one, and he gets a dot out of it. So 5 on the board for the Saffron Strikers. First over done. I want to also give a quick shout out to Danny Hudacek. It was great to commentate with him again yesterday. I sort of missed the old days where he and I would commentate in tandem here at the Vinrosh Cricket Ground for all sorts of different events. But yeah, it's always good to have a chance to have a contact with Danny. So Danny, if you're listening or if you're tuning later today, I'll give you a proper shout out. Thank you very much for that. It was a lot of fun. And thanks to the chat for looking after him yesterday when I had to leave and let Danny run solo for that final game. That the Barbarians who got put to the sword by the Spartans in that final game yesterday. It's very interesting at the top of the table, doesn't it, when that happens? But those two teams, you'd think the Barbarians and Spartans, likely that they have almost already booked themselves into qualify 1 for Friday. These two teams, well, it looks more likely that they'll play probably the eliminator on Friday. Still got a bit of cricket to go. Still got 8 games to go. Second over starts. Bakaran starts us off with a wide down leg side. Good morning once again to the Blue Shield and Spanner crew in the chat. And good morning to everyone else who's joining us here this morning. Hope you're having a great Wednesday wherever you are in the world, or maybe your Wednesday's just started. Maybe your Wednesday's just finished. Thanks for joining us this morning. Hope you're all well. Devakaran in again. It's just not quite got the radar on here this morning. Again, just maybe need to have an extra bowl of ice cream, or not letting people have ice cream for breakfast. That's probably the wrong thing to say, Phil. You're giving too much away about your own diet there. Maybe an extra tub of yogurt or an extra Wheaties brick or something like that. Or maybe a slice of toast. Just not quite got things right here, Moravians. Just a little bit slow out of the blocks. Still no damage on the scoreboard. Only 7 on the board so far. Miss-hit. Probably luckily miss-hit, as Amir Hussain is one of the lone outfielders. His underarm throw was a bit of a howler, and Saffron Strikers weren't really aware to that. Could have easily run through for another one. So Amir Hussain, he's one of the deep fielders. He's almost directly in front of the commentary area here at long off. And the other deep fielder is third, who's back on the boundary, assisting the wicket keeper should anything get through. So they're your 2 deep fielders in the power play. Everyone else pretty regular sort of setup. A backward point who's in pretty close, almost a gully actually. And as I speak, they've just pushed third a little bit wider, a little bit squarer. It's better. Good length down the ground. Oh, Hussein's a little bit slow out of the blocks here. I think the ball's going to almost rin that waist. It doesn't. Go. Good bit of foot fielding there. Shah did the foot fielding. Hussain did the throw back, and his throwing back isn't great. They're going to take a buzzer here. Or are they? Oh, on your skates, and just manages to sneak home. The 2 batters give themselves thumbs up. There was hesitation on that second run, and it almost ended in catastrophe. There you go. Ended up being a good bit of running. Can you believe that was 4 all run? So a couple of wides to start with down leg side. Then we had the single, and off Smith Patel. And these 2 can run very well between the wicket. You saw that there. They did hesitate on that last one, but it was a 4 all run, thanks to a bit of a wayward underarm throw in, after it was a very good stop close to the boundary line there by Shah, the captain. But yeah, Hussein's throw back just was to no man's land. We continue. It's slower, full, and it's seen early and picked up on the full and put out of the park. What a great shot that was. Smith Patel getting in a bit of a mood here. Nicely struck, goes backward square. 4 runs. This over's starting to get expensive now. Saffron Strikers just settling down a little bit quicker than what the Moravian fielders are settling in, so that's probably why they're starting to pick up the runs here. Devakaran needs to find something better here. Hasn't not been a great over from him. He's been pretty strong with his bowling the last couple of days, but this is just showing up a little bit. Moravians had yesterday off, so maybe just shaking off the just a little bit of lethargy possibly from having that day off. Just need to get their focus back in again. Swings at this one, just miss hit. drops right in front of the feet of the batter. And JD Patel says, yep, come through. We'll get through for a single pretty quickly, and they do. Good running, good communication between the wicket between these two. These two teams are playing 3 games today. Saffron Strikers have a break after this game, then they're back for the 2 afternoon games. From Moravian Cricket Club, they will play the following match against the Prague Barbarians, and then they will take a break and come back and play the Strikers again at the end of the day. So that's the schedule of today's 4 games. Barbarians back for a couple of games. Just a bit of a slow one, that. Good work in the covers to get the body behind that, and has a shy. The shy was really unnecessary. Did all the good work in the covers to get the body behind the ball and to make sure it didn't get through. And then the shy that stumps for reasons that only he will know. Score now up to 18 with that single as well. Oh, what a shot. Good roar also from the Saffron Striker dugout. They enjoyed that. Everyone's enjoyed that. That's a lovely hit. Stand and deliver. Just a gentle little front foot forward and bang out of the park. Nice shot for 6. First 6 of the innings. It comes at the end of the second over. 24 on the board. Good start for the Strikers. No loss of a wicket either. Diva Karan, very unusual for him, goes for 19. Usually a bit more economical than that. People in the chat talking about the bowling. Bowling could be better. Well, I don't disagree with you. I think the Moravians have just missed a trick there. They've, like I said, they had yesterday off. Therefore, maybe just a little bit out of sorts. I'm not sure what they did on their day off. A few of them probably travelled back to Brno, so then they've had to travel back up again. Not all of the Moravian Cricket Club live down in Brno. I think it's about a 50-50 split between how many of the players live up here in Prague. Maybe 6 of these players live here in Prague, and 5 of them actually have to come up the highway, which is a good 2.5-hour drive. Sharma, he's going to kick on here. And he's been cut away beautifully towards the boundary line. Just a real classy shot. Look at this one again. It was in close to the body, and Jaydeep just takes a gentle little step back to leg side to give himself that extra little bit of room, and he's punched that beautifully between 2 fielders. Finds the vacant deep point position for 4 runs. Nice shot. Saffron Strikers looking very solid here. This was a really good test for them. They came along yesterday for the first 2 games. They took on the Barbarians and the Spartans, and both of those teams put the Saffron Strikers to the sword pretty heavily. Saffron Strikers even were bowled out completely against the Spartans. So they had 2 big losses yesterday, unable to even take a bonus point. But today and also tomorrow, they're going to find a little bit more balanced competition against the Moravian Cricket Club, and then again tomorrow against Ostrava. So I do fancy the Strikers to put in a pretty good effort here and muscle their way and solidify that 3rd place in the standings. But whether they're 3rd or 4th, they'll still play the Eliminator. Likely they'll play the Eliminator against Moravian Cricket Club, unless Ostrava can pick up 3 big wins tomorrow. And we're hoping Ostrava, when they come tomorrow, they do get at least a win. Try and break that losing streak. They've got a 16-game ECS losing streak, and we are right behind them to see if they can break that. Bluffed up and straight into the hands of the man there at the mid-off position. Amir Hussain just wanders around, takes the catch. Miss hit, sadly miss hit, because he was trying to do in the power play, try and get over the infield, doesn't barely get it outside the circle. Nicely judged catch. So the first wicket does fall. Score on 28, and it's going to be Jaydeep Patel, who was looking pretty good there with Smith. Smith was the playmaker. Jaydeep was looking pretty good as well, but he has to depart. Straight into the crease with the bat on his shoulders as he walks out is Akash Palmer. Also one of the more familiar names here on the Czech cricket scene. I think Akash has been around for a few years now. And any eagle-eyed people in the chat, or anyone who remembers the one of the best viral moments to ever happen here at Vinoj, of the fielder who successfully threw the ball over his shoulder on the boundary line once he'd fielded it. There he is. That's Akash. Oh, well, comes in and gets a bit of a rank delivery, and he's popped that one out of the park. Oh, it has bounced just inside the rope. I thought the umpire was going to go for a signal of 6 there. So that's who Akash Palmer is. He's a bit of a I mean, for me, he's a bit of a legend because he gave Danny and I an incredible viral moment here when remember back in 2021 or 22, was it? I'm sorry, it might have been 23, when he fielded the ball at deep mid wicket successfully, really, really well. And then the throwback to the bowler ended up going over his head for 4 overthrows. Swing and a miss there. So that's the man, Akash Palmer. Hello to Chris Addison, who joins us as well. And to Lion. Hello, Lion. Pixel Cricket's in there. I can see you as well. Good to see you all. Smart Gearish as well. Thank you for joining us. Everyone in the chat, thanks for joining us today. Drop your comments in. Let us know what you're thinking. Let us know how much you're enjoying the game. And any little comments you want to make about the ground. We think the ground's looking pretty good today. I think it's looking fantastic. Don't hesitate to drop me a little hello and I'll give you a shout out back. Of course I will. It's 33 for 1 after 3. Run rate's pretty good going on at 11s. They did lose an important wicket in that over. But Palmer comes in, Akash, and immediately showed intent by hitting the first ball over the boundary, well, to the boundary, 1 bounce, 4 runs. Palmer now going to face the start of the 4th. With the power play now done and dusted, let's have a look and see what happens to the field. So we have a boundary rider on the offside, pretty much a deep point. Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket. And fielder hiding. I think there's another fielder hiding somewhere. Hit up and away, over the cover boundary. That's gone for a big Maximo. So Akash Palmer, he's doing the damage now. So he picks up where Jaydeep left off, and he's going to provide a very good assistance to Smith Patel, who's also looking very good. Saffron Strikers started really well here this morning. They've had a very good breakfast, had a good run to the ground. They were here prompt and early as well, had a warm-up. So they're here they mean business here today. And that's going to go all the way to the boundary as well. So he's picked the gap beautifully there. Backwards square leg and deep mid-wicket, can't get anywhere near that. As Palmer starts to carve up the ground, starts to carve up the attack as well. And it's Yadav copping a bit of stick here. Good morning to Johnny Heeson as well. Good to see you again. Hello to Pixel Cricket as well. I'm looking at you and everyone else in the chat. Thanks for joining us this morning. Crush Master, indeed, Akash Palmer. And look at him, he's on fire. He's absolutely on fire this morning. That's a great shot. Well, blink and you miss it. Palmer's up to 20 runs already. Only faced a handful of deliveries, and this over already gone for 16. Yadav getting some treatment that you don't usually see Yadav copying from the batters. So Strikers with good positive intent here in this match. Goes again. It's going to get over the infield. Couple of bounces. It should be cut off. It is cut off. Doesn't stop them getting back for 2 as it goes out towards the deep cover boundary. Once again, the throw-in's a bit wild from the outfield. Need to watch out for that. Palmer is lighting up the Vinoj field here. How much fun is that to watch? He's been around the traps for a while. I mentioned that before. Experienced player. Now finds himself here in the Saffron Strikers team, which is a mix of several different players from different clubs. Predominantly more UCC, but they've got a couple of ex-Spartans, ex-Barbarians, I think ex-Burno as well. So they've recruited well. They started their local domestic campaign I think 2 weeks ago. Had a really good win in their very first match together. They've played together as a team in an invitational tournament in Belgium. So they do have experience playing together. That's lofted away. Oh, Moravians are starting to wonder what's going on. This is all getting away from them. The 50 was up previously with that boundary. Now this is going to go even better. Lovely straight drive. As straight as you like. 58 for 1. And Yadav's second over has absolutely exploded to be magical 20. What's that? 24, I think it is from it. No, it's more than that, Phil. It's 25. 25 off the over. Palmer and Patel just having it their own way at the moment. Going along very nicely indeed. Saffron Strikers also their dugout making a whole lot of noise. over to my left-hand side. You can understand why too. They are really enjoying this. They had a bit of a torrid time yesterday against the bowling attack from the Spartans and the Barbarians. Both times they made scores around about sort of 80-something, I think it was, yesterday. So this is really turned things around for the Strikers. Looking good. Looking very good. Saying Saffron's on fire. I'll tell you what, these two, they continue this. It's going to be a good score on the board. Slowing things down a bit here. It's going to be Khatri coming onto bowl. And again, pace off. Palmer just nudges this one away, gets the strike turned over to Patel. Patel showed a little bit of his talent yesterday with a couple of cameos. Looking for a wide there, umpire unmoved. Swing at this one. He's still asking the umpire if that was a wide ball, and I would have to concur with the umpire. I think that was a fine delivery. Have a look at that run rate graph there, that big fourth over. Big second over too. Got him. Eventually gets him. Well, teases him with two deliveries outside the off stump. Batter gets a little frustrated because he feels it should be wide. Then he bowls one that pitches and give a little bit of a rip there. Really nice little bit of a spin. And clatters into the stumps, and Patel has to go. So against the sort of run of play, especially of that last over, and Khatri has got a very important breakthrough here. Patel has to go for 24. That is a big breakthrough, just when the Strikers just looked like they'd kicked up a notch. And even in the chat was lit up saying they're on fire. Well, important, very important. Seeing the message there, there's a Gurav Ampor asking where the lineups are before the match. You need to go to ECN's website. So pop along to the ECN website. That, of course, is ecn.cricket. Go to the events, and you'll find all the lineup information you need for this match and the next matches. That's been lofted towards the cover boundaries protection there. They're going to go back for a second. It was a bit of a lackadaisy or chase there. May get a buzzer here as well. No. Oh, no, they may get a run out on the buzzer. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Don't be too greedy. Oh, sometimes my stomach is full and the plate is empty, but that's okay. If your stomach's full, don't ask for more. Khatri, left arm, causing troubles here. Causing big trouble. This is a cracking over, and it finishes there with 1 for 3 for Khatri. Score is 61 for 2 after 5. We're halfway there. So yeah, just going back to in the chat there to Gurav, who was asking about the lineups. If you want to see the lineups for any of these games, please go to ecn.cricket, go to our website. Just need to go to the first page, scroll down till you find the tournament. It'll be there, it says ECS Czechia Challenger. Click on that and go to the match that you're interested in, which will be the current match, of course. And you'll see all the lineups there, all the information for you, including toss news, lineups, and all bits and pieces. Ami Hussain gets have his turn to bowl. Bowl the 6th. Starts us off with a wide. Oh, wow. That looked and sounded terrific. Palmer, need to keep him on strike. He stays on strike here for the majority of the next few deliveries. I tell you what, he's going to muscle his way up to some very, very big score. Very, very incredible. That's such a good shot. You have to wait a moment for that ball to come back. It's just been retrieved now. You can see nice comment there from Nengendraka Takei. Anyone still remember last year Czech Premier Final where Fahad Shakil hit a century? Yes, that was an amazing day. That was really an amazing day. I'm going to talk about that in just a moment. So thanks for saying that. Thanks for reminding about that. Swing and a miss. Yeah, in the Premier Division last year in the final, on the final, 4 games played on finals day, and that man that you mentioned there, Fahad Shakil, hit 2 centuries century, obviously in the final that everyone remembers, that incredible knock that he had. But also, he also hit another century, and that was in qualifier 1 for the Prague Tigers, and really just upset the Prague Cricket Club and the entire competition with some amazing hitting, just absolutely going hell for leather. It was so good to watch too. I was thankful that I was here to watch that. It was really exciting stuff. So a couple of wides here and just trying to settle into a rhythm and routine. He's looking just a little bit out of sorts. He does dot up there, luckily. He's going to get pushed back with a square. Just going to be a single there. So yeah, Fahad Shakil, just to remind everybody, in qualify 1, he had an unbeaten 104 off 30 deliveries. That was against PCC. And in the final, he made 129 off 36 deliveries. And I think he got out, maybe in the last over, when all, the damage was completely done. And the Tigers amassed 198 runs. Bit of work there in the field from Moravian Cricket Club. I feel like they've started to wake up a bit now, the Moravians. This was hit uppishly. You see here the catch gets spilled, but it was a good recovery. Just never really in position there. Just needed like a half a step forward. Goes out towards the leg side boundary. I think he's going to find the boundary. Does indeed find the boundary. All the way along the deck, Akash Palmer is leading the charge for the Saffron Strikers. So we'll talk more about the Premier Division from last year when we get into the Premier Division this year. I think there's a fair bit of stats and bits and pieces I like to remind people about how much fun we had last year and how good it's going to be this year as well.
Paolo, is it the 6th over or 7th?
Get to that eventually. It is 6 overs gone, 76 for 2 on the board. Don't know if you all remember the Challenger Division finals last year, where it was Moravian Cricket Club, the Prague Dominators, Spartans and Vinarati were the 4 teams who qualified for finals. I think you all remember how that turned out, with Vinarati winning the trophy and getting the promotion to the Premier Division. The Prague Dominators were bundled out in the eliminator by the Moravians. And then the Spartans beat Vinarati in Qualify 1. And Vinarati had to bounce back and beat Moravians in Qualify 2. And then the final was Vinarati and the Spartans. It actually was a pretty one-sided affair, and Vinarati ended up being winners by 23 runs in a lowish scoring finals day. Dharma continuing here. Now keeper's taken that one on a place that's not protected. So he just giving that leg a little bit of a shake. Impressed with Khatri here. He did get hit for 6 just in that previous ball, but he's bowling very well, the left armour. And that one is up and over. Just for a second. A few of the dugout, the Strikers dugout, were just holding their breath to see if that was going to go into the hands of the fielder or over his head. It sails over his head. Big 6. So Khatri is bowling well, but he's been hit for a couple of maximos in this over, undoing some good work there. 88 for 2 on the board, 2 to come. Tries to go again and gets the same result. Once again, it was the deep mid wicket. There's 2 deep mid wickets out there as well. There's a long off, a long on, 2 deep mid wickets, 1 square, 1 a bit straighter, and the other boundary rider is a deep point. So they're expecting Medat and Palmer to go towards cow corner. It's exactly what Medat's doing. He's raced to 21. Well, almost knocks himself over there trying to manufacture a 6. How on earth does that go for 6 runs? He's completely off balance. It's a Yorker length delivery. It's faster as well. But Medat just swings the blade and connects. That is an astonishing 6. That's almost as good as one I saw last year from Sudesh Wickramasekara, who had no right to hit the ball for 6 in the position he was in. And that does go magical. That's 4 6s in the over. So Khatri was bowling well, and then he ran into that man Medat, who put him over the boundary 4 times in the over. 24 from the over. 100 up as well, 100 for 2. Very, very good score coming for the Saffron Strikers. looking very ominous for the Moravian Cricket Club already. It's still early in the morning. Already I'm getting worried for the Moravians. Nagda is going to come on to bowl the 8th. That means he'll probably also bowl the 10th as well. Tough chase coming. Teen Anime saying, nah, impossible to chase now. Oh, we'll see about that. But I think you might be onto something there. I'm a little bit worried about the Moravians. This score already up to 100. To me, they're a team that can comfortably chase 100, 110, but we've still got 3 overs to go. And there are aspects of the Strikers bowling I like. So we're going to see. We start the 8th. Swings hard at this one. Oh no, it gets through the field. He's got backup though, as the squarer of the 2 deep mid wickets gets around. Can't stop 2 runs though. Good running between the wickets too, by the way, for the Saffron Strikers. Always looking for 2. Turning dots into 1s and 1s into 2. Really, really clever running. Very aggressive running too. Good to see. Well, that's also found the boundary backward a point. And the boundaries keep a-coming. One more time. Nagda just pushes this one on the angle. Nothing really happening there too. It's just on a good, decent length. And it sits up outside off and just says, where do you want to put me? Of course, Palmer's going to dispatch that towards the backward point boundary. Easy. Just a bit easy at the moment. 106 for 2 now. So have a look at those runs per over on the graphic next to you there. You've got 3 massive overs, which have been really damaging to the Moravian Cricket Club. Just some pretty poor bowling at times. Some good bowling as well occasionally. Kartri's first over was excellent, only going for 3 runs. And that's going to go for 4 leg byes. All runs. It's all gravy. Pratik saying today's pitch is playing better. It looks like it's playing better. Yeah, I think so too. I think that's the thing we talked about on Sunday, wasn't it? That on Sunday it was playing a bit sluggish and a bit slow because of the rain we'd had in the previous few days. But now this is dried out beautifully. And as Danny was explaining yesterday, you know, it needs to dry out. And when it does dry out, it plays really honestly and really good bounce and carry. The only danger there is if it gets too dry, then you start to get cracks. You start to get some very variable bounce and a few little funny skidders that can occasionally happen. Bowler in again. It's full. Oh, and that's missed. Madat misses the full toss. Palmer's on 42. Madat 27. Good partnership this. Came together when the wicket of Smith Patel fell, and they've done very well indeed.
Again, you need show it for everything. Why do we need everything to be small?
111, Lord Nelson as the score. Just miss hit. They're going to scurry through for a quick single. Good signs from the Saffron Strikers. I like this quick running on these miss hits. The ball that just dribbles 2 or 3 meters to the leg or the offside. And the non-striker is very aware of that and calls the player through. Very, very good running indeed. So in total, what we've got there, we've got 12 off the over, 4 leg byes in that 12 as well. 112 for 2. 2 overs to come.
Jim? Where are you going to?
Moravians just having had a day off yesterday. Looks like they've come to the ground just a little bit slow out of the blocks, a little bit lethargic. Some of the fielding has been a bit slack. Some of the throws into the wicketkeeper and bowlers end have been a bit wayward. Some of the bowling, not all the bowling, some of the bowling has been a little bit slot delivery and a bit too full. And Saffron Strikers just look fresher. I think for Moravians, they've already got a couple of wins under their belt thanks to their wins over Ostrava. Saffron Strikers searching for a first win here. Start with a wide in the 9th. Expected score is aiming at around the 140 mark. If they can get to that, this is going to be a tough proposition for Moravian Cricket Club. It's already going to be a tough chase. That's just a bad ball. That is simply a bad ball to a player who's in a bit of a mood. Why would you bowl a slow bouncer? Watch this again. Bends the back. It sits up. It's going down leg side. And all he has to do is just swivel, turn, hoik it. And that has gone an awful long way back. It's going to be a couple of relayed throws to get back to the bowler, I reckon. Well, the throw from the fielder who went out to get it, it barely even made the playing area. So someone's had to go and get that one. The umpire, square leg umpire, Prakash, has had to go and get that one to help them out. Good on you, Prakash. Matt 34, Palmer 42. Two big hitters for the Saffron Strikers, and they look really settled here. Ominous signs. Maybe sending a few signs also to the Barbarians and Spartans and just saying, look, you can still do some damage. Have a look at these two. Bowler spook. Just puts that one wide.
No.
Old Diva Karan. I was singing his praises on Monday. I thought he bowled so well on Monday. Here we are on Wednesday. Just looking at a shade of his former self. Miss hit. Goes down the ground. Going to be just the single straight to the player at long on. Little word in my ear too. We are expecting to see one of my co-commentators, Shoban, here at the ground to play with the Moravian Cricket Club. Maybe in the next match against the Barbarians. We'll see. Through the infield, but there is protection there. Hussein with his customary underarm. His underarm is getting a bit more accurate now, so maybe just needs a few looseners, but he's okay now. He's not really capable of the overarm throw, so they put him on the boundary, but he's got a good strong underarm. Don't read anything into that comment apart from he's got a strong underarm throw. Apologies. You can almost hear me, actually. Apologies for that. Sound like I said he had a bad underarm problem. Anyway, hit down the ground, out of the park. Normal service resumes with a big 6 there. Akash Palmer has monstered his way up to 50. He is, as the cheer from the Saffron Strikers bench as they recognise he's got himself a 50. Well done to Palmer. 50 of 20 deliveries, striking at 250. Congratulations to him. That's an excellent half century. He came in at a time when, oh, the striker's got to be careful here. Don't want to sort of have too much of a wobble. And straight away just got after the bowling. Excellent half century. 50 of 20 deliveries for Akash Palmer.
Code words.
129 the score.
Don't know the context.
Still 8 legal deliveries to come.
Where's it coming from?
Oh, that's lovely. This time he swivels and sends this one bounce, 2 bounces over the boundary rope for 4 runs, sends it to deep backward square leg, more of like a wide, fine leg actually. Asmat Girish is saying, where was he yesterday? Unfortunately, he was unavailable yesterday. This is the thing we have when we have the European Cricket Series coming to anywhere in Europe, is that players who play in the domestic competition and names you know, they're not always available during the week because they have work commitments, they have family commitments, they've got things they can't get out of. And with an ECS like ours, sometimes it gets announced, you know, with maybe 2 months' notice. Bang, out of the ground, another 6. Continues on his merry way. March is now up to 60. So the point I'm trying to make, though, is that not every player is available for every match simply because they have work commitments, they have family commitments, they have also travel commitments as well. You know, some of the players who play here, they work in jobs that send them into international destinations. For example, Devendra Singh, he won't mind me using him as an example. He plays for the Barbarians. His job means that he has a lot of international travel. So, for example, he's not available for the Barbarians at the moment. So there's just an example of why the players you see come out and do well, maybe they weren't available yesterday. He might not be available tomorrow. We don't know. I'll try and have a word to him maybe during the match break and just find out, because it'd be good to catch up with them again as well too. So that's the reason why sometimes they're just not available. After all, they don't make their money playing cricket. They make it working jobs just like you and me. So 9 overs gone, 139 for 2 on the board. We start the 10th with a dot ball from the captain, Om Sharma. The skipper has been spectating a bit of a real carnage moment for the Saffron Strikers getting after his bowlers. So he takes it upon himself to try to steady things up. Bit of a spill there from the keeper, but not too bad, not too damaging. Akshay Babu with the gloves behind the stumps.
I won't
Gael asking the next match toss. It hasn't been done yet. It won't be done for probably another half an hour. So we'll get to you on that one. No rush. It will happen, but it hasn't been done yet. At least another 20 minutes, maybe half an hour until that happens. Swing and a miss. Good bowling here from the skipper. 140's up, so they've managed to get a score on the 140s, but slowing things up nicely here. Well done. Hello to Kev, who's joined us in the chat too, and indeed some great hitting. Palmer especially has been absolutely blistering form. Well, it skews away on a leading edge. It goes past cover, who's not that interested in trying to take a catch, and Banjaride has to clean up. So 142 for 2 with those couple of runs. 2 balls to come in the innings. Formidable score on the board already. Oh, that's beautifully hit. Intentionally hit. He knew that the fielder was in that position up inside the circle. He knew just to elevate and use the pace of the ball, and he's done that beautifully as Palmer. Races now to 66. 66 off only 26 deliveries. He's batting very well indeed, leading the way for the Strikers as that score jumps up yet again to 146 for 2. Sharma, 1 for 14. He's got 1 ball left. Batter's having a little chat in mid-pitch. Medat's pro just saying, look, mate, last ball, do what you want to do. But let's just upset the batter by not letting him bowl straight away. Last ball then is coming up. Oh, he's gone. He goes to ramp. He hasn't quite got it. Maybe that was what the conversation was. It was, look, last chance to play something funky in the match. Have at least one more time. Premeditates a ramp. It gets it, but gets it on a weird angle. They're going to get through for, I think, just the one. And that's all they're going to get. So there we go. A very dominant performance from the Saffron Strikers batters there. 147 for 2 after their 10. Akash Palmer take about 67 of 26. Medat, that 35 from 15. Didn't get to see a lot of the strike in the last 2 overs. Pretty much Palmer farmed the strike. Fair enough too. He was on an absolute heater. Good last over from Sharma too. Seeing the rot that happened before him in those previous overs, it was good for the captain to come on and just try to stem the flow of runs. Ends up only going for, 8 runs off that last over. So good for Sharma to step up and take care of that. Well, that is a formidable target. 148 then for the win for the Moravian Cricket Club. Not sure they came here to the ground this morning thinking they've got to chase a 148 for the first game this morning. That's what the score is on the board. Saffron Strikers have done the job. Well, they've done half the job. Let's see if they can finish things off and get their first win in their ECS career. We'll see what's going to happen shortly. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network saying, don't go too far. We'll be back with a run chase in 10 minutes' time. Until then, stay cool, get yourself something to drink, and join me in a few minutes' time. I'll see you shortly.
European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
And hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Vintage Cricket Ground. It's time for the run chase to start any second now, because look and see what's happened here in this first innings. The Saffron Strikers are 147 for the loss of only 2 wickets. It was a blistering couple of innings there, one from Akash Palmer, one from Hardeep Medhat. And between the two of them, they amassed a number of runs here, and they've really thrown down the gauntlet to the Moravian Cricket Club and said, let's see how good you are. Recently been promoted to Division 1 here in the domestic competition, have the Moravians, but they've come up against a team who's posted a very good score in this T10 competition. Well, here we go. We're going to start with the run chase. First ball. Guided away nicely. There is a boundary rider out on the deep point boundary. That's a good placement because that's exactly where it's gone. And the other player deep is, there he is there, right in front of me in the long off position. That is the tall figure of Akash Palmer. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network. Welcome you all back. We're watching from around the world. Thank you for joining us. Hope you enjoyed that run fest that the Saffron Strikers gave us in the previous innings. Hope you're looking forward to a very tricky little run chase for the Moravian Cricket Club to negotiate. Let's see if the Strikers can defend this, get their first win on the board, or whether the Moravians can pull in an amazing run chase. Good, quick delivery there. Surveyor there, opening up the bowling for his team. And in case you're wondering about the bonus point is 103 runs for the Moravian Cricket Club to score that and earn themselves at least 1 point out of this contest. And if the Saffron Strikers can restrict the team to less than 103, then they get all 4 points in this competition after 10 overs. Let's see what happens. Just to push gently. Good quick running there from the non-striker. Really got on his bike very quickly there. That was Akshay Babu, who ran fast. Jaswal wasn't too keen on the run. You can see the little bit of hesitation, just slowly trotting through. Just a bit of ball watching as well. Akshay was absolutely adamant he was going to take that run and scamper through. Good running from him. Jaswal just needs to be not so much ball watching. He was trying to get off the mark, but he was a little bit busy sort of watching where it went before he responded to his partner. We continue. Oh, it's going to get past the fielder down there. Oh, can you believe it? So backward square leg has a bit of a fumble. And it's going to go for 4 runs. Oh dear. Probably should have been fielded cleanly. It was miss hit completely. Hand off the bat. Have a look there. Fielder goes to ground. And that's Harsh Jadawala, the left armour. We'll see him bowl a bit later on. He bowled with relatively good success yesterday. It was only, I think, in the second game he played, he came under a little bit of fire from the Spartans batters. He gave the Barbarians a little bit to think about when he bowled. He'll get his chance a bit later on, but for now, it's Surveyor in again. It's him just above the pad. Oh, now that might be out though, and I reckon it is. Oh well, so. The appeal and then the throw at the stumps, the try at the stumps. The appeal was turned down. They ran for a quick cheeky single. It was never on. The bowler had to hit the stumps. He had all 3 to aim at, and he's managed to hit them. That is sensational stuff. Beautiful work there from the fielders. And the Strikers are up and about. They're making a fair bit of noise out there. And can you believe wicket's fallen? And it's an important wicket too. Akshay Babu, I expect more from him in the batting for a Moravian Cricket Club, but he has to go. Sharma, the captain, has to come out and steady the ship. Losing a wicket like that in the first over, that's really going to be tough going now for the Moravian Cricket Club. Really sets them back. Babu gone. Saffron Strikers, they're making a lot of noise now. They are up and about. Don't you worry about that. They're very competitive. Just chops down for a dot ball. Nice way to finish the over. Successful over for the Strikers. A nice economic over as well. 6 runs from it. Also picked up a wicket. And that is now 6 for 1 after that first over. Surveyor doing the job at the very top there, opening up the bowling. Saffron Strikers, so the story is that led very well with their captain, Parth Balodia. And they're basically a very tight-knit group of friends. We've been playing cricket together for a few years now, and they've only just this year managed to get themselves registered as a team, as a brand new team here in Czech Republic, and they play in the domestic T20 competition. Obviously, they started Division 3 with all new teams that start here in Czech Republic. We start them off in the 3rd division, and then it's up to them to build themselves up and push up into the 1st division over a few years of competition and then fight it out with the big boys. Didn't know much about that. Good bounce. Very good bounce. We talked a bit before in the previous innings about the pitch and the bounce and how on Sunday and Monday it was a little bit sluggish, a little bit slow. You see here, Smith Patel, who's not express, has managed to get a bit of a lifter there. Very, very good. Nice little carry through, and had the had Sharma just a little bit surprised by the extra bounce, and one which has just beaten for pace. Sharma's still looking to get off his duck. Jaswell, the non-strikers end just on the one, and with the departure of Akshay Babu, Moravians are right on the back foot now. Smith Patel is a cagey customer. He's a very good all-rounder. Danny talked about his abilities at length yesterday. This one just gets strays onto the hip. It goes straight to backwards square, and they don't take a single. Very fast to field the ball and release it back to the wicket keeper. Keeper gives the player a bit of a thumbs up. I think it's Parth Baloja, the captain, who's in that position. He's done that very well. No apologies, that's not Parth. Parth is fielding in the covers. Try and spy who that is. It's probably the player who's the furthest away from me. Chops down on this. Finally gets off the mark. But just with a single. Oh, it's tough going. There's a drought of runs at the moment. 4 dots in a row, and finally that's broken with a single. Terrific over this one. 7 on the board. Loss of a wicket. 2 balls to come in the 2nd over. And that required run rate is spiralling out of control. You could say, yeah, but Phil, it's early in the innings. Look, they still got to get another 141 runs. They've got no time to do it. Oh, hesitation on the run. The throw to the keeper's end. Oh, that fielder again wasn't sure where to throw. He threw to the man with the gloves, and the players were all yelling, throw to the bowler's end. Could have been a chance to run it there. Patel in again. Short ball and hit straight down the throat of that player on the 45. Well, I'm going to find out who it is in a moment as he comes running in, aeroplane style with the catch. He's a very happy man indeed. That looks like it's, is that Vivek Parekh? Maybe. Let me just double check that for you, but that is an excellent catch. But it's a good bit of bowling too. Set him up, they did. They set up Sharma nicely there. A couple of shots been played in that direction on the 45 behind square, sort of halfway between, I call it fine leg and deep square leg. And that has gone straight into the waiting hands. Couldn't hit it any better to that player who barely had to move a muscle. And the Moravian Cricket Club spiraling downwards here. 8 for 2, 2 overs completed. They're still 140 runs astray of the target. So it's probably not even me worthwhile telling you about the gold ball situation, that it's 162 matches since the golden ball. And even that bonus point of 103 is starting to look a long, long way away. Just a slight little pause here, I think. I think we're all good to go. There's a few gestures towards the dugout area. I think we're okay. We are indeed. Xavier is going to bowl out. Comes in to bowl the 3rd. Oh, look at that. What a start. He smacked into the top of off stump. Jaswal has to go. This is not the day for the Moravian Cricket Club. They looked a little bit out of sorts in the field. Their bowling was a little bit erratic. Good at times, but more often than not, it was actually really not very nice at all. And this is trouble aplenty now. Moravians are in, well, I'm going to run out of superlatives here, aren't I? But the Moravians are in an awful lot of trouble. Misrap now has to come to the crease. Just looking at the chat, see a few comments there. There's a few of our chatters getting a little bit stuck into the Moravian Cricket Club. I would ask our chatters to please make sure you keep the language clean, or else our moderators will be onto that quick smart. Being a moderator myself, I know how important it is to keep the chat clean for everybody to enjoy. So please abide by the men in blue, and they will look after you as much as you can look after them, and we're all going to have a wonderful day of cricket as long as we can do that. So please be respectful of players, officials, and of course commentators as well. Punch towards the man who's coming really close at that backward point position. The Saffron Strikers fielders, they're really up on their toes here. They're a lot closer in. They're not really sitting back on that inner circle. They are walking in. They're getting close. Every player, you can see every fielder, they're acting as though they want that ball to come to them. And that's such a brilliant mindset. During the power play, we've got a long off and a deep point. As Surveyor comes in again. Gives a bit of a charge, hits that one out to the covers through the cover fielder, and long off, tidies up. Looking for a second. The throw's a shocker. It's an absolute shocking throw, so they're going to get the second. Is it going to go for overthrows? I think it does. And that is a real pressure let off here. It was a terrible throw. Akash Palmer, and I'm sorry, Akash, but not for the first time. You've done a terrible throw for 4 overthrows. And this harps back to what I said about the viral moment that Danny and I had a few years ago. He's basically replicated, except he's thrown it to the other side of the ground for 4 overthrows instead of over his head. Oh, I can't wait to give him a ribbing about that. He's going to not enjoy my company in the match break. Well, sometimes a bit of luck is where you take it. 13 for 3 on the board. Come back for the bowl. The bowl was absolutely filthy with that effort as well, by the way. You can see how upset he was. To Alan as well. Good to see you join us. I haven't seen you for a little while, Alan. Hope you're well. Hope everyone's doing well out there in the chat. Oh, a bit of a full toss banger. That one doesn't get put away. It goes straight to that man again. Took a catch just a few moments ago. And that is, of course, the left armour, Jadawala, who I'm talking about. He's done well. Have a look at the replay again. What do you think? Waist height, fair enough. Dipping. Scamper through for a single, but Jadawala does well. He's been busy there. It's been a place where the MCC batters are trying to hit to. They're trying to get it backward a square, but he's put there for that reason, and they can't seem to get it to the left or the right of that player. And Jadawala is right in the game, and he's going to be in the game soon when he gets a chance to bowl. He'll be bowling some very difficult left arm around the wicket to the right-handers. So power play's done. 14 in the power play. Bit of a shocker there for the Moravian Cricket Club. 14 for 3. That last over, a wicket and 6 runs, including 4 overthrows. So you get the feeling that the Moravian Cricket Club been a bit lucky with those 4 overthrows. That makes up about 30% of their runs scored so far. Carved away nicely. Goes straight to the boundary rider. Backward point. Gets the throw back quickly there. Tough going here for Misra and Khatri. They're probably more used to bowling than actually being middle order batters coming out to rescue the team. But here we are. Smith Patel's going to bowl out. He only went for a handful of runs, 2 over. Club settles himself. It's a long period as well. It's all very technical, although a little bit of a miss there. Taking his eyes off the prize at the very last moment. Yep, it's not done until it's done, kids. Just make sure when you do that, you pick it up cleanly, get it back in there. Good evening to ECN Supporters Club Australia. Scotty tuning in from Melbourne. Good to see you, Scotty. Good evening to you, and good morning to everybody else. Good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Good ball. Really good ball. Good follow-up there from Smith. Can't believe he's missed the stumps. One more time. Have a look at how close this one went. How does that miss? That really cut in beautifully. Pitched and cut in, and it went behind leg stump. Thank you, Rob Thompson. Always a pleasure to see your comments. I am running solo today, having been kept company yesterday by Danny, and then the day before I had Shaban with me as well. So I had a couple of the local talent joining me here, but today I'm pretty much on my lonesome, which is fine. Cheers, Scotty. Appreciate the sentiments, mate. Feeling the love coming from my old place of birth. Hits straight down the throat of Akash Palmer, who makes no mistake. He takes a good catch above his eye line there and maybe makes up for that bit of a howler of a throw he did in the previous over, giving up 4 overthrows. And Patel strikes. Palmer settles himself nicely. He's not a bad field. I mean, the overthrow was one thing, sure, but that is a very nice catch. And there's a reason he's placed on the boundary rope there, because he's very quick across the ground. He and Smith Patel, these are the 2 best fielders in the team, and Khatri has to go. 4th wicket falls, 18 on the board, and this collapse is almost complete for the Moravian Cricket Club. They are receiving an absolute thrashing from the Saffron Strikers. Saffron Strikers are marching on their way to their first win in this ECS. Their first win, not just this competition, because it's the first time we've ever seen them. So it's their first ever European Cricket Series victory if they can finish this one off. It looks like they will, because it's still 130 required off 37 deliveries. And you do get the feeling now that the middle order is well and truly exposed. It's just a matter of time. But Akash Palmer takes a good catch. Smith Patel gets himself a well-deserved wicket. Left-hander Nagda comes in, so the field has to move around. That's why I've just got a bit of a delay to try to finish off this over. Patel's got 2. Is that 6? Yes, it is a 6. 2 for 6. See what he can do. This last ball of his spell. He's handy with the bat and the ball. Danny made a good point yesterday, saying, look, he's not an explosive batter or a really dangerous bowler, but he's just so handy. Well, that's going to get through everybody. Well, that's disappointing for the Strikers. Good for the Moravians. They get a minimo. We'll have to have that one again. All runs count. And the keeper will be upset because that pitched and grubbed a little bit, so that's a bit tough for the keeper. So 18 for 4. Shuffles its way up to 23 for 4. Still 1 ball to come. Good evening to Jake Stewart. Good to see you. Swings hard at this one. Shot the stumps. Good work all round in the field to quickly release the ball and put pressure on the running batter. But they can't stop the single. The single goes in the book, of course, and it's 24 for 4. And it's 4 overs gone. Patel finishes with 2 for 12 from his 2 overs. A very, very good return from Smith. And he's going to be probably sent to one of the boundaries, because he's definitely a fielder who does his best work on the boundaries. He's got a very good arm. He'll often throw to the keeper's end no matter where he's fielding. It's that kind of a bit of a mindset that is something that the Prague Cricket Club always do. Doesn't matter where the ball's hit around the field. More often than not, the throw goes to the keeper's end, because their keepers are very, very good. And also, they figure that the mindset of the batters is, if you hit it down the ground and long off field the ball, throw to the keeper's end, because the batter running to the keeper's end thinks he's not in danger. And I've seen many a run out happen because of exactly that. And Smith Patel is ex-Prague Cricket Club. He's now playing with the Saffron Strikers. And pretty much all the players out there are either UCC, United Cricket Club that is, ex-Barbarians, ex-Burno. They've all come together because they're a good, tight bunch of friends. And it's kind of showing in this game. It's good to see. All right, we are going to start the 5th. Parth Balodia, captain, brings himself on. Going right arm round the wicket. And instantly he puts it on a bit of a slot delivery outside the off stump. And that's elevated away by Nagda, who has no problem putting that wide delivery away backward a point. The boundary rider was way too square out there. And if he's going to be bowling those sorts of deliveries wide like that, he's probably going to want deep backward point, maybe a deep point. Maybe 2 fielders out there. And as I say, funny enough, as I've just said that, he's done exactly that. He's gone for a deep backward point and a deep point, although point has moved around a little bit squarer. Oh, that's gotten through everyone. But he did have a fine leg, and fine leg runs around and takes care of that one. So a little bit of assistance there to the wicketkeeper. Pretty good move as well from Parth. He's a bit of a thinker. Good to see. People in the chat talking about the Saffron Army. Yeah, we'll have to start calling them like the Orange Army now or something like that, because I'm loving the orange gear. It's very good Dutch vibes coming from that gear. Hit nicely into the covers. Surveyor is the boundary rider there at the cover boundary. Does well, just the one. So doing it in ones with the occasional boundary here. Still need 118 off 33. Still a long way to go. The required run rate is over 20. It's now 21.5. But Moravians digging in here. This time Nagda lofts it. Goes to deep mid wicket. A very straightish deep mid wicket. And just the one. So turning over the singles here, they're making their fielders also run around and change positions too. So maybe that's part of the old part of the plan. Blodger in again. Oh, that's picked up and put out of the park. Well, haven't seen too many of those this innings, and that is a big Maximo over deep mid wicket. Blodgett just puts that right in the slot, and obliges does the batter and goes bang. Downtown. Misra doesn't miss out on that one. 37 for 4. This over is worth, what's that worth? Worth 13 plus whatever comes here. You feel that the game has pretty much petered out though. Swing and a miss. Keeper wears one on the body. That's Hardip Mentat, who had a lovely time with the bat when he came into bat. Made 35 or 15 when he batted before, did Hardip. And of those 35 runs, 30 of those were made from sixes. He hit 5 sixes. So he had 5 sixes and 5 singles. And they're 5 dot balls in his 35 not out from 15 deliveries. Did very well. He and Akash Palmer put on a match-winning part. Well, I won't say match-winning. Shouldn't say match-winning because the game isn't won yet, but really put the Saffrons in the driver's seat there. Lion is saying it's Netherlands versus Italy kit vibes. Yeah, I can see that. That's a good shout. I like that. So Nagda and Misra come together just recently. Settled in nicely they have now, but 40 for 4 for the Moravians after the 5th over is done. And now Vivek Parak gets a chance to have a bowl. Didn't get to see him with the bat. We saw him with the bat yesterday. Didn't have a lot of success, so this is good now that he gets a chance to have a bowl. Get himself into the game. Remember, after this, the strikers will take a rest. Then they come and play the last 2 matches of the game. So it's good that everyone's getting a little bit of a chance to have a bowl, maybe have a bat as well. Ooh, keeper Hardip cannot believe he's missed the stumps. He had have. I reckon that would have been a run out. I reckon it would have been curtains for Misra. He's a very tall fella, is Vivek. He's also needs to be careful on his follow through after he bowls when he's coming around the wicket, because he's running right in front of the umpire to the left when he bowls to the left hander. So the right hander, I think he's coming back over the wicket to the right hander. So hopefully won't run in front of the umpire, but just needs to watch out for that. Just lost his start up there. Try again. Full delivery. Hit into into regulation mid wicket. Oh, the backup misses it. That's going to, is that going to get to the boundary rope, or is it going to pull up? Oh dear, it's got to the rope again. So not for the first time in this innings. It's another 4 overthrows. Mid-wicket standing with hands on hips. I think that Smith Patel had the shot at the stumps, and he cannot believe the bowler got nowhere near that. The backup should have had it, and the backup didn't have a backup. And that's just a bit of a fundamental, that one. But these are just bonus runs for the opposition. 46 for 4. Nagda on 10 and Misra on 20. Vivek in again. He tries to work this one. It's gone pretty fine. Path there uses the foot to stop it going any further. His throw hits the stumps. So there's another throw that hits the stumps. Leg byes indicated by the umpire as well. No bat on that one. All pad, or all body, I should say. And once again, Vivek resumes his over-the-wicket attack to the right-hander. Crush Master with a very good observation there. If they manage to do get the bonus point, you're right. They've got to get 103 for that bonus point, Crush Master. So good call. And that's going to make it very difficult because persistence pays off and Vivek hits the stumps and they've gone akimbo. He gets a congratulations from Surveyor, who runs and gives him a bit of a man hug and says, well done. Have a look at this again. Chops on, smashes into off and middle stump. And that's another wicket to fall. Just when the Moravians had just settled down there into a bit of a routine, a bit of a rhythm with these two at the crease. And Misra, who has top scored for the team with 20, has to depart. And he departs at a really critical time too. 44 for 5, not even out of the 6th over yet. And as I said before, and as Crush Master in the chat had alluded to about that bonus point, 103 for the bonus point, and it's looking very unlikely now that Moravians are going to even score that. I'd say that the win is still off the table. 104 required from 26. It would probably mean nothing but magical overs from here on in. You can't see that happening because they haven't done it yet. I think the Moravian middle order probably don't quite have that in them. So well done to Vivek. Persistence pays off. And he's going to continue. He's still got 2 left in the over. Follows the batter. Gets off the mark nicely. This is Vanish, who's out there now. Joins Nagda, the left-hander. As the field swaps over, the bowler will also come around the wicket. He likes to come around the wicket to the left-hander. Here we go. Should be the last ball of the over. I said it should be, but it's not. It's a wide indicated there, as he's just got the angle completely wrong there. Now, oh dear, that's not good. Player's down. He's worn that one really viciously, or he's just tumbled down. I think he's going to have just a bit of a moment here just to collect himself. Umpire's going to wander across and make sure that there's nothing really damaging there. As we have a look at the wide shot of the lovely Vinosh cricket ground with those wonderful mode stripes across the ground, sort of throwing up the old Lords vibes there. Beautiful blue skies and some mountains way off in the background as well. So the early cloud has cleared nicely. It's looking very good indeed out there. And of course that lovely Zarmek right in the middle of the background. The old Zarmek being the Czech word for, well, it's sort of like a manor house, I guess. It's not quite a mansion, but a manor house where hundreds of years ago, the person who ruled these lands, as far as the eye can see, that would be where that person lived. And there's another Zarmek over on the other side of the village. Oh, looks like the garbage truck has arrived as well. I don't know where our bins are, but I'm sure he'll figure it out. So, 46 for 5. Looks like we're all okay now. Injury time over. Keeper has collected himself, took a nasty tumble there, maybe a warm one as well, but it looks like he's okay. So people asking what happened there. The wicketkeeper took a bit of an injury. That's why we paused for a moment. He needed a little bit of attention. He's still getting a little bit of attention from some of the players, just making sure he's okay. No one likes to see their teammate go down. Took a bit of a nasty blow and a nasty tumble with the ball that was quite erratic. He did a good job to try to save the wide for going for a mini-mo as well. So congrats to him. Really threw himself hard at the ground. So people in the chat asking what's going on, why the delay. That's why the delay. Player safety and health paramount on the European Cricket Network. We want to make sure everybody's okay. So we'll just pause for a moment to make sure that he wasn't too injured. He's got the gloves back on. Looking to complete the over now. And through the keep and through his backup as well. So they're going to run a bye to finish off that over. As indicated by standing umpire Prakash. Thank you for that, Prakash. It's 47 for 5 after 6. Still, 101 runs required for the win of 24, looking very unlikely. Still needing to get to 103 to secure a bonus point. Yeah, so still 56 runs required to just get a bonus point. You just get the feeling that's a bridge too far. Hello to Venky, joins us in the chat. Yeah, Venky, you're absolutely right. And as Prakash said to me during the Innings break, his first time ever. First time. He may have done some domestic umpiring, I think, during some of the games we have here. But he said, yeah, first time he's had to pull on the blue and black and look after umpiring duties, as we had a bit of an availability issue. Oh, Path loves it. The lone appealer, and umpire has given it. Well, have a look at this. Nagda is hands on hips, just walking off saying, what on earth was that? Which, have a look at this. That is not a bad shout, to be honest. It's hit that back leg. The back leg is plumb in front of middle and off. And Path, the lone appealer, and he gets his man. Well, there you go, folks. And that's why when you have bowlers appeal, flip that coin over, and you'd probably say, well, you should have got support on the appeal. Just takes one person to appeal for the umpire to make a decision, and the decision has been made. And that is Nagda gone, leg before wicket. 6th wicket falls, 47 on the board. Hussein's walking out with 2 cricket bats. You can't have 2 cricket bats, Amir. I'm sorry, that's not how it works. He's dilly-dallying around here with gloves and all sorts of business. He needs to get his skates on and get out there. He will be timed out. Saffron Strikers are probably going to be asking the umpire about the clock here. He's gone back off again. This is a little bit silly from Moravian Cricket Club. Now he has to run out there. If he's not at the crease, umpire's checking his watch here. I'm going to keep a close eye on this because Amir Hussein has mucked around a little bit here with bat and gloves. At one stage, he had no gloves and 2 bats. Then he had 2 pairs of gloves and 1 bat. Eventually, he sorted himself out. He says he's ready. No one's appealed. I think they're okay. And starts off with a dot ball. Tell you what, just for a moment there, I thought we're going to see an appeal in a moment. We're going to see someone timed out. But no, it's okay. Swings hard at this one, down the ground, goes towards deep mid-wicket. And an excellent throw. It's right over the top of the bails. How about that? That's from that man, Smith Patel, who we've talked about a few times about his fielding. There's the example. He and Akash Palmer are my pick of the fielders in this squad. Loving their work. Yeah, just flicking the singles around. Strikers won't worry about that. They're not concerned about that. The good news for the Moravian Cricket Club, it is now under 100 runs required. And that's a good thing. There's applause in the dugout for that stat as well. Lovely stuff. Oh, there was an edge there. Everyone's got their hands on the head. Everyone heard the edge. Everybody heard the edge, and it's unfortunately been grasped. Oh, Path could have had a second. It just went in and out of the gloves. It hit the gloves and bounced straight back out again. Last ball. Right on the stumps. Just pushed down the ground with no real sort of force or oomph there. Just looking for a single. And a single is all they... No, they're going to go for 2. That's really slack there from the strikers. The throw came in. The throw was not a harsh throw, and Path just missed it. The backup missed it and decided to just stay on the ground and lament the fact that he missed it. And nobody was aware that they were going to take a run because nobody went to the ball. Manjeet Singh, wake up, man. You can't do that. And come finals time, you can't do that either. $50 up as well with that. So 50 for 6. Amir Hussein, he's on 2. Vinesh at the non-strikers end, he's on 2 as well. We continue now. Swing and a miss. A few players half appealing there at the start of the 8th over. 7 overs gone, by the way. Yeah, so start of the 8th. Yash Patel comes on. Now, Yash Patel had trouble with his feet yesterday. He went down about 5 or 6 times after he's delivered the ball. But I think that may have happened also because we had a little bit of moisture in the air yesterday for about 15 minutes, and that might have got a bit slick underfoot. He's not a tall fella, but he generates some pretty good surprising pace. And bowling against the middle order, getting towards the lower middle order as well, Hussein. He's already dotted up twice here. Don't be surprised to get a few more dots. Hussein's just pretty much swinging the bat blade with the same shot in mind. And that's what happens. It is another dot, and it's a wicket. Stumps akimbo. Chris Smith. Don't think Chris Smith is in the chat, maybe, but there you go. Johnny, here's him saying you got your spanners back. Well, on the laptop, I still see a shield, but maybe on the phone, it's the spanners. And all I can tell you now is, it's Vinesh. Apologies to Amir Hussein. It's Vinesh who was on strike. And he's had his stumps completely rearranged by Yash Patel. Cricket artist saying test games are much better. We love test cricket. Absolutely love test cricket, of course. So, yeah, thanks for that comment. What you were seeing here, you were seeing a team struggling against a new team, which tells a story in itself. That's another dot. Yash Patel dotting up here nicely. 4 dots in a row. One of those dots yielded a wicket as well. So there you go. I'll also ask people in the chat, just watch those number of emojis. We have a 5 emoji limit, and if you put more than 5 in, that's spam. And our moderators are very quick on to that. So just ask people, just be mindful of those rules. Hit uppishly. It goes through the gap. There's no one riding that boundary at all at the moment. I would have thought they'd have at least one boundary rider out there, and it finds that boundary indeed in the extra cover region. Look at this, straight between extra cover and regulation cover. They can only watch it go across the boundary line and into the undergrowth for 4 runs. Prem Prakash Yadav gets off the mark with that boundary, 54 for 7. One more to come to complete this over. It's been a good tight over so far as well. A wicket, only 4 runs, plus what happens here. Struck down the ground, probably just the one, and is just one. So 5 off the over, 1 wicket as well. Yash Patel opens his bowling account with a very good over, and that is now 55 for 7 after 8. Moravian Cricket Club are absolutely in dire need of something here. They've got to bounce back because the Moravian Cricket Club have to face the Prague Barbarians in the next match. Now, the Barbarians got absolutely thrashed in the last game yesterday, and I mean proper thrashed. That's the kind of thrashing you walk away from red-faced, head dropped, and just shuffling along to the car park and wondering what on earth you have to do to resurrect that. So you're going to see the Prague Barbarians come back with a bit of a frame of mind against Moravians. They're going to want to bounce back with a big win in this next match. And Moravian Cricket Club, well, they've got to pick themselves up off the mat here. Strikers have absolutely dealt them a huge blow. Vivek's going to continue. And then I suspect it'll be Yash Patel to bowl at the 10th. Bonus point is a long way away. Saffron Strikers are going to open their account here in the ECS with a 4-point win against Moravian Cricket Club. That's my prediction. Hit down the ground. There is protection straight down the ground. Just one. Single's not going to cut it. Have a look at those the graphs on the right-hand side of your page. Look at the difference. Moravian Cricket Club, they've barely scared the scorers with anything really emphatic. I think there's like 3 overs in double digits. Everything else has just been really tough watching, as opposed to the Strikers, who had, 3 magical overs in their innings. Turns this one around the corner. The chase is on. Ball's going to win that one to the boundary. So a rare 4. They're averaging probably about 1 boundary and over at the moment. So the conversion rate's pretty poor from the Moravians. And as I said, they're really going to have to try to just find something in during the match break when they come up against the Barbarians. That match starting around about 1/2 the hour. Johnny's asking, if anyone's got spanners on their names? I've still got a shield on my name, Johnny. But I'm looking on the laptop. I'm not looking on the phone. I think on the phone, it's spanner. Hit down the ground to Palmer, who fields that one successfully. Just the one. 61 for 7, and there's only 8 legal deliveries to come in the game. As I said, it's definitely going to be a very good win to the Saffron Strikers. That's really good. Get themselves off the 0, get a win. We'll get 1 in the win column for them on the standings. And this is the easiest of run-outs. Again, it was that moment of, well, we hit it and we should just run. We hit it to a deep fielder and just take the run. And, well, on this occasion, it was Yadav who had no intention of running, and it was Amir Hussein who was sticking to the regular playbook. A little bit of a watching the ball there for a moment, but he was also looking at Yadav. He should have realised Yadav was going nowhere. Not sure why he kept running through. So Hussein is run out at the non-striker's end, and that is the 8th wicket to fall, 61 for 8. And there's still 7 legal deliveries to come in this innings. And this game is drawing along very slowly to its inevitable conclusion. Jake Stewart with a good shout. Potentially a massive victory. I 100% agree with that, Jake. Good call. This is a big, big win for the Strikers over at Moravian Cricket Club. Oh, leg side wide, just to let the team down a little bit there. Just a little bit wayward. Keeper can't get an eye on it, but luckily they've got a bit of backup. They're going to take a bit of a buzzer as well, unless it's a run out. No, umpire says no, it's okay. Very close to run out. Indicated, of course, as wides. Lucky that wasn't a run out at the non-strikers end. It's a shocking delivery. You can see there how quick the player at third got back for that. The throw in to the keeper. Keeper misses it. Keeper's having a bit of a nightmare today. And then, well, not sure how the stumps are broken. Might have been broken by the leg rather than the ball. So, last ball the over just punched out into the covers. So just a few touch of the fumbles in the field there by the Strikers. I think the keeper's had a bit of an injury concern 3 overs ago. He went down. He was down on the ground for about a minute, having taken a bad tumble. And I suspect that maybe he's not feeling right. Interested to see if he turns up for the later game against the Barbarians. Not the next game, but the game after that. But he's got a couple of hours to recuperate and recover. Be interested to see whether he is named in the squad. Try and find out what the injury is during the break as well for you. Oh, Jacob, can't help but get stuck into me on this one. We're getting down to Phil's batting spot now. Actually, you know what? That would be my batting spot now. However, I used to open the batting for the Barbarians. Misses everyone, misses the keeper. Yeah, keeper's out of sorts now. I think the injury is shaking him up quite a fair bit. He's looking completely out of sorts. He'll enjoy the break. Won't be surprised if maybe someone else takes the gloves in the next game. Probably worthwhile as well, you know. So we'll see how it goes there. But, yeah. Last over is happening right now. Yash Patel. 66 on the board. This has been an absolute capitulation from the Moravian Cricket Club. That's a lovely shot. That's been guided really well. It was short outside the off stump, and it got pretty high. Have a look at that. But just open the face and guide it between those two players. One player deep, one inside the circle, and he's bisected them perfectly for 4 runs. Diva Karan gets a 4 to his name. It's a nice shot. Very nice shot. So, Yash Patel still got a few deliveries to go in this final over. Oh, he's gone down again. Can you believe it? He's gone down, but it's been hit down straight down the throat of Path Balodja. So, not sure what's going on with Yash Patel. That's, I think, the 6th time he's fallen to the ground on his delivery stride. And, mate, need to check your shoes. I think that's probably what the problem is. I think he's running on flat-soled shoes or something. Path takes a good catch. Divakaran has to go, having just played that excellent shot, and it's now 70 for 9. And I tell you what, they are in a red-hot chance to get bowled out in these next 3 deliveries. Moravian Cricket Club, they need to bounce back here. Yeah, Kevin in the chat mentioning about the bonus point. That bonus point is, well, it's not just impossible to get, but that was a bit of a struggle for them to get anywhere near it. Amazing. Number 11 comes in. Ajmal. The man so popular they named him twice. Ajmal goes up to the striker's end. He's got to negotiate 3 deliveries here from one of the fastest bowlers in the Saffron Strikers team. Now, full straight at the base of the stumps, and he'll get a wicket here. He's already got 2 for 10. Let's see if they can get bowled out or if they can keep it out. Oh, he's tried it. It just tapers away in the air, but he tried the full straight at the base of the stumps. And Ajmal, the guy who's so cool, named him twice. Love his work. 2 deliveries to negotiate. Can they get bowled out? Can the Saffron Strikers get a clean? Oh, just misses again. Keeper fumbles it as well. He's having a bit of a mare. And this is a crushing victory for Saffron Strikers. Their first win on the European Cricket Network. They'll have a good proper get around here when this last delivery is bowled, because it's their first victory on the European Cricket Network. First ECS win for them. A bunch of good friends come together as a team, and they're going to notch up their first win with a dot ball. And that is game, set, and match. It's a huge, huge win when the score finishes on 90 for 9 after 10 overs. It's a 77-run victory to the Saffron Strikers. It's a huge, huge win to them. So congratulations big time to the Saffron Strikers. I've loved what I've seen from the batting. The bowling was excellent as well. And look, the Moravians just had no answer whatsoever. They were completely outclassed. They looked out of sorts, to be perfectly honest, right at the very top of the day. And it was a bit of a show. It was a bit of a shame. So I'm going to bring you back into the commentary area here. Lovely to have your company, Phil G, here for the European Cricket Network. Thank you for joining me during that. And how about those Saffron Strikers? They get their first ever win on the European Cricket Network. So proud moment for them. I'm sure it's going to be fun to go and have a chat with Parth and his team in a few moments' time and see how happy they are. They now have a well-deserved break. They're going to go away and maybe just have a bite to eat, have a bit of maybe a cool down before they need to warm up again and get back in time for their match later on today against the Barbarians. For the Moravian Cricket Club, not sure what to say about them. That was an absolute nightmare of performance for them. They need to find something in the next few minutes, because they've now got to take on the Barbarians in the next match coming your way, starting at hour. That's in probably about 21 minutes' time, to check on the clock there. And, well, I'm not sure what they can do. The Barbarians turned up. They've just turned up here just now. I can see them outside my window here. They had a bad game yesterday against the Spartans. They got absolutely caned by the Spartans in the last match yesterday, having won the first couple of matches of the day. So who knows what sort of mood they'll be in. I'm looking forward to seeing how that's going to turn out. Hope you are as well. We're going to take a short break. I'm going to be back here in about 20 minutes' time to bring you into that second match of the day. I hope you're ready for that. In the meantime, take a quick break. I'm going to be with you shortly. Phil G for the European Cricket Network saying don't go too far, but I'll see you shortly for the next match. Barbarians taking on Moravian Cricket Club. See you soon.
Match number 14 sees the Prague Barbarians take on Moravians. Moravians is the away team. You will have the call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It is heads. What would you like to do?
Take the bat.
Moravians have won the toss in match number 14. They will have a bat.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Good morning, cricket fans, and welcome back to the lovely Vinoj Cricket Ground. Phil G here to take you through the action of the next game coming up here on the European Cricket Network, and it is day 4 of the Challenger Division. How about that? We're already up to day 4. There's a fair bit of cricket going on this morning as we're seeing the Saffron Strikers notch up their first win and a big 4-point win to them over the luckless and hapless Moravian Cricket Club, who just couldn't fire up there in that previous game. Got absolutely smashed to the tune of 77 runs in that match. And well done to the Saffron Strikers, notching up their first ever victory on the European Cricket Network. And they were a very happy bunch of people as they departed to have a well-earned rest. And now we look ahead to the next game. It's going to be the return of the Prague Barbarians. They're going to take on the Moravian Cricket Club. This is a real danger match for Moravians as well because, look, they're down on their luck. They're up against a team who also had a bad loss yesterday. I think it has something to do with tiredness. They played 3 games the previous day, played 3 games yesterday, and then that last game, I just felt there was a bit of fatigue, maybe a little bit of match fitness was a bit of a cloud over their head. But they're back this morning. They're going to play 2 games today. They've got this first game against the Moravian team. Then they've got their last game against the Saffron Strikers. Just speaking very quickly to a couple of my old friends there from the Barbarians, Bilal Samad, who's the wicketkeeper, he was saying the goal for them today is to get 1 win from one of these 2 matches to lock in top 2 position. That's all they're worried about. Need to get at least 1 win. They'd rather have 2 wins, but need to get 1 win just to make sure there's no threat of them dropping out of that top 2 position. They want to have the double chance come finals Friday, which is only 2 days away now. So have a think about that. It goes quickly. It goes very quickly. Thanks everyone watching. I hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday wherever you are watching from around the world. Great to have your company, of course, here on the European Cricket Network. This next game, it's also a bit of a danger game for Moravians. They're probably not going to drop out of its bottom, 3 or 4 position. But it's also about them just making sure that they don't lose momentum going into that finals day, or else they'll turn up to play the eliminator and they'll just get knocked out straight away. And they need to make sure they don't drop their bundle completely. Interested to see how they're going to bounce back from here. Om Sharma, the captain, has got a lot of work to do with his team over the next, in the next match, pretty much. And they need to make sure they don't sort of get too sort of, introverted and too sort of lost and wallowing in what happened in that game against the Strikers, who were absolutely all over them. I think it's time we get out to the centre now. There we go. The players are out in the middle, and you can see everyone's getting ready to start this contest. Barbarians in a game that they are really hoping to pick up and get a good win here and just to hold their position in the top 2. I think that they're probably pretty set in the top 2 already, but I agree with the sentiments. Let's get a win. Let's hold that position. Ali Hassan Sitar's got the pill, and he's coming in from the southern end. This one is scooped up and over. How about that for a start for the Moravians? Don't worry about them being a bit shell-shocked from that previous loss. They are back on immediately. Bang. Down the ground. Nice elevated shot that, and a big 6 to start from the bowling of Ali Hassan Sitar, who doesn't get usually taken for a 6 on his first delivery. Very unusual. Hello, everyone in the chat. Welcome back. Thomas Martinez, good to see you. Good to see, of course, my good friend Hamid is in there as well. Good to see you again as well. Nick the Brown Bear joins us too, tuning in from New Zealand. Good to see you. Played here with just softer hands in towards the cover. Smith Patel walking past the commentary area with his dog. It's a good-looking animal. Don't know if we can try and get Smith with his little puppy dog. Maybe we'll try and grab it a bit later. He's brought his dog to the ground today. Keep him company. Guided out towards point. So after that big 6 to start things off, just things settled down now. It was Akshay Babu who hit the 6 and then the single, and Jaswal dots up on his first delivery faced. Barbarians currently on the table sitting in second place. They've got 17 points, 2 points astray of the Prague Spartans, who've had a couple of more 4-point wins than the Barbarians. But both teams have played 6, won 5 and lost 1. Barbarians playing out their last 2 games today, and the Spartans are going to be back tomorrow to play out their last 2 games. One of those will be against Ostrava, and one of those will be against the Saffron Strikers. And today the Barbarians play out their games against, well, the one here you see in front of you, which is the Moravian Cricket Club. Then they're going to play the next match against the Saffron Strikers, and that will be their 8 games done and dusted. They're currently sitting top of the table. As I said before, Spartans on 19 points. Barbarians in second place on 17 points. Leg side, Samad spills that. He has to do all the chasing. That's going to run all the way too. There's no protection down there whatsoever. It comes off the body. That's a leg by as indicated. So in terms of the standings as well, just get back to that now. So Barbarians in second place on 17 points. The Moravian Cricket Club played 5 games, or played 6 games now. They've had 2 wins and 4 losses. They're on 8 points. And their net run rate took a bit of a hammering in that previous game as well. So they are quite a fair way off the top 2 in with only 8 points. Ostrava haven't had a win. They've got 4 points. They've earned a few bonus points. So they've got 4 points from their 5 games, but 5 losses. The Saffron Strikers getting a 4-point win for them. They are level with Ostrava on 4 points, but they've got plenty more games to play. So you can check the standings. It's at ecn.cricket. Please go to our website and have a look at the standings. We'll keep you up to date on how that's looking. Tomorrow, obviously, we'll be focusing on that quite heavily. I'll try and get a live standings schedule in front of me just so I can let you know where things are sitting. Because tomorrow it's going to be all important to see who's going to play on Friday. Currently, though, you just get the feeling it could be Ostrava who could be dropping out of the Challenger division when it comes finals day. Now, the Saffron Strikers have notched up a big win, and the fact that the Moravian Cricket Club have got 2 wins and Ostrava don't have any wins. Anyway, we'll see how it all unfolds tomorrow. You never know, Ostrava could turn up tomorrow and get 3 massive wins and completely turn this competition on its head. stranger things have happened. Things could happen indeed. Crushmaster noting that Usama Salim not named in the squad. You're indeed correct. He's not named in this match. And I haven't seen him at the ground, so unlikely he'll be here for the next game. I'll keep an eye and just make sure I can see the car park here, and if he does turn up, maybe for the next match against the Saffron Strikers. But yeah, maybe after the last 2 days, he's having a day off because he has played pretty much all the games thus far. And the Barbarians have got a good depth of players, and I think they'd want to rest Usama Salim for finals day Friday because they're going to need his best. That's just a bad delivery. Can't blame the keeper for that. That was a bit of a howler to try to get to. It runs away, and that's going to go for a minimo. That's a shocker. Oh, that's off the pitch. That is no ball. No ball for. So we're going to see a free hit coming. That's a shocker. You've got to feel for Samad, who's back into the side, the wicket keeper. Had no chance to get that one. And Prithi just puts that one in the wrong spot. Martinez saying, hope that Usama Salim doesn't miss finals day. I'll have a chat to the Barbarians after the match and find out about Usama. Just make sure that he is available because they will definitely want him to play finals day. He will be a key player with both bat and ball. I suspect they've just rested him for today because it's only 2 matches today. He's already played 6 matches in the previous couple of days, but I will find that out for you and I'll report back and let you know exactly what the story is. 17 for no loss at the moment. Hit nicely to the cover, straight to the fielder. Can't stop the run. Good throw back though. Had the player really scampering there, Babu. But still, there's no wicket taken just yet. As we've finally got another legal delivery in this second over after the no ball 4 and the wide. See the win predictor is well and truly interested in the Barbarians picking up a win here. Early days. Elevates, lovely. 1 bounce across the boundary rope, extra cover for 4 runs. Just way too much width. And Prithi just not really in his stride here as he was yesterday. I thought he bowled pretty well yesterday. Today, not looking good. A shadow of his former self, possibly. Jaswal, with that 4, opens his account. Babu, non-striker's end. He's got a handful of runs as well. It's a cautious start from Moravians, but considering what just happened in the previous match, you can understand why it's a little bit cautious. Prithi comes in again. And just with soft hands plays it, but it goes straight to deep backward point. He throws to the keeper. The keeper throws back to him, and the ball finds its way back to the bowler. Steaming in again. Oh, eyes lit up there on that length, but unfortunately didn't pick the line, did the batter. And Jaswal was looking to go downtown, and he misses the lot. Could have easily come off an edge and gone flying away towards the fine leg area. And I got to tell you now, if he gets an edge outside off, it's going to go for 4. There is a, well, what would you call that? Probably third, a very square inside the circle third, almost like a, yeah, almost like a backward point, but he's very, very square, almost on a 45. Fine leg, very fine, and I think fine leg would get around to it if it got an edge. So interesting field placements there for this bit of pace bowler from Prithi, but he's going to persist outside off stump. I'd probably want to put a third on the boundary and maybe take out that player who's at fine leg. I'm not sure he's doing a lot there apart from being a backstop for the keeper. And the other deep fielder is backwards square leg, deep backwards square leg, but there's been nothing really on the pads or on middle stump yet. So once again, persisting outside off, and maybe the captain needs to assemble his offside field a little bit better because Prithi has barely put a delivery on leg stump, and to have a fielder deep at deep backwards square when the attack is outside off is a little bit strange. 2 overs gone, 27 on the board. Moravians doing quite well here. It's a good start for them. So as I said, good start from Moravia here. 27 for no loss after 2. Barbarians having a bit of a conflayer, but the top of the bowlers run up here, making sure they get the field right. So I don't think they got it right in that last over. Let's see if they can do a bit better here. Bowler in. Kumar. Pretty handy bowler so far in the series too, Berendra. Liking his work. Handy with the bat too. He's had a couple of good innings. Short stuttering run up. Doesn't generate too much pace. That's been lofted. That's going to land in the hands of the fielder who takes an absolutely sensational walking backwards, trotting backwards catch. Doesn't try to swivel and turn around to take it facing the ball. Happy to take it coming over his head. That is absolute perfect judgment. Watch this one more time. I got to tell you, that is such a very difficult thing to do. Made it look so easy. What a great catch. Well, this commentator's impressed. I hope you are as well. Sultan Arif has just pulled off an absolute ripper to get that first wicket. There wasn't a lot of animation from the Barbarians. Maybe they just expect fielders to do this, but that was really, really well judged. Nicely taken. So the first wicket falls, 28 for 1. And we're only just into the first couple of deliveries of the third over. Power play is still in effect. Now we continue with Misra. Oh, no, we don't. We don't continue with Misra because Misra has to go for a first baller. Oh, boy, he has been beaten neck and crop with a strange old shot. Watch this. Straight in. It's straight. It's full. And he's just completely missed the line. And in a minute, he's going to be escorted off the field by your favourite. There he is. It's a golden wiki. Oh, dear. 28 for 2. Misra comes and goes. And I was going to give Misra a shout out as well because he was the only batter in the previous game for the Moravian Cricket Club to get into double digits. He made 20 off 11. The next best score in the Moravian Cricket Club in that previous game against the Strikers was 8. No other batter got into double digits. It was a bit of a horror show for them with the bat. But Misra was the one person who managed to get into double digits. And this time, he goes for a first baller. That's an absolute howler. What a good delivery, though. Okay, hat-trick ball coming. Berendra Kumar steaming in. Can he add his name to the good book? Oh, now, did he get a tickle? He did get a tickle. That is a hat-trick to Berendra Kumar. That's our second hat-trick of the Challenger Division. Congratulations to him. He goes into the good book. Just as I mentioned it, 3 in 3. And the Moravians are teetering on the edge here. Just a gentle little prod and push. I think the batter knew what he'd done there. The umpire knew. The fielders knew. It's a proper get around. It's 3 in 3. Golden wiki getting overtime, and so's the trombone. And there you go. Oh dear. Katri comes and goes. Misra comes and goes. It's not good for Moravians. They're now 3 down. They were none down at the start of the over. They're now 3 down for 28. Oh, boy. I wish Danny was here. He would have enjoyed the trombone as well and also the hat-trick. But, wow, there you go. That is gone. Kroom calling out the hat-trick. Lyon calling out the hat-trick. Over's not done, by the way. We've still got 2 to come. Oh, Berendra Kumar putting it in the right spot, and the Barbarians right back on top in this game. It was a strange little poke, wasn't it? Thomas Martinez with a good comment there. It was a strange old little poke at the ball. Just, it was a bit of a nothing shot. It was almost like a catching practice shot. So, can Berendra maybe sort of capitalise here? Oh, it goes down leg side. I think might have been a little bit of tickle on that one. He'll be a bit upset about that. I think it just collected a little bit of something, but it's a dot ball in the end. So 3 for 1 in this over. It's been a 3-wicket over, just the 1 run. Om Sharma, the captain. Once again, everything on his shoulders to try and stop the rot. He's hit this one straight to the man at a short backward point, and he's done a great job to knock this one down, and no run resulting. What a cracking over that is from Brenja Kumar. He gets a hat trick, gets himself into the good book. It's just one run from it, a couple of dots, but 3 wickets in a row. The Barbarians right back in the driver's seat. Moravian Cricket Club, at the start of this over, they thought, hey, 27 for no loss after 2. What a great start for us. They're now 28 for 3 after 3. Terrific over there from Brenja. Brown the Nick Bear saying almost a quaddie. Almost got a tickle on that, 100%. I think that was why you saw the head on the hands from the bowler. He thought he might have just got a little bit of something, but ends up being not a fourth. So close, though, to a potential fourth. Incredible. Tilak Kumar, captain's going to bring himself on. He's seen something he likes. He's just seen Berenja just get 3, and he thinks, oh, give me some of that. I want to have a little slice at the cake. He comes in a bowl. It's interesting, his run-up is faster than the release of the ball. And he starts us off with a wide. He has a really bustling, quick run-up. And when he gets to deliver the ball, it comes out deceptively slower. And you start to sort of worry about yourself thinking, hang on, have I just had a dodgy cup of coffee or something? That ball comes out so slow. And it's hit, well, I was going to hit straight to deep mid-wicket and over for a 6. So, Tilak, I'm not sure he's the right choice to come on at this time because you need to keep the pressure on the MCC batters. You need to keep your foot on the throat. And he's a little bit relaxed with the bowling. That's not good. Always Span Ra, he's saying 1 big over needed. Well, this could be the over. That's a wide and a 6. So, we've still got 5 whole deliveries to go. The score jumps up to 35 for 3. Tilak Kumar. Obviously, Akshay Babu loves Tilak's bowling. Here we go again. Pretty much in the slot. 1 bounce. Doesn't get over the head of the boundary rider. That is Berenja Kumar, the hat trick man. Oh, no ball indicated here. There's a few people looking around. They're counting the fielders. I've got a funny feeling they may have had 1 too many out. Just having a look around the field. How have we got? Just have a quick look around the field. I can see deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, long off, deep extra cover. Where's the other fielder? Maybe it's not a fielding situation. It's definitely a fielding infringement, and that's why the no ball has. Oh. Now, I think the umpire has cleared that. Did I see the umpire give the... Apologies, folks. Just waiting for a clarity to come through on that one. Well, I didn't see the umpire indicate free hit. But anyway, this is one's been swung away towards deep backward square. It goes straight to the player and just the 1 run. So if it was a free hit, I didn't see the umpire give the old twirl. I had my eyes on the umpire there. So I'm a little bit confused by that. We'll get to the bottom of that in just a moment. The scorers will get to the bottom of that. It looks like the shout for no ball was recalled. Yep, that's what I thought. Okay, thanks, Paolo. Yep, no ball there. I think the umpire had indicated, but then he withdrew the no ball call. So indeed not a no ball, which is why, of course, there was no free hit signal there. Umpire quick to correct himself. Good to see. We're all human. Tilak continues. Oh, it was like watching something in slow motion there. Just even the swing of the blade was in slow motion and completely missed. Babu misses a chance there. Funny old over from Kumar. It's everything happening. Look at that 3rd over. What a statement that was. The hat trick. Hit. Oh, shouts to catch it. That has smacked into the thumb, the left thumb of the fielder there. I heard that from here. Ali Hassan Sitar. Oh, he should have gone 2 hands. Instead, he went with 1 hand and just the right hand was sort of a bit slow to get up there as well. It went like a rocket. He he saved a potential boundary, so I'll give him that. Well, I don't think that one's going to fall into play. Let's have a look and see just over the fingertips of the fielder who sets himself for a spoil. He can't. It does go for a 6. This over has been bookended by a couple of 6s. Tilak Kumar, once again, he brings himself on to bowl at a time when the pressure's needed, and his over's just a little bit expensive. And to be fair, you saw on the replay there that the fielder in question, that looks like it's Sultan Arif there. He just set himself to leap, but his foot was already on the rope when he leapt to try to touch that, so it would have been 6 anyway. 45 for 3 after 4 is the score. 113 is the current expected score. Hope you're all doing well around. Hope you're enjoying the telecast here. Thomas Martinez, and hello to Nick Brown Bear. Hello to everyone in the chat. Good to see you. Hope you're having a great Wednesday. Most importantly, hope you're having a really good Wednesday. Settle in for a bit of cricket here today, coming to you live from Prague. We've still got 2 more games after this. This game's only just started, turning out to be a very good contest. And we start with a wide. This is Barendra Kumar, who took a hat-trick in his first over. Comes on to bowl his second. He starts us off with a wide. Now, for reasons I can't really explain, he's decided to come around the wicket to the right-hander. No, he's not. No, he was just walking back that way. You know what? I've lost sight of where the non-striker was. My apologies. Pushed out towards the mid-off area. Good quick running there. So Barendra Kumar, he's just had his runs doubled now. He goes to 3 for 2 from his 1.2 overs. 1.1 overs, sorry. There was a wide to start with. Chat echoing my concerns about Tilak Kumar bowling himself in that over. Just not a time when you want to keep the pressure up. This is picked up very nicely, 4 runs. Just not a good delivery from Barendra. You can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to get it full on stumps, ends up being full on the pads, and that's worked away nicely. Just needed to get that line a little bit better, and maybe just a little bit too full as well. And it's worked away for 4 runs. Nice shot there from Sharma. He's a very cagey customer of Sharma. Been around the traps for quite a while. Used to play for Burno. He was one of the original players who moved across and formed the Moravian Cricket Club, and he's been captain of the Moravian Cricket Club for a couple of years now. Great guy, and yeah, he's a bit too clever to let that one go. Swings hard at this one. It's a big square slash. It's square driven. It goes over the top of the infield and backward of point for another boundary. So runs flowing a bit here. Barendra Kumar, you almost might forget that he took a hat-trick in the previous over. Now he's been carved up a bit here on this one. But this is, as Nick the Brown Bear says, giving gifts like Santa Claus. You can't do that. $55 for 3, halfway through the 5th. So I'm going to set him up here. If we can get 2 wickets in 2 balls, it will be 55 for 5 after 5, and Dave B will lose his mind. Barendra in again. See, now this time he is coming around the wicket, and he does bowl a wide. I like to see players maybe practice a bit more in the nets bowling around the wicket rather than doing it on the field of play, because so many times the right armers will come around the wicket just to try and change the angle. They think of, oh, if I change the angle. But they haven't practiced enough at it, and it's too many wides. They can't quite get that line right. Smashed. And that is out of the park for a big 6. So forget about the 55 for 5 possibility. It races into the 60s with this massive hoik. Middled that one. And Barendra, the whole plan of changing to come around the wicket has not worked. I would strongly recommend you go back to coming over the wicket. It's exactly what he's about to do, I think. 62 for 3. And this is an expensive over. 17 off it so far. He did have 3 for 1 at the start of the over. Now it's been blown out of proportion. He's gone leg side yet again, and it didn't collect anything. So just lost his way here. The Barbarians. Those 3 wickets in a row seem like a little while ago now, because a few runs have been piled on. worked off the pads. Deep backward square gets around and fields that one successfully, just the single. We still haven't finished the over. We've still got one more to come. Feels like this one's going on for a little while. Lion saying Kumar is cooked. Tell you what, it's not a bad shout because this is a strange old over considering the first over he had where he was putting it exactly in the right spot every single ball. I think he's trying to bowl a bit too fast. I think he needs to bowl within himself. I know it's a bit of a cliche to say that, but I just get the feeling he's trying to put a bit too much hot sauce on every delivery. Just maybe needs to settle down and get that line and length. In that first over, that's what we saw. It was all line and length. It wasn't big pace, and he picked up a hat-trick. 65 for 3 after 5. Expected score at a 130. If the Moravians get 130, they would be on for a red-hot chance here of defending. It's been a good reversal of fortune, considering in that first match against the Saffron Strikers, only one of their batters got into double digits. That was Misra. And the rest of the players could only get, well, best score after that was 8. Extras actually got 12, so you could say extras was second top score. Prem is going to take the ball now, and he comes into bowl. Starts us off with the dot. Prem Nandivada, who was missing action yesterday, unavailable due to work commitments, but he's available today to play a couple of games. And depending on how he goes today, we might see him then play on finals Friday. Be interesting choice for the Barbarians to see who's available on Friday. Swings away at this one. It goes into the gap. There's no one at regulation deep mid-wicket. The deep mid-wicket was more of a boundary right on the leg side. You can see him, there he is there at the top of the screen, just coming to shot. He was way too square, and a regulation deep mid-wicket would have had that. And now captain is talking with the bowler about the field placements. And just once again, I just think the Barbarians have not quite got the field placements right here. Yeah, good shout by Nick there about Berendra's second over there. Probably couldn't describe it any better than that. Followed by a disaster zone. Not good. I wouldn't call it funny, but I would call it pretty bad. It just wasn't a well thought over. He was rushing. You could tell he was really rushing with all those wides and slot deliveries. And yeah, too many down leg side. He was just trying to hurry through his over. Oh, he takes a Tortuga. Ali Hassan Sitar has to go into defensive mode. That's not his fault. That's hit something. Protect yourself at all times, folks. That jumped up. That looked really harsh. Have a look at this. Watch this take off. This one, this bounce here. Oh, boy. Oh, look away, folks. Nasty. Excellent replay too, by the way. Well followed by Basu, our excellent cameraman in the tower. And, of course, by Paolo, our amazing editor, director, producer, provider of entertainment. To go, but nope, battle was going nowhere. 71 for 3. Last ball coming up. Miss hit around the corner. Just going to get a single here, barring any crazy overthrow. And just a single to finish. So 72 for 3 after 6. Moravians put on a bit better show here. It's a much better over 2 from Nandivada. Just the 7 runs from it, settle things down a little bit. The win predictors moved a little bit more towards parity now. The Barbarians were right on top and around about 87% at one point, but now they're down to 64. Giving the Moravians a bit of a chance here now with this score on the board. Cricket Ada asking if Usama Salim is playing or not. Well, he's not playing in this match. I will try and find out if he's playing in the next match. As we can see there, the local talent getting out and about on the golf course, on the on the green with the putters. And that's been scooped up in the air and taken over the line. Oh, no. Well, maybe just lacked a bit of presence of where he was standing. Let's look at this one more time. It was lifted up and jumps, and the juggle steps in there, and that juggle, and that back foot goes over the line and then down to the ground. A fair effort, a valiant effort. But, yeah, the momentum just takes him over the line. Goes out to the same spot there. too hot to handle for the player at steep square leg who cannot get down to that one. So 6 and 4, and the Moravians are digging in for more here. This is a good rush of blood in these, getting towards the end of the innings now. Still got 3 overs to go after this. But Babu, who's been there since the very start, he and Om Sharma are putting together a very, very good partnership here. Bit of a life-saving partnership for the Moravian Cricket Club as they lost 3 in 3 in that third over. Came together when the score was on 28. So they've taken that score, they've muscled that score up by a further 54 runs. Babu on strike. He goes to launch up. That was there to be properly launched over the deep mid-wicket area, and instead it's just gone a bit of an angle. Heads out towards on about a 45 to the fastest part of the ground. There's a few dark clouds around now. I'm not sure you can see that coming through on the camera there, but there's a few dark clouds around now. We had a momentary little bit of precipitation yesterday, which was a surprise to everybody because I'd even said there was nothing forecast. Then suddenly a few spots appeared on the camera. There's a few very dark clouds above us, but they are moving away. I think after today, hold that thought as this is launched in the air. 2 players rushing in. 1 player coming off the boundary rope has to hold the catch, and he does indeed. So that is going to be the end of Babu. He departs for 40, looking to push things along. He just started to get into his groove again after Om Sharma was pretty much, I wouldn't say hogging the strike, but farming the strike. So Babu got a couple of boundaries under his belt, and he's just gone to loft that one over extra cover, and he's come undone at the extra cover boundary. Tilak Kumar strikes. Hamid asking about the Spartans playing today. And Thomas Martinez, thank you for jumping in with that one as well. Sorry, Hamid, I didn't see your question there. Spartans earning a well-deserved rest today, but we'll see them again tomorrow. Oh, there we go. Have a look at it. That's the dark clouds I'm talking about. That's just a little bit above us, but sort of slowly moving away from us. So if there was anything coming down from that, then it hasn't touched us, and it looks like we're going to get away with it. One of the things about Vinaj up here, it's a bit of a microcosm to itself. Because of the geography. Just to explain really quickly what I mean by that is that the area, the village of Vinaj, and this whole area sits on a plateau. So as the low pressure systems come in, when they hit that plateau, the low pressure system starts to sort of break up and deviate, and that's simply just I guess how the meteorology works around here. And when that happens, you tend to get the big clouds coming in, and they just go around Vinaj because it sits a little bit higher than the surrounding areas. That's what happens when a low pressure system runs into something like a plateau or even a mountain. It tends to split and it tends to break up. So 86 for 4, 2 to come in the 7th. Nagda goes to elevate and go down the ground. Lucky to get away with that. This time the players are all sort of back on the boundary line and no one can get up to catch that one. Thomas asking about the height of the clouds. They are pretty high. The really heavy grey ones you saw a moment ago, they're actually quite low, but everything else is quite high. It was just that little patch that we got the excellent camera work on from Vasu in the tower. And thanks to Paolo for getting my attention on that because I was wobbling on about something else. But yeah, that was, they're quite low, but they're now moving away from the ground. I can just get a really good vantage point for where I am. It's past the Zarmak and it's heading off towards Poland. So if you're watching from Poland, that'll be with you in about 2 hours' time. Well, the Grizzly might be with you in a couple of minutes' time too, because that has been launched towards Poland as well, and that it goes out of the ground for 6 runs. That is out of here. Lovely strike. Very square, that shot too, but he got every chunk of that. Despite close attention from 2 fielders, way over their heads. That was fantastic stuff. Hello to Helix who joins as well. Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. So all of that is actually passing us to the north, and that is actually quite low. That's something that I was a bit concerned about, but I can tell you right now that is pretty much passing us. And behind it looks like it's high white clouds. That's the Phil G weather forecast for you. We'll get back to regular cricket in just a moment. Wide indicated there. Tilak Kumar. I think maybe be worthwhile. Maybe some of the senior players, the Barbarians, have a chat with the captain and just maybe suggest, maybe he doesn't bowl. I know it sounds really harsh, but maybe just something to think about. Well, this is Nandavada, who started the new over. He starts us with a couple of wides, gets that one on. His first over wasn't bad, but just a few too many wides here. I'm going to have a quick look at the extras count because I get the feeling that Barbarians have infringed a little bit too much now for them to be comfortable with this. Okay, so it's 8 wides and 2 no balls, which means they've already had to bowl 10 extra deliveries, and we've only just started the 8th. So this makes it a long old innings for them. Plus, they're changing over the left-hand and right-hand combination. So it does make it a little bit longer in the field. Just one of those things. Misha Gupta suggesting criminal bowling by the captain. Look, it's along those lines. I mean, it's quite a harsh comment, but I don't necessarily disagree with you on that one. Maybe the captain just needs to be sort of told, look, maybe have one over, but have another bowler in your back pocket because it's just, look at the stats. The numbers say it's not working. And I think that's what maybe his teammates need to do. Just direct him to the numbers and say, look, you're leaking runs. You're coming on at a time after the power play, but we're leaking runs here. The Barbarians can't afford to do that against a team like, say, the Spartans or the Saffron Strikers. I'm looking forward to the Barbarians Saffron Strikers coming later on. This will be the match coming afterwards. That's clearly going down leg. Even though hits high up on the pad. Sharma dances down the wicket, misses. And so does Samad with the attempted run out. Have a couple of big overs increasing there. You see that the big overs, which are more than 15 runs, have been increasing every time. So it just shows confidence in the batters that when they're getting onto the job, they're really starting to knock it around a bit there. Thank you to Thomas Martinez in the chat for giving the web address for where people can find all the information about the lineups and the toss news, as that one's going to get away from everyone. It's going to go for 4. A little bit of something on that one. One more time. Yep, hit into the ground, and Bilal cannot get anything on that one, and it gets away from him. He's not a short man, Bilal. Probably could have done a bit better, but it does get away from him. 100 up with that boundary as well. 101 for 4. That's a lovely shot of what we're talking about. That's pretty much directly above us, isn't it? That's Vasu up in the tower staring upwards. And, yeah, we're keeping a close eye on that because we've got a man up in the tower, and he doesn't have any protection. So we're going to be very careful about that one. I don't hear any distant rumbling. If we hear any rumbling, we'll get him down quick smart. Don't worry about that. But we don't hear anything. There's nothing on the radar to suggest that either. Just double checking that too. Good work from Vasu too. Deserves a proper pat on the back for the work he's done these last few days. Lovely stuff. Good vision. Helix asking if they have irrigation on the ground. No, we don't have irrigation. We don't have running water or electricity to the ground. We have neither, unfortunately. Something that's in the pipeline. Oh, now that's interesting. So, to protect the stumps, he hits the ball away on the full and says, no, I don't want it canning the stumps. That was going to drop down on the stumps, I reckon. The bowler's a little bit upset about it. The batter's stating his case. Watch this one more time. Swings around and then goes, nah, not having that. He gets to have a second bite of the cherry. That's a bit of a rare one for you right there. Interesting stuff. A few players coming across and maybe asking the umpire for a clarification there. But that's an interesting one. Oh, dear. Let's try that again. Oh, there we go. Well, that one does hit the stumps. He doesn't get a second swipe of that, and I'm sure that's exactly what Prithi says as they walk past each other. He says, you didn't get to swipe that one away, did you? Bang! Straight into the top of off and middle, rock backwards there this time. So Prithi does get his man. Nice little moment, that. So that is breakthrough there. Nagda has to go. It's 101 for 5. And there's 10 legal deliveries to come in the innings. Where do you think they can get to? Something in the 120s, potentially 130s. It depends on whether they can fire up and Sharma can get back on strike and maybe farm the strike as much as possible in these last couple of deliveries. I think that will be really important for them to turn this strike over pretty quickly. However, knowing Amir Hussain, he will probably look to cover himself in glory and try and hit a few boundaries now. I'm Sharma, the captain, though. I think he'd want to get across him and say, look, why don't you just drop it on the leg side for a quick single, give me a chance to farm the strike, because I'm on 32 and I'm looking pretty good. Well, clip down the ground. They're going to take quick singles. So the memo was obviously read and received. So that's good work from Hussein. I take back anything I said about him. Well done. Does the team thing. In again. Right on the stumps. Good delivery. Sharma can only just hit it towards deep mid-wicket. Prevents two. Oh, that took a... Really, the bowler fielding that one in front of the stumps. He leant forward and it took a bit of a funny old bounce, cannoned in towards his collarbone area, but he's all right. He stopped the ball getting past him. Seen a few too many overthrows today and the last couple of days, so something the fielders and the bowlers need to watch out for is that throw's coming back in. Might be able to see on the vision there that the edge of the pitch, it's slightly elevated onto the grass, so the grass cut is probably not as close as it could be. So sometimes when the throw comes back in from the outfield, it hits that edge, it can fly up, something that the players are very aware of here at Vinoj. But the in again. Amir just slashes this one, goes down the ground for just the one. So since the wicket fell, just a couple of runs here. And that's going to be the end of a fun little eventful over that one. It's 3 runs and a wicket. Well bowled and deserved a wicket, does Prithvi. And that is 104 for 5 after 9. One more to come. Barbarian easy chase is the question in the chat. Well, not too sure about that. It's going to be tricky. How about that? But the Moravian Cricket Club, they need to have their bowling on. Their bowlers got absolutely savaged by the strikers in the previous game. That's a lovely bit of camera work from Vasu there, as directed, of course, by Paolo sitting here with me. Shows the current dark sky above the ground, but which is slowly moving away. We start the 10th. Swings hard at this one, goes out towards the boundary. Prithi's out there. Clean pickup as well. Nicely done. Keeps it to just 1. Ali Hassan Sitar, who bowled the first over. The first ball that he bowled in the first over got smacked for 6, and it sort of showed a really good intent from the Moravians. And since then, the Barbarians have bit back nicely. 105 for 5. 5 balls to come. Oh, that's hit nicely, and it deceives the fielder there, who hasn't done a great job of protecting the boundary line. I mean, it was kind of a half-hearted effort to go for the catch. In the end, he just lets the ball get through his feet. Goes to ground a little bit too easily there. Got a bit of a look from his skipper as well. I could see Tilak Kumar, hands on hips, fielding down here in front of me. Still got his hands on hips, a real regular double-handled teapot in front of me. Not happy with that. I think he's going to ask the fielders to change over here. The old punishment. Well, the ball's finally got back to Ali Hassan Sidar. That went a long way back. 109 for 5. Sharma's on strike. That's what Moravians want. They want him on strike to try to get after this last couple of deliveries. So Ali Hassan Sitar, he's not going to get too much movement here. Let's have a look and see how he goes. Good slower delivery outside the off stump. Sharma was nowhere near that one. Played a bit of a shot that almost expected it to cut in. He's not that kind of bowler. He won't cut the ball in. If anything, he'll try to get it to swing away from the right-hander. 3 to come. Oh, similar again. Just, yeah, he's a bit filthy with himself there. Gives his pad a bit of a hit. He knows he's let a couple of balls in a row there, and probably should have done a bit better than that. 2 to come. Score just stuttering a bit in these last couple of overs. They didn't expect to score at the 130s, and now it's really dropped away. Hit uppishly in the air, and lovely AFL style mark there taken by the fielder running backwards there. Pulls in the catch, and unfortunately for Sharma, he can't elevate over the top of the infield. Have this one more time. If ever you watched AFL, that's exactly how they take the big screaming grabs on the ground. and he's taken that nicely. So wicket falls. Captain has to go right at the end of the innings, and it's going to be 109 for 6 with just one more ball to come. As Vanish runs out to the centre, then turns to a trot, gets to face the final delivery. Good innings though from the captain. Good captain's knock, steadied the ship, and kept things going after that big hat trick that happened from Barendra Kumar. Sharma, the captain, had to slow things down and make sure that they didn't collapse completely like they did against the Saffron Strikers only one game previous. Final ball of the innings coming up. And it's going to be a dot. Nice finish there for this over for Ali Hassan Sitar. Picks up a wicket, did go for a hit for 4, but that's where it's going to finish there. 109 for 6 is the score. So the score is on the board. The Moravian Cricket Club bowlers are going to have a think about this, about how they're going to defend this. The field changings and the bowling changes are going to be all important. Sharma, again, captain, feeling a fair bit of pressure here. For the Barbarians, they're going to be thinking they're going to be able to chase this down. As they said to me during the match break before, the Barbarians, obviously they could spot an old ex-Barbarian in me, so they came over and had a chat with me. They were saying, look, Phil, we just want this win. Get a win, lock in top 2 position, and then we can relax a little bit. And they can indeed, because they've got tomorrow off. They're going to play their final game later. But they've got to get through this one. We're halfway through this match number 14. It's 109 for 6, the Moravian Cricket Club. We're going to be back here shortly with the run chase and see if the Barbarians can reel in 110 runs in their 10 overs with their batters getting ready to get out there and make a real go of it. Going to find out shortly. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network saying, I'll see you back here in about 10 minutes' time for the run chase. Don't go too far. Hope you're having a great day. See you soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
And welcome back to the Vinoj Cricket Ground. Have a look at that. Most of the rubbish that hit us a few moments ago has started to move away, so we are looking for a restart, and there is no change to the overs. We're still playing a T10. It's still 10 overs. Players are out there in the centre, and that's the great news. It was a passing shower, but it has left us now. There may be some little bit of rubbish around in about an hour's time, but after that's looking all clear, but we'll keep you posted on that one. As we're looking forward to the restart, thank you for your patience there, and thank you very, very much for sticking with us during that little rain break. It hasn't caused a change. It's still 10 overs per side. It's still a T10 game. Prem Prakash Yadav, he's going to continue, well, he's going to start now for the Moravians and looking to protect that score they've got on the board. The Barbarians looking to get off to a good start here. Now, the ground will probably be a little bit slick underfoot for the most of this innings, just with that little bit of cover. The ground does dry very quickly, though. But obviously, the Barbarians will need to be aware, and they'll see very quickly that shots along the ground may not go to the boundary as fluidly as they did in the previous couple of days. Just a few changes. Bowlers as well need to watch out for their footing on the pitch. But the ground does dry very quickly, and the really heavy stuff has now moved away. We actually were missed by the really heavy stuff. I know there's some heavy rains around the village close to us, but what hit us was just the edge of a little bit of a shower. But we're looking okay now. Rain's completely stopped, I think. And normal service has resumed with a wide delivery there from Prem Prakash Yadav. So the Barbarians chasing a score of 110 after the Moravian Cricket Club posted 109 for 6. Akshay top scoring with a 40 from 22. Om Sharma, the captain, with 37 from 19. And Barinder Kumar picked up a hat-trick for the Barbarians. Is what put the Moravian team back on their haunches in that third over, where he came along and bowled a terrific spell. That one over he bowled, gets a hat-trick, 3 in 3. Shouts to catch it, and it's straight down the throat of Amir Hussain, who makes no mistake whatsoever. And can you believe it? Nandavada has holed out, as simple as that. And that is not good at all for the Barbarians. Just a really simple catch, spooned straight to mid-off. Couldn't believe his luck. Camped under it. He must have felt that an eternity was camped under it. It takes the simplest of catches. The Barbarians lose their first in the first. Looking forward to a pretty tight contest here now. This is going to be a very tight contest. Thanks to everyone in the chat. I know there's a lot of people in the chat eager to get us back on the field. We were eager to get back on as well. But as you know, here on the European Cricket Network, we put player safety first, and we had to make sure conditions were appropriate to get back out there. We were a bit concerned too that maybe there could have been a little bit of lightning in that storm as well. So a few of us had to get a little bit of cover and make sure there was going to be no danger to players, officials, or any of the equipment. And we're all good and all gravy now. So thank you for sticking with us, and thanks for your patience. The good news is that there is no reduction in overs. We're just going to be starting a little bit late here. We'll try and make up the time as we go. Shouldn't be a problem. Prem Prakash Yadav with a breakthrough. This one's smacked down the ground. Down towards one of the fielders who's deep. That's Kiran Divakaran. He is fielding in that long opposition. There's a deep mid-wicket. There are your two fielders out for the Moravian Cricket Club for Prem Prakash Yadav. Bowling now to Prethi. Catch it. He's placed it really well. It's gone at catchable height between the cover and the extra cover fielder, but it's found the gap, gone for 4 runs, but it went through at catchable height. Look at this one more time. You can see there he's got the gap perfectly. Well placed. 4 runs. See a few eager fans asking how they can play in the league. Well, the first thing you have to do is you have to basically live in the Czech Republic. That's the main thing. You need to get over here and live close to one of the clubs, join one of the clubs, and basically work hard. Oh, well, there's someone not working hard there. That's a bit of a shocker as Divan Karanda lets that one get through. That was going to be safe as houses. I think everyone was confident he was going to field that. And watch this. And straight underneath the Sydney Harbour Bridge it goes for 4 runs. And he's getting a bit of a tutorial from some of his teammates as he runs back to his position there. It's 11 for the loss of 1. There's a very brave trainee pilot going through the moves in the air. probably not a bad idea, you know. Pilots need to learn to fly in tough conditions, and well, it's not too windy out there. Sometimes the wind can really pick up here, but you know, a little bit of weather around. It's good to get the confidence of the pilots happening, and that's what it's all about. So yeah, those planes are still. He's just doing circles at the moment, maybe just enjoying a little bit of the updrafts and the thermals coming from that little, I wouldn't call it a storm, that little bit of weather we had come across. I'm Sharma now to start the attack. Jacob Jack Stewart asking, what was Phil talking about? Which comment? I say a lot of things, Jacob. Which one? Which comment? Oh, swings hard at this one. That's out of the park. And no chance there for Divakarhan to try to knock that one back into touch as it goes sailing over his head. So the Barbarians, with a little bit of stutter in the first over, losing wicket very early of Prem Nandivada. This time, these two are getting back on here. So Sultan Arif and that man Priti are starting to fire up the motor here for the Barbarians. Sultan Arif especially, a very dangerous player. Not a big score on the board to defend to the Moravians, so their bowling and fielding has to be on here. Just as I speak, it looks like it's just getting a little bit brighter out there in the centre. There may be something else coming later over. I just checked the satellite. I'm going to ignore what the Czech weathermen are saying. I'm going to do it all for myself, as that goes for another boundary. So maybe the Barbarians are thinking, look, just in case there's any more rubbish coming along, as that just gets away from the glove of the keeper. And I mean, only just. Actually made a really good attempt at that. I won't be surprised if maybe the Barbarians are looking up to the sky and saying, look, the sooner we get off this field with the wind, the better. Lock in that win, and therefore we hold down a top 2 spot going into finals Friday. That's their goal. That's all they wanted to do here today, was to make sure they get at least one win, so they lock it in. Interesting watching a few people in the chat saying how much they want to play cricket here, and then they go and drop a few little disrespectful comments. Well, that doesn't get you a game here on the European Cricket Network. That gets you sent out of the chat and put into the bad book. So please be mindful and respectful of all the players, officials and umpires, and of course of the game content. And given the big shout, the appeal, or the batter's standing there trying to have a conversation about whether he's out or not. If the umpire gives you out, you're on your way, mate. And have a look at this. Cuts in. It's I think it's just missed his pad and maybe just hit him just on the fleshy part of the leg, but he's pretty adjacent to leg stump. He's trying to sway out the way there, a little bit cheeky, but the umpire saw enough. He sees it once. He does the luxury of a replay, and Prithvi has to go. He's kind of a little bruise on his leg as well from where that struck him, but I think he'll see the replay and he'll probably agree that that's fair enough. So thank you everyone for joining us back in the chat. Thanks for coming along again. Keeping us company, of course. The Barbarians have now lost 2 wickets in this run chase. It's a pretty modest total they're chasing, and losing 2 top players already. Om Sharma getting the breakthrough as well after hit for a couple of boundaries in this over. Sorry, in the previous over that is. This is a return to Prem Prakash Yadav, bowling the 3rd. And he's been sent out of the park with a big, big strike. Over the covers and far away. Look at this. Nice shot. And please make sure we all give a shout out to our good friend Yasu, who's up there in the tower. I managed to go and give him... I ran out there with an umbrella and gave him my umbrella. Then, of course, realised, well, I don't have an umbrella to get back under cover now. So I had to sort of run back through the rain and get back to my little cabin here. But the important thing is that Vasu has got some cover up there with the umbrella. And should any more precipitation hit him, he'll be fine. Looking up there now, he's looking fine and under the covers. Just pushed out towards square leg for a single there. Barbarians going nicely here. Not a difficult run chase, as I said. 82 now from 45 required. Not too difficult. But yeah, 2 big players gone. Prem Prakash Yadav, who is a wicket taker, he would love to try to get a 3rd wicket here. Jia Patel and Prithi are out there. Prithi's looking pretty good. He's on 16. He didn't bowl too badly. Had a couple of shockers, but he was actually not too bad of the bowlers. That goes that deep mid-wicket, and the regulation mid-wicket can't get around to that one, and it's going to be 4 runs. There's nobody out there. The deep fielders are long on and long off. There's no one any squarer than those two, and that's why that's a bit of a chase out there for the regulation mid-wicket fielder. Still inside the power play, although this is the last ball of the power play, coming up 33 for 2, with 1 to come in the over. Prakash Yadav has got 1 for 23. Plus this. How can he maybe come back and bite back hard here? And he bowls his fast delivery. Often at the last ball of his over, often he'll bowl the fast one. He's tried that one there, and he dots up. So, 33 for 2 after 3. Hello to Jacob, Jake Stewart, Lion, Johnny He, Chris Addison as well, and everyone else in the chat. Good to see you all. Give me a shout out. Hope you're having a great Wednesday. Paolo Campini as well. I saw you. Helix is still with us too. Although it must be getting close to his bedtime. Well, actually, if it's close to Helix's bedtime, it must be close to Jacob's bedtime. So, yeah, stick around as long as you can, folks. Should be an interesting little run chase, this one. With that weather interruption at the start of the innings, could be a closer little chase than maybe we were originally expecting here. Run rate required from here on in is 11 runs and over. Om Sharma's going to bowl himself out. 33 for 2 after 3. Another wicket or 2 here. A few tight overs, and suddenly things can change really quickly. Once again, the Barbarians happy to take the singles, pushing into the covers and straight away running. As I'm talking, I feel it's getting a little bit brighter out there just bit by bit as the heavy stuff's moving away and being replaced by just a little bit of light cloud. The irony is that in about 5 days' time, it's going to hit 30 degrees, apparently. I'll believe it when I see it. I guarantee I will see it, because apparently there's a heat wave coming started next week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday next week is going to be all over 30 degrees, apparently, here in Prague, as we're going to get a bit of an early taste of summer in May, which is unusual. As Danny and I were talking about yesterday, back in 2020, the Czech Super Series, I think it was in May, and he and Terry O'Connor were commentating, and they were rugged up. This is up, up, up in the air and way over the head of Amir Hussain, who can only backpedal and try and field that one after it's gone across the boundary line for 6. That's a great tee shot. Really would look at home on the golf course next door with a shot like that. Oh, Helix, right? It's only 8:30 there. Oh, fair enough. You've got bags of time. We'll see you right through to almost the end of the day then. It's only Wednesday night. I know it's a school night, but come on. Shot. Great shot. It just went too quick. Player went down, but I think he went down thinking he was going to field it and realised that was going like an absolute rocket. Had no chance on that one. So back-to-back boundaries here, and the Barbarians just carving it up a little bit now inside this, outside the power play, but in this over. Just picking things up here now, up to 45 halfway through the 4th. Om Sharma getting a little bit expensive. 65 from 39 for the win for the Barbarians. Maybe the feeling's starting to sink into the Moravians. They're probably going to be about 15, 20 runs shy of a good score to really push the Barbarians. Unless they can get another wicket here, or maybe another 2 wickets in the next 2 overs, try to expose that Barbarian underbelly. I think that's what, Moravians would love to be able to do that. Couple of tight overs, I don't think going to be enough. I think they really need to get stuck into the middle order here. Who's going to come on to take the wickets? Let's have a look through some of the bowlers. Who can come on and take wickets? Amir Hussain will have a bowl. Khatri, I think, will come on next, the left armour, which I think is a very good move. Sharma wanted to bowl himself out for this 4th over. I think for the 5th over, it'll be Khatri to bowl. Or Kiran Divakaran, he might come on a bowl as well, who was quite expensive in the previous game. So interested to see how Om Sharma manages his bowlers. I said at the top of the innings too, it's going to be a lot on his shoulders to how he manages his bowling attack and how he places the field. Good quick running there from the Barbarians. They're very sharp between the wicket. They know when to turn down runs and when to turn and dots into ones, and that's a really good example there. The run, most teams probably wouldn't have taken that run, but the Barbarians did. 47 for 2 after 4. A few people just reflecting on about this match, what happened. And yeah, we had a bit of rain at the start of the match. However, it didn't take away any of the overs. We just started a few minutes late. So we're still going to go along here, no problem at all. The Barbarians are probably looking to pick up these runs well within the 10 overs. So we'll catch up a little bit of time there. The match number 3 for the day, which is match 15 for the series, that's going to be the Saffron Strikers taking on the Barbarians. That will start after this game. The scheduled start time is 1:30, which is 25 minutes from now. I'll update you on whether that gets pushed back. It will depend on what time this game finishes as well, but maybe we might just push it back by a few minutes as well. Funny watching people in the chat saying how a boundary is not coming, things like that. That's Catboy Tube, who seems to be not speaking, well, speaking his mind, obviously. Keep it up, Catboy, keeping the chat entertained with that. 47 for 2 as we start the 4th, and it is indeed going to be a Katri to come on and bowl up the left armour. He gets swung away towards deep mid-wicket. Good work from the fielder to make sure that, well, it ricocheted off his fingertips in front of him. He's probably going to feel that one. As he goes back to his position, but he saves the boundary. Just one. Yeah, good work. Good work indeed. Saves the boundary. Katri about to continue. Very short run up, just a couple of steps, and then the wind up. Good ball. Interesting there from Prithi. He waved his hand and said no run, but Patel had already set off. So it actually was indeed a run. It's a good quick single. Bowler in again. Very short run up. Bit like Prem Prash Yadav, just a very short run up. Tries to elevate and get under this one, almost miscues it straight down the throat of Kiran, who's waiting down there at long on to take the catch. Bit of luck there, riding with the batter. Straight to the fielder at point, no run. That went like a rocket too, by the way. 50 up with that previous single as well, 50 for 2. It's now 50 for 2 after 4.4 overs. 2 to come in the over. Been a good over so far. Very economical. Oh, now, that's interesting. I think, yeah, we could keep just flexing his leg a bit there. Maybe done himself a little mischief. It's a wide, plus they run an extra run as well. The keeper didn't throw the stumps down. You can see just a little bit awkward, a bit proppy on his left leg there. Hope he's okay. Oh, winds up and goes for the big swing. Misses. Lucky not to lose his stumps. Yeah, just it doesn't cut in far enough. He's still got that back foot well and truly anchored. And Akshay Babu, who looks like he's having a bit of trouble with that helmet. I think the helmet's moving around quite a fair bit on his head. It's not really secure. And every now and then you can see him when he's turning his head around. The helmet's swiveling a bit further than his head is. 52 for 2. Last ball, the 5th coming up. Keeps it a little bit low, that one. Batter's not really sure where it's gone. He gets called through for the single. It's good to call him through. Turns the strike over. And Patel will retain the strike. So 53 for 2 after 5. 57 required for the next half of the innings. They made 53 in the first half of the innings. Need 57 in the second half of the innings. Still got 8 wickets in hand. Barbarians, you'd expect them to be in the box seat to get this game. We'll see what happens here. Meet Nagda, the left armour. He's going to come over the wicket to the right-hander. And just push down the ground. Not looking to elevate or get under there. It was a good full delivery. So interesting game this. I feel the game's a bit of a knife edge here. It's a bit quiet out in the field. Moravian's not making too much noise. The batters aren't trying to get really into thrashing the ball around the ground. Well, and then with that, it's been elevated. It should be one bounce and through the boundary rider. Oh, can you believe that? Well, Premprakash Yadav, who's fielding nearby, just took his hat off and threw it to the ground. He's a bit upset about that, just watching it happen. Watch this. To be fair, though, the fielder did get yorked right on the boundary rope and it got through him for 4 runs. It's a lucky 4, but they'll take it, of course, nonetheless. Crush Master saying they've got to get Vamsi's wicket. They do indeed. He's becoming a thorn in their side now. He's up into the 30s. Striking the ball well too. Oh, goes through Yadav, who was a bit filthy with the previous misfield. I don't know if anyone's going to reflect that back on him. The throw comes back into the bowler's end. It's a little bit slow, the throw, unfortunately. They get back for 2. That's well run. Barbarians running between the wickets so far in this this Challenger division has been excellent. I really like that part of their game. They make their mind up to go, and they're doing very well. Good delivery. Can't stop the single though. It's just dropped on the leg side, and once again, a nice quick single. Some good bowling here. Barbarians being watchful, but they are looking to put that that ball away that they can get under. 61 for 2. This over has gone for, what's that? Now it's gone for, the record rate is 11. So over bowling team, hit another 3 or 4 runs. The batting team to good at themselves in this over. This has also been pushed out. Just going to be the 1. So conditions are a bit tricky out there for the fielders. Just remember, for the fielders and for the batters, it's a little bit slick underfoot because we had that rain shower for about 15 minutes at the start of the innings, and the ground's still drying up. So I think you can forgive some of the fielders just for losing their footing a few times. They probably don't have the right shoes on for wet weather, but then again, you can only use moulded soles out here. Carves this one. Well, there you go. There's a boundary to finish the over with. That's a great shot. And the umpire says that's gone for 4. It must have bounced just inside the rope because they had a fair bit of elevation. Have a look at this one again. This is a cracking good shot. Watching, where does it come down? Well, it's in the book as 4. Nice shot. Great camera work too from Vasu up in the tower. So 13 off the over, and that's more than what the Barbarians need every over from here on in. So that run rate ticks down even more. 44 required from 24. That means it's now at exactly 11 runs required per over. They look like they're on their way here. Moravian still in with a red-hot chance here with a couple of tight overs. You never know. This isn't done until it's done. Could be a really interesting finish coming up here. Do not adjust your sets. Do not go anywhere. Could be a very tight finish here for these two. Patel gets that away for a single. Happy to turn the strike over to that man, Vasmi Priti, who's on 43 from 17. And he is holding this innings together very nicely for the Barbarians. Still got plenty of batting to come, but he's holding together very, very nicely. Good night to Jake Stewart. Thank you for joining. Great to see you as always. Hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow. Wide ball, that one. Just tries to bend the back too much there, does Amir Hussain. Interesting that Kiran Devakaran hasn't had a bowl yet. Now, I mentioned before that his bowling in the previous game wasn't great. He went for a few runs, steps out and square drives this one. It goes to deep backward point. Fielded cleanly, just the 1. So the captain, Om Sharma, rolling the dice here and throwing the ball to Hussain rather than Kiran, who's still on the boundary rope. Very, very straight in a long off, almost straight down behind the umpire, actually. He's going to come into play now. There he is. Gets it on the first bounce cleanly. Yeah, he's very, very straight. I mean, I caught him at long on, but he's even straighter than the long on. I think he's almost directly, he's right there for the straight shot. Long off in regular long off position. Well, this has gone straight up in the air. Who wants it? 2 players. They stutter and stutter. And in the end, they confuse each other there, and that's a bit of a shame. So Kiran Devakaran, who I'm just calling out there, he ran around. He would have had that, and his deep mid-wicket counterpart has run around and spoiled him. They were both slow out of the blocks, and that close attention, just a little bit too close. See, so Kiran was worried that he was going to get run into, And in the end, it goes to ground. That's disappointing for the Moravians. Should have had that. And insult to injury, the next ball is smacked for 6. Oh, boy. These things happen. Well, that's pressure off for the Barbarians. Wicket should have been taken. And I reckon, yeah, Crushmaster has said it perfectly. Yep, may have dropped the match right there. That is pretty much how I felt that one went. That's disappointing. Moravians will know it too. They'll know how important that drop was. Next ball gets hit for 6. Just hurts. Nitya Patel doing well. Lending good support to Priti. Ends the over. 77 for 2 after 7. There's that light aircraft again. Just maybe going to try and come and land at Letnani one more time. Letnani Airport, which is close to us, is a very big popular airport for pilots going for their license and doing a lot of practice, a lot of youngsters and students training in those types of aircraft. And we see that all the time here at Vinoj, all the time. Usually get buzzed a bit more often than that, but that's exactly what that's all about. Let's get back to the cricket. It is 33 required off the last 3 overs, so that run rate required is still at 11 runs required per over. Still at 11. Could be coming for a tight finish here. If this over goes for anything less than 11, yeah, we're up for a bit of a photo finish here. You never know. Should I mention that it's been 163 games since, well, you know what I'm going to say. Up in the air and one bounce. Kiran comes in and throws back in. Just the one. I get the feeling this game's on a proper knife edge now. Proper on a knife edge. I think we're in for a thrilling finish. I hope we are. Moravians definitely want to get a win just so they make sure they hold on to that 3rd position. Maybe even challenge for 2nd position. Oh, that's a loosener. That's not a good delivery. That's pressure off. And that has been sent out of the park. Not a good ball. 6 runs. Smacked. Absolutely smacked. Square. And Nagda, who's fielding just in front of me here in the long off position, he turned around, looked towards the scorers and to our hut here. You can see that look in his eyes, and he just thought, what was that? At a time when they need to really put the brakes on. 26 and 15. Another big hit, and you pretty much say the game's gone. Khatri needs to find something special here. Maybe he has, as this one goes up in the air. 2 fielders combined to take the catch. Well, one fielder snatched it out of the hands of the other. He wants to get his name in the good book. And the catch has been taken and held. And I thought there was going to be a real meeting of minds and bodies. One more time. Look at this. Fielder going one way. He's taken the catch. And he's also been caught by his teammate. Oh, close attention. Could have been an absolute calamity here, but it has been taken. So, Nitya Patel has to go for 22. Lent very good support to Priti, who's been pretty much the player of the match. Depends how it finishes, of course. Bilal Samar, the wicketkeeper, comes out. Bilal, I've known him being in the Barbarians for many, many years. Good friend of mine. Let's see if he can guide the team home, or whether it's going to go down to the wire. Moravians will love to take this into the 10th. Love to take it into the 10th, and then anything goes. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just going to say this one more time. It's been 163 games since a golden ball. 26 and 14. Has anyone got the vibe, or does it feel it's going to go completely the other way? Sun's peeking out from behind the clouds now. Oh, lucky. Real luck there. Gets an inside edge, a really dodgy inside edge, and it's going to go away for 4. How's that? Well, when luck goes your way, that's what happens. That could have easily cannoned into the stumps. Could have been 2 from 2. Khatri cannot believe his misfortune there. $88 for 3. 22 required from 13. 22 from 13. Swings hard at this one. Goes out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. Going to turn for 2. They should get 2 as well. The player took a long time to get off the boundary line. It's a pretty straightforward 2. So it's 20 off the last 2 overs. You kind of feel the Barbarians now have got the game in hand. However, you still got to get the runs. We shall see. After that amazing little juggle catch that took place in that over to bring about the wicket. Prithy's still out there. He's doing very well. He's on 46 from 20. He's going at 230 on the strike rate, and he's really holding this innings together for Barbarians. Moravians, 2 overs to try to effectively defend 19 runs, just so there's no chance of a loss or a GB. So there's a bit to happen here. 20 runs required off the last 2. Who's got the pill? So it is Divakaran. Kiran gets the ball. He's been hiding on the deep boundary straight down the ground for the last 8 overs, and now his skipper calls him up to bowl a very important 9th over. Here we go. It's going to all happen in the 9th. Start with a wide. Oh, no. Danny and I were talking yesterday about this whole concept of a loosener. Have the loosener before you get to the ground. How about that, bowlers? How about trying that? And as I peer out from behind the commentary hut here, I can tell you now there's blue sky up in the air. So hopefully all that rubbish has passed us completely. Speaking of in the air, that goes in the air. It's going to be a couple of bounces directly to Amir Hussain, who's the underarm expert. And his underarm throw is actually pretty good in the end. It's actually gone all the way and not too far from the stump. So well done him. Maybe he doesn't have the underarm problem I thought he did. 92 for 3. Getting closer. Oh, good delivery. Extra pace and good true bounce through to the keeper as well. That's a great ball. Not a lot of movement. Just a little bit of late swing there. You can see the ball just deviated. Well taken by the keeper. Akshay Babu with the job with the gloves. See just a bit of deviation there. Are we on for a thriller? You let me know what you think in the chat. We are now getting towards the business end of this game. Swings hard, goes out towards deep mid-wicket. Catch is completed. Well, there is another story to be told here, as with 9 deliveries to go, the Barbarians lose another wicket. Looked like it was hit sweetly enough, but it was caught even better, down low as well. Look at that. Great work from Vasu in the tower. And, of course, from Paolo here with all the machinery to make those replays happen. How good was that? Well, Bilal has to go. He comes and then he goes, and it's 4th wicket falling. Importantly, it's a dot ball. 18 from 9 required. Some excitement coming here, folks. 163 matches since the GB. Could this be it? Could this be the one that breaks the drought? I don't want to presuppose. I hope you're all enjoying this run chase. Are they going to chase it? Are they not going to chase it? It's getting exciting here at the ground. There's a little bit of feeling in the air here at the ground as well, having that catch just been taken. New batter comes to the crease. It's Birendra Kumar, the man who got the hat-trick in the previous innings. And now they're going to turn to him and say, look, help us get these runs before we run out of time. Oh, what a good delivery that is. Pressure now right back on the Barbarians here. And suddenly, the Moravian Cricket Club, I feel that they're now in the box seat. 18 from 8. Oh, boy. Kiran Divakaran bowling his heart out for his team. It's another good ball as well. It's a dot. Now there's a bit of noise coming from the Moravian fielders. Now they're starting to get behind their bowler and give every ball a clap. You still see them on their tippy toes as well. They're bouncing around. They're looking really confident and comfortable now. I think they feel they got the game won. I mean, okay, the run rate required is over 15, but now finally they're in the Goldilocks zone in terms of the win predictor, and fair enough too. This is going to get really close. Oh, I got him. Hits the top of the stumps, and that is another wicket to fall. More importantly for me, that is another dot. What an over from Kiran Divakaran. This is taking the game away from the Barbarians, and now it's got to be advantage Moravian Cricket Club. What a fantastic finish we're coming up to here. Really, really good finish. Kev is in the chat saying, yep, definitely GB territory. Come on. There's a poll in the chat as well. Get amongst that. Engage with us. Let us know what you're thinking in the chat. It's a terrific over. 2 for 2 at a time when they need to be going 11 runs and over. 2 for 2 from that over. So it's 18 required off the last over. Oh boy. What on earth has happened here, hey? What on earth has happened here? New batter's running in. He's also got looks like a towel in his hands as well. So that's interesting. Uday Kiran Kodolai, no pressure on you. However, it's going to be Prithvi who's going to face the start of the over. It's going to be Amir Hussain to bowl the over as well. So captain's putting a lot of faith in the old-timer Hussain. And as far as the Barbarians are concerned, you've got Prithvi, you've got the man you want facing. It's 18 required for the win, 17 for a GB. 6 deliveries away from what is a thrilling end to the match. Carves this one out towards the extra cover boundary. It goes to the play. He stops it successfully. He takes a moment to pick it up, and that may be long enough for them to get back for 2. It is. They get 2 off the first ball. Well, and the poll is in. Will it finish the golden ball? 55% of the people voted said no. 163 of you casted your vote. Thank you for casting your vote. 39% said yes. 16 from 5. Prithvi goes downtown. It's not enough. Oh, the catch is dropped. And they're going to try to go back for the second. It should be a run out. It is a run out. But it gets Prithvi back on strike. Should have been caught. Wasn't caught. Watch this. Player running in. I think it might be... Try to see who that is who's got the ball there. I think it might... Well, it's not actually Babu, that's for sure. He's the keeper. But the run out's still affected. So they do get the run. It's just 1 run then. That means it's going to be 15 required from 4. Oh, boy. Well, what do we think? Chase or defend? Let me know in the chat. Chase or defend? There's a lot of people watching right now. It's good to see. 50 up as well for Prithvi, by the way. So that's awesome stuff. 50 from 23. He was lucky to get it. Should have been caught. Goes again. Hits down the ground. It goes straight to Divakaran. They're not going to take the run. Didn't want to expose... Gua to the bowling there. He said, no, we're not going to do that. Oh, Barbarians. Looks like they're going to shell this in the last moment. 15 for 3. It's got to go to the boundary. It doesn't go to the boundary, or does it? Oh, it doesn't. A good bit of work there from the backup who stops it getting past, and that's going to be the game. Barbarians are not going to get the win here, and Moravians are going to defend, barring any no ball or crazy wides or anything like that. Amir Hussain is bowling a terrific last over. And that puts point to exactly what I just said. He smacks the stumps. It's going to be a big win to the Moravian Cricket Club over the Barbarians. They lose 2-2. They lost the match yesterday to the Spartans. At the end of the day, they're going to lose this one to the Moravians, who have defended beautifully. The Barbarians, they were all over this about 10 minutes ago. But have a look at that. The last 6 balls, we've had 3 wickets and 3 runs and 2 dot balls. And that just shows that the middle order, the Barbarians, just couldn't hold it together, and they've buckled, completely buckled. No chance of a GB, obviously. That's a shame. I was keen. I felt it was that kind of match. Instead, though, it's 15 required off the last ball. It ain't going to happen. Tilak Kumar, the captain, comes out. And Tilak, I'll say it again, and maybe his players might want to relay this to him as well. He needs to have a look at the time that he brings himself onto bowl, because a couple of times now, I've just thought, you know what? It's the wrong time for you to bowl. You're giving away too many runs. Last ball of the game hits down the ground. Probably just going to be the one. They'll settle for just the one. The Barbarians end up on 96 for 7 after their 10 overs. They're going to end up a few runs shy. That is a bit disappointing for them. So it's going to be a 13-run victory to the Moravian Cricket Club. They've scored a good win over the Barbarians. And the good thing for the Moravian Cricket Club too, I mean, is going to be simply that, you know what, notching up that extra win notching up that extra win. As we bring you to the commentary area here, thank you for joining us one more time. What an exciting finish that was. I thought it'd be a bit closer than that, but Amir Hussain, what a great last over he bowled. And what that means is the Moravian Cricket Club have got themselves in a fantastic position now. They now can threaten even the Barbarians to jump into second place if things go their way. Barbarians got a danger match up next against the Saffron Strikers, because soon that loss they've just had and the loss they had last night against the Spartans, you know, anything can happen now. So Moravians coming off a really bad loss they had at the first game as well today. There's still a lot of moving parts to the schedule, a lot of moving parts to the standings. So you never know what can happen there. It looks like we're going to be going about 10-minute delay to the start of the next game. And that means, of course, in 20 minutes time, have a look at the clock there. Yep. It's going to be a 10-minute delay to the start of the next game. So got a bit of time there to maybe grab some lunch, grab a bite to eat, grab yourself a drink. But for the Barbarians, they've got extra 10 minutes to sort themselves out, because they've got to come back against the Saffron Strikers, who've sat out that game, watched intently, probably noticed all the things the Barbarians didn't do well and the things they did do well, and see if they can counteract that for the Moravians. They've done very well. They're going to take a break now. We're going to see them back at the end of the day against the Strikers for the second time. Looking forward to that one as well. Thank you for your company during that match. What an exciting finish it was, and I'll see you back here in about 20 minutes' time for the start of match number 3 of the day. Barbarians taking on the team of the Saffron Strikers. Don't go too far. We'll see you soon.
Welcome to match number 15 between the Saffron Strikers and Prague Barbarians. Barbarians, you have the call.
Heads.
Tails is the call, and it is heads. You've won the
We're
toss.
gonna bat first.
Okay, so Saffron Strikers have won the toss in match 15. They will bat.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Vinraj. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, welcoming you. That's right, you back to this action here at this wonderful ground, and it is going to be a couple more games coming your way. We've had two very exciting games already. Now we're going to go for the third game of the day. Of course, it's going to be the next match, and it's going to be match number 15. Saffron Strikers taking on the Prague Barbarians. Barbarians coming off a loss there to the Moravian Cricket Club after the Moravian Cricket Club came off a loss to the Saffron Strikers. So there's a fair bit going on here today. It's a bit of a funny old day. We've had a little bit of weather. It's now cleared up. The sun's shining. There could be a little bit of something maybe later on this game. Our fingers are crossed that nothing hits us. And the great thing about being in Vinraj is the weather tends to hit us and go around us sometimes. So we'll see what happens. Anyway, worry about that later. This match coming up, Saffron Strikers get a really good chance here to upset the Barbarians, who've just suffered a bit of a loss, a bit of a shock loss as well, chasing a very modest total and falling in the end 13 runs shy of chasing down 107 runs. So, hey, anything go here. We're going to see what's going to happen here. We're about to head out to the centre. I believe the players are almost ready out there. It's good to see the Saffron Strikers out there in their resplendent gear. I love that the Dutch vibe that orange is sending out. And, of course, the Barbarians in their red and dark strip are ready to go as well. So a really important game here for the Barbarians. They came in today saying they wanted to get at least one win to lock in top 2 position. For the Strikers, every win for them just means they get away from the bottom of the table, get away from Ostrava, maybe get above the Moravian Cricket Club as well, and maybe, just maybe, they might challenge the Barbarians for a spot in the Qualifier 1 come finals Friday. We're going to see what's going to happen. Never know. You never know what can happen here. I think we're good to go into the centre. Let's pop it across to our main camera and have a look and see what's going out there in the middle. Umpires out there. Batters are taking their guard. That's good to see Jaydeep Patel out there facing the first ball. They're going to go again with Jaydeep Patel and Smit Patel opening. I thought that was a really good move from the Saffron Strikers in the first game they played today. A really, really good move. So we're going to see that again, and I think that is positive. Really positive stuff from them. It shows intent. Ali Hassan Sitar has got the ball. He was greeted in the previous game with the first ball he bowled being knocked out of the park for 6 runs, something he's not used to. Let's see what happens here. The important match here for both teams. And welcome to everyone in the chat. Thanks for joining us. Thomas Martinez is in there as well. I want to give a special shout out to Amisha Gupta as well, who's out there. We enjoy your comments. Keep them coming. We just had a little conversation in the chat there on the side. But Amisha, we've got our eyes on you. Don't you worry about that. So, Ali Hassan Sitar to start off proceedings. He gets the go-ahead, and we start match number 15. And how about that for a start? He'd head out towards the boundary line. Had to reach for that one. Not a lot of footwork, but he guides that one in the gap. Look at this one more time. Just a slight little shuffle, and he reaches actually quite nicely in the end and guides it all the way to the boundary line. 4 runs to start off proceedings. During the power play, 2 players allowed out in the deep. We have Prithi, who's fielding down here in front of me in the long-off area. And it looks like Tracy is way a long way up near the wheat field. And he is at, well, it's a very square 3rd position, almost a deep backward point. Doesn't matter. 1 bounce, 4 runs across and over the covers and rolls into the undergrowth. That's a nice strike as well. Great intent shown here from the Strikers. They could really upset the Barbarians. I said at the top of the day as well, could really upset the Barbarians with a big score here. And we just saw the Barbarians trip over and fall, chasing a score of only 107 they were chasing. Excuse me, it was 110 they were chasing. And they fell 13 runs shy and only get 96 for loss of 7 wickets after 10. And it looked like they were going to get there. Prithi getting a 50, but no one else really contributing, unfortunately, for the Barbarians. Quick singles, also the order of the day. Smit Patel straight out of the blocks and the non-striker getting to the other end, calling his counterpart through. Thomas Martinez noting the Patels are up the order. Yes, indeed, Thomas, you're absolutely right. They did this in the first game as well. They put Jaydeep and Smith up at the top, and I thought it worked really well. And it allowed the Strikers to amass 147 in their 10 overs. Smith now gets taken on the body. No chance for single. Barbarians. Got to wonder how the Barbarians are feeling after that loss. I think they were a little bit shell-shocked. I really feel that they'd penciled that one in after we had the rain delay to their innings, but there was no reduction of overs. They just couldn't negotiate their way to getting the runs on the board. It was really a mysterious thing. Only Prithi really showed any resistance there. And speaking of resistance, there might be some air resistance on that Grizzly as it gets pummeled out towards the centre of the Hugo Banks field, the neighbouring field to the Scott Page field you're currently watching. That is a glorious shot from Smith. He's played a lot of cricket on this ground. You may remember him from the Premier Division final last year. Smith put together a very good cameo of a very fast scoring 30 or 40 odd, I think, in the final against the Tigers. And it wasn't enough for the PCC, the Prague Cricket Club, where he used to play for. So he is very familiar to the conditions here at the ground. That's what makes him a good all-rounder. He knows the ground very well. Played a lot of cricket here over the years, has Smith. But Ali Hassan Sitar just a little bit too clever there, and bowls a little bit slightly pace off and a little bit away movement. He gets a really good bit of outswing from the right-hander. It's going to finish with a dot. So 15 on the board after a flurry of runs from both the bats. No loss, and that's the first over done. Good start for the Strikers. So thanks again to everyone who's joining us from wherever you are in the world. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday. sit back, relax, enjoy the cricket here. This is indeed day 4 of this ECS Czechia Challenger Division. We've got one more day of group games tomorrow, and then we've got finals on Friday. So that's the situation we've got right now. After this match, one more game, and then 4 games tomorrow, and then it's finals Friday. Finals Friday is going to be huge. Just get the feeling that's going to be a really good tussle. We talk about the Spartans, talk about the Barbarians. Now we have to start talking about the Saffron Strikers, and potentially now, I'm pretty sure the door's been shut on Ostrava, and it will be the Moravians. I think those 4 teams will feature on Friday. Depending what happens here with the Strikers, if the Strikers don't get a win here in this game, and they lose the last game, and then Ostrava tomorrow come along and have a massive reversal of fortune, you never know. So it could be that 4th spot still up for grabs. Oh, bottom edge. Keeper completely deceived there. Bilal cannot get down to that one. Just a single. In case you missed it. And thanks very much to Rado for the toss noise, our official timekeeper. It is the Saffron Strikers who won the toss and elected to bat first here in this contest, just in case you missed it. If you didn't miss it, well done. Don't forget, you can find all of the lineups and the toss news on the website. That is ecn.cricket. Please go there for all of the lineups news. Go there, bookmark it. So before the start of play, you can click on that link and have a look and see who's lining up in the teams. And I know a lot of people out there are very interested in who's playing. This is lofted, but it doesn't go over the infield. It goes straight into the hands of the fielder who's there with that lovely hat on. I like the old school hats. Have a look and see this one taken. Look at this. Goes up again, AFL style. Pulls down a very good mark. And that is a nice grab from Birendra Kumar, who's already got a hat-trick to his name today. And that's a very big wicket. Smit Patel, who tried to get it over the infield. He fails. Unfortunately for him, he's also failed at the top there. So it is a big breakthrough there for the Barbarians and upsets the apple cart. That is now 16 for 1 in the second. Gupta saying he's eagerly waiting for the Premier Division with the Beasts batting and Rahul batting and Lala and all these players. Yep, we're hoping to see all those players you're mentioning come through there. Hoping to see them all. I believe Sudesh Wickramasinghe is fit to play. I believe he will be playing for PCC. I'll try and have a chat to Prakash, who's he. He's actually the president of Czech Cricket, currently helping out with the umpiring and helping with some officiating here. I'll find out from him if Beast is okay. He also has a fair bit to do with PCC. Need to try to find out a bit more from that. But as we get closer to the start, that's going to be on Saturday. We start the Premier Division. As we get closer, I'll try and find out some information on what's happening there and report back to you all. I'll make a few calls tomorrow because I'm actually off tomorrow. And Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, will be in the commentary chair tomorrow. So I'll take a break tomorrow. Vinny will be here to take you through the action. And then I will rejoin him on Friday for the finals. And the two of us will take you through the finals action. I'm looking forward to that one. The last time Vinny and I commentated together, funny enough, it was on finals day in the Portugal ECS and in the Premier Division. Hit nicely, placed well. There is protection down there, backward a point. Keep your eye on Akash Palmer. Let's see what he does here. He came absolutely out of the blocks, exploded out of the blocks in the previous game the Strikers played earlier this morning against Moravian Cricket Club, and he belted a very quick fire, 67 from 26 deliveries. They included 5 sixes and 6 fours. He didn't hang about. He chases the one wide down leg side, doesn't connect on any of that. Probably a bit of luck there for the bowler, because it probably would have gone all the way to the boundary line. For 1. 2 to come in the over. Excuse me. Something just flew into my throat. Just had a late lunch there. Palmer just being very cautious. Good delivery though from Balachandran. Good to see Balachandran back into the side. Rotating their players are the Barbarians. Now, that may be simply down to availability or maybe just a bit of match practice, because this is the last game in the Challenger Division for the Barbarians. And as I said a few times already, they came here today with the idea of getting at least one win under the belt to secure a top 2 position. Still got a bit of work to do here in this game. Oh, Bilal spills that one, unfortunately. Kind of what I see though from Patel. That's JD Patel. Good to see if he can maybe use this game to really springboard himself into a big innings here. So yes, Thomas Martinez asking about Vinny off the walkie-talkie duties for finals. He'll be here in the cabin with me for finals, and I believe it's going to be Joe Foster stepping up and stepping into the scorer's position. So it's going to be a bit of a a local boys affair here on Friday with Joe turning up, and all we need then is probably Danny and Shoban to turn up as well. It's going to be almost everybody in Prague. Oh, and Charles Croucher possibly, as that is hammered away, intentionally elevated and over the boundary rope for 6 runs. Just a swat, a disdainful swat. It was like a cut shot that was never meant to be kept down, and that goes all the way for 6 runs. Nice strike. Needed that boundary. The start of the third, 27 for 1. Power play was pretty evens, but that sort of swings things, I think, ever so slightly towards the Barbarians. Misha Gupta, it's a good question about Osama Salim, if he's going to be available on finals day. After this match, I'll ask the Barbarians. I didn't get a chance to ask him during the previous match break, unfortunately. We had a few other things to sort of try to sort out, but I will try to find that out because that's a really good point. Yeah, Thomas Martinez echoing, I think, what everyone's saying. It's going to be good to get Vinny on comms. Even Vinny's admitting it's unusual that he's here at the ground and hasn't had a chance to commentate yet. Pangs of jealousy I'm feeling in his voice sometimes, making me feel about a foot taller, which is not bad because I'm so short. Quick singles order of the day here with the occasional boundary for the Strikers. They move up to 29 for the loss of 1 wicket halfway through the third. Still 3 to come. So that man, JD Patel, doing well. Akash Palmer hasn't come out of the shed in his explosive form he did earlier, but we'll see. Is it a log cabin, Phil, says Helix. No, it's not a log cabin. It's like a converted container, I guess. Or maybe not as solid as a container. It's full. It's just swatted away. It doesn't really get after it. Shouting bowler, bowler. Keep it to 1. Good work from the fielder there. There was every chance they could have got through for 2 there, but keeps it down to 1. Good work. Yeah, I'll tell you what I'll do. Helix, I don't think you're in, not sure if you're in the Spanish squad, but I'm thinking maybe today, I really should do this. I promised Dave B I would do this. I'll try and get a little bit of video footage of the cabin that I'm in so you can understand the setup, and I'll post it on the Spanish squad. So anyone who's part of the Spanish squad, I'm going to give you a bit of an insight into where it is that I'm talking from and the setup we've got here. Show you where Vinny's sitting. That's Plum. That's fair enough too. Palmer goes. So the very damaging, explosive Akash Palmer has to go. He's really done nothing in this innings. Just meandered a couple of runs. Have a look at this one. Is it doing too much? What are your thoughts? Umpire has a really good long look at this one, and he says that's crashing into maybe middle and leg. He's just a step in front of the crease, but he accepts his fate. Does Akash Palmer, and he departs. Big wicket that one. 30 for 2 now. The Barbarians feel good about getting rid of a very big hitting, dangerous player. He yelled enough for that wicket. So, breakthrough. Prithi gets the breakthrough. Need to give Prithi a shout out in that losing effort from the Barbarians in the previous game. Scored 50 off 26, was the Lone Ranger pretty much. Just the Lone Ranger. No one else really around him was able to help him out with the batting, and that's why they went down. Little disappointing there. So Saffron Strikers now need to be careful they don't retreat too much into their shell. It's Madat coming out. Now, he's an explosive player. Madat played a great innings too this morning in that first game. 35 he scored off 15 deliveries not out, and of the 15 deliveries he faced, he hit 5 sixes, and there were 5 singles and 5 dot balls. So he's all about the 5s in that innings, but 35 off 15, and of that, 30 runs came from 6s. So he's someone who tries to hit it out of the ground. If he can't, he's happy to take a single. That's pretty much what it tells me. So yeah, the Strikers need to be careful they don't sort of retreat here. They need to keep the foot down. They need to keep pushing forward here. and don't let the Barbarians dictate terms. It's the end of the third over. Power play's done, 31 for 2 after 3 as the field spreads. And deep extra cover with a long off, a long on, deep mid-wicket. And, they're not looking to put anyone deep behind the wicket, or even as I speak. Okay, they're negotiating, pushing back. Yeah, okay, so they are pushing back a third, and third is going to come fine, maybe to help out the wicket keeper. That's exactly what he's doing. The backwards square leg, regulation backwards square leg, cover point, and fine leg up inside the circle on about a 45. Good ball. Really good delivery, that one. Balachandran bowling well here today. I'm enjoying him. I'm enjoying watching him bowl. He bowled well a couple of days ago too. I was disappointed he didn't play in the game previously. I think they really missed his bowling. But he's here today. He was unavailable this morning, but is available for this match, and that's important. Hopefully he'll be okay to play on Friday as well. I think he's a bit of a talent. Keep your eye on him. Parth Baloja is a hard-hitting batsman, says Patel Milan. You're exactly right. He certainly is. And when he comes out, and if he can fire up, he hasn't had a chance to fire up just yet, but when he does, oh boy, look out. This is Medat on strike. Now, Medat, when he played against the Moravians, I mentioned before about his 35 not out, he was looking very, very free-hitting. To be fair, though, the difference is the Moravian bowling this morning was simply not good. And I'm sure they won't mind me saying that, and they'll know themselves. They can bowl better than that. They are much more capable of better things with the ball. And against the Barbarians got a good disciplined bowling lineup. They don't get too many runs scored against them. I think the only fragile part of the Barbarians is what we saw last night against the Spartans and what we just saw in that previous game. It can sometimes be that middle order, which just struggles to pick up. I can definitely hear somebody whistling nearby. I'm not sure. That might be, is that Marzi or Vinny possibly? Or was that you? Sorry, pal, I didn't know it was you, mate. Isn't that hilarious? This is the problem with when you wear headsets and the person next to you is whistling and you're thinking, there's someone out there. There is someone out there whistling. Who is it? It's the man next to me. Goodness me. There he is. Got that this time. Cheers. Thanks for coming. We continue. Good change of pace there. Jaideep Patel missing that one. A little bit of encouragement coming from the Barbarian fielders as well for their bowler. Liking that. Expected score at 87. Everything has slowed down to a bit of a grind now for the Saffron Strikers. They were going on nicely with the top order, with the two Patels going. And now, Jaideep Patel just getting a little bit bogged down. Needs to be careful here. But it's good bowling. That's what it is. It's just simply good bowling. Cuts away. Oh, no. Well, I tell you what, the fielder might cop a little bit of something there. It was a good delivery, and it's that's a bit disappointing. Just, you know, these little moments, just get away from fielders, and yeah, it must be tough. Well, I know it is very tough to be a captain in this sort of competition at this level. Danny and I were talking yesterday at length about the Barbarians. I've been a Barbarian captain. He's been a Barbarian captain. I got to tell you, it can be quite tough going. You just expect these little things to be done correctly, but it doesn't matter how many times you say it. It's just one of those things that's very hard to get right. Shouldn't be. And remember, everybody out there, they are amateur players. They do this because they love cricket, not because they're getting paid. They do it because they love the game. Just like you guys love the game because you're watching it. Obviously, we all would aspire to play cricket and get paid to play cricket, but that's something that only a certain select few on this planet get to do. We're slightly envious of that, but that's why we love showing you the cricket coming from Europe. It's all amateurs just doing what they love, and that's why we watch it. 37 for 2 after 4. Have a look at those clouds. Wow, that's trying to pick. Is that that's off to the northwest. So that should be passing across the top of the ground, but well away from the ground. The weather forecast, the satellite did suggest that something could come over about an hour after that previous rain delay, and we're almost on that now, so that must be that little front that's coming over. Let's see if it skirts us or whether we have some other issue. We'll keep a close eye on that one. Good vision too by Fasu up in the tower. And obviously, he's got the best vision of all up there. He's also got my umbrella, so hopefully it doesn't get too wet and windy up there. Ready to bolt. Oh, how did that miss? Breathes down on his haunches. I think all of us are mentally there as well, as we're wondering how on earth did that miss the lot. Let's see this one more time. What a cracker. Oh, tell you what, another sticker on that stump and maybe it might have been rattled. That was really close. 37 for 2. Good dot. Jaideep Patel holding things together for the Saffron Strikers. Opens the face. Oh, it goes through that fielder again. Well, a real Bronx cheer coming from the Saffron Strikers. They're getting stuck into the fielders here. You might have heard that come through the effect smoke. That's just poor. That's just a fielder being reactive. And now he's being switched. They're going to send him to the other side of the ground. And let's see if Jaideep chases after him. I would. If I was him, I would. I'd be trying to hit the ball to him every chance I get. Looks like he's going to go to... I think he's waiting for instructions here. He's standing at sort of like a fly gully position. Now he's going to walk out to deep square. Nope, not deep, just a regulation square leg. Okay, the captain's wondering, where can I hide him? He's literally talking with the bowler, and I can tell they're pointing to him. They're wondering where they can hide him. They put him backward a square. Now, hopefully, I think he's right on the circle because they've got their 5 out, and that is deep backward point. They've got a boundary rider square at deep point, deep cover, cow corner, and deep mid-wicket. They've got 2 deep mid-wickets, haven't they? Yeah, one very square and one quite straight. So 2 deep mid-wickets. And keeping a bit of eye on those clouds coming over too. I think they may skirt us, but I can't see the weather behind us. But should all be coming in for the west. If anyone's got anyone's sitting at home with their Google open, maybe just have a quick look at Pochassi CZ, have a look at the satellite and tell us what's going on. Cracking over this. Really good over. Look at that. 2 overs, but we're into double digits. Everything else is absolutely miserly from the Barbarians, not when you give anything away. Punches this one down towards mid-wicket area. Just the one. Good running. They want 2. 2 would have been a little bit risque. Bowler in again. Ooh, goes to play the leg side. It just gets a leading edge out of the, just away from the fingertips of the diving bowler. Tried to complete and caught and bowled. One more time, have a look at this one. Yep, just deceived him there in the air. Just a little bit slower. Didn't pick the pace. Oh, thank you for that, Hamid. Says Pochassi says something around about 5 o'clock. Oh, that should have possibly been taken. I didn't think it was that difficult. There is backup, though, so it's not going to go to the boundary. Skipper does not hang on to that. Have a look at one more time. How close was that? So a few chances gone begging here. The Barbarians just struggling to hang on to that bar of soap being hit around the ground. I think that one should have been taken. He's already going to ground. He was pretty steady, and that's just gone to his left. Misjudgment there. Probably didn't want to get everything behind it. Not sure why. Should have been taken. Oh, we have a helicopter in the area as well. That could be Rico in the Rico chopper. Usually I say it's Vinny, but Vinny's already here. We know that. Oh, if Vinny's got the private jet, so Rico must have the helicopter. Let's hope he hasn't got an ejector seat in that copter though. Alrighty, here we go. It's 45 for 2. It's 5 overs gone. The run rate's dropped down to 9 runs per over. Expected score not even up to triple digits. That's something that they'll be looking to try to fix as well. Thanks for the information, Hamid. I'm glad you're there on Pochasi to tell us what's going on. A bit of a Butterfingers moment there as well. They get back for 2. 47 for 2. Brenda Kumar, the hat-trick man of the day. Let's see what he can do. Maybe can manufacture something. Jaideep Patel, he's on 32, going along nicely. Just retreat a little bit here. Again, just turns around the corner and gets a pretty easy 4 runs. Not looking to belt 6s here. They're not looking to get underneath the ball. Just work the ball around, and that's beautiful placement there. There's a player there. You see him in the shot just earlier. He's there for exactly that shot, but the placement was just so much better. So 50 up with that 4 as well, by the way. 51 for 2. Only 2 deliveries into the 6th over. As Brenda Kumar, who took the hat-trick in the previous game against Moravian Cricket Club. Let's see what he can do here. Also in an effort where the Barbarians weren't able to get over across the line. Oh, it swings hard at this one. Player wants it. He went back, he went forward, and then he didn't have to go so far back or forward. He should have just stood his ground, standing exactly where he were. It was hit straight down his throat. And unfortunately, a few steps here and there. Look at this. He went back, then he's come forward, and then he stuttered. And unfortunately, that's going to go to ground. Oh, Sultan Arif, who is a pretty solid player in the field. He patrols that area so well, and that's very uncharacteristic for him to put that one down. Patel breathes a sigh of relief. So Barbarians just dropping a few opportunities in these last couple of overs. Brenda Kumar loses his run up here. Bit of a puff of dust at the bowler's end too. You might see that just that little bit of dirt just as the bowler's running in. It's just a little bit unsteady there. So just kicking up a little bit of dust. Good vision. Saffron Strikers, with catches not being held, they need to make Barbarians punished. They really need to get after it. Well, they've tried to up in the air. Sultan Arif is running in, but so is mid-wicket. And mid-wicket has also spilled it. That probably about the 4th catch dropped. And I mean, legit chance dropped. And this is Ali Hassan Sitar, who drops a sitter. That was a bit too easy, wasn't it? He had no close attention from anyone else. It just didn't have the fingers in the right place. And that's gone to ground as well. I think it's the 4th drop catch. And how about that? That's insult to injury. That's salt in the wound. And the Saffron Strikers are up and about. They are yelling from the dugout. And they love that sort of stuff. They love it. Absolutely love it. It's fantastic. Drop catch and bang, 6 runs. How about that? That hurts. The Strikers were all looking over at me when I was saying that too. Massive smiles on their faces. Oh dear, that's not good though. Kumar in again. Again, this is skied. 2 players. Oh, it bounces just in front of 1 player, so you can't say it was dropped, but he just didn't quite take that extra step in for the catch. Quick throw back as well. So Medat settling in here. But I tell you what, the Saffron Strikers, they need to make the Barbarians pay for these drop catches. They really need to make them pay with some big hitting. I was wondering what that was coming past, and it's one of our good friends here from the Moravian Cricket Club bringing the bin back, so good on him. With bin duties, that's Yadav, Paprakash Yadav, who's bringing the bin back after all the bins were emptied here today. Local council coming, doing the job for us. 6 overs gone, 61 on the board. Expected score still around about that 100 mark. Now, Nandivada's got a bit to prove here. He hasn't done much with the bat, so let's see what we can do with the ball. He starts off with a rank full toss that doesn't get punished. Completely mishit down the ground, and it goes just through the mid-off area to long off, and it's just 1. Got away with that. Just reading Hamid's comment there. Reminds me of Hamid dropping catches every time Deanna was around with the camera. I remember that. That's hilarious. Thanks for the memory. 63 for 2. Nandivada. Just some slow right arm action here. And that's pulled across the line. Going to be a couple of bounces out to deep mid wicket for 1. So just a couple of 1s here. A couple of singles, a few extras, a couple of 2s, the occasional boundary. Going at around about 10 and over at the moment. Comment in the chat saying that they're paid actors. Goodness me, that's probably one of the most redundant comments I've ever seen ever in a chat. That's it's hilarious, but for all the wrong reasons. Swings hard at this one, and that's going to find the boundary rope. The other side of the boundary rope. I think the umpires are conferring. I reckon they may have carried all the way. We're going to look at a quick replay on this one. It's been indicated as 4. That's what I thought as well. I thought it went all the way. I don't know if we can influence the umpire here, but Paolo was pretty confident the replay looked like 6. I think it was. Changed to 6, and fair enough too. We had good vision on that one, myself and Paolo. We saw the replay, and the umpire quite rightly just corrected himself and said, no, that was actually 6 runs. That was the cheer you heard as well. As Medat's looking to get amongst it, Nandivada has to try again. Right, hang on. Hold your hats, folks. Robot has a question for the viewers. Nice one, Robot. What other info would you like to see in the sidebar? Nice one, Robot. Let's see what the chat want. Let's see what our viewers would like to see. Digs out of Yorker, punches down the ground, just going to be the single. Only 2 wickets fallen for the Strikers. You kind of feel in these last 3 overs, they've pretty much got carte blanche to just really start to go the absolute hammer. And there's one. It's... Oh, no. That is got... I think that's the 5th drop catch. That absolute butterfingers the Barbarians. Honestly, they couldn't catch a cold at the moment. That is tough viewing. Well, the player who dropped it, Prithi, he's got his hand on his hips. Everyone's got hand on hips. We're running out of hands and running out of hips at the moment. It's quite incredible. I think that's 5. Is that maybe even 6 catches dropped? I think it's 5. The ball, I mean, the ball's not even wet. It's not like it's a bar of soap or anything. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Saffron Strikers have to make them pay for all these drop catches. I'm losing count of the drop catches. Anybody want to try to give me a rundown on the number of drop catches? Actually, is that what we should ask Robot to do? Keep a number of the drop catches as a little stat on the sidebar. Or is that a bit too much of a dig into the fielding team? Probably is, actually. But that is incredible. Barbarians, they couldn't catch a cold right now. They're in just in a bit of a disarray. I think they're still a bit spooked from that previous game. They've come to the ground slightly undermanned. They haven't got Usama Salim, so they've lost a little bit in the bowling and the batting department. But they've still got quality players out there. Swiped across the line. Deep mid-wicket comes into play. Cleanly fielded, just the one. Cricket Master 575 with clearly no sense of humour whatsoever. Thomas Martinez, that's a better one. I like that comment, Thomas. Clearly the Barbarians were abducted yesterday by aliens and replaced by some replicas, because there's something very different about the Barbarians today as opposed to yesterday. Well, that last match yesterday, I think the abduction had already taken place. They seem like a very different outfit. What they said to me today was that they were just simply tired. A lot of players were tired. They'd played 5 games in 1.5 days. Now, a lot of viewers may sort of laugh at that and say, well, that's not too much. It is. It's a lot of work. It's a 2-hour game. You're out there for quite a while on the field. Then you're batting. Your mind's on the job. When you play 5 games in 1.5 days, it can really add up. So when they fronted up for the last game of the day yesterday, that was pretty taxing on them. And I can understand that. Jihad Islam again with a really amazing statement. I think most of us are just going to sort of laugh at that one and just move on. Salim was the difference yesterday, says Crushmaster. And can you believe it? Catch has been held. Well, it's a reversal of fortune. Watch this. Up in the air. It was in the air for a while. This is something that definitely should have been caught and was caught. And just walks in, takes the accolade and says, right, let's keep doing it again. Hamid, I do hope to catch you on the weekend. I'm going to be here on Sunday. I've got Saturday off, but I'll be here on Sunday. So I'm looking forward to seeing you up here and doing what you do best. That is get amongst the rungs and get amongst the wickets and get into the field. That's what I want to see. Looking forward to catching up with you again. Vinny will be here. Danny and Vinny will be here on Saturday to kick off the Premier Division. And then I'll be here Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Then I'm off on Thursday, then back on Friday, off on the Saturday, and then back with Vinny for finals day on Sunday. Already talking about Sunday Premier Division finals. Got to park the Premier Division for now. On the Challenge Division, we've got the Challenge Division. It's Parekh comes out. It's going to be Drupal Parekh. Oh, goes straight down the ground. Prithi with a chance. Oh, he's dropped another one, and he's juggling it as well. Oh, a decent throw might have had one of the batters in trouble there, but it was a quick throw. Unfortunately, he's put another one down. That's his second drop for the day, or for the innings. And that's probably, I think, about the 7th catch the Barbarians have dropped. I think, is he worn that on the noggin? I think it's exploded through his fingertips and just struck him on the forehead as well. That could be problematic for him. 77 for 3, get towards the end of the 8th. Dances down the wicket, launches this skyward. And can you believe it? It's another catch. So, it's yet another catch to that same player down there, the one who showed them all exactly how catches should be held. So, well done. Holds the catch. And that is that, I think it's, yeah. Nandavada, who's down there at the deep backward point position, takes his second catch in the over. So a couple of wickets fall in the over. Ali Hassan Sitar finishes with 2 for 18. 8 overs gone, 77 for 4. Saffron Strikers, now their middle order, have to try to make a fist of it and try to pile on a few runs here. Need to really try to muscle things up. I reckon, for me, they're going to need probably about 30 runs. More than 30, anything over 30 runs to them is a bonus. Anything under 30 runs is an opportunity lost. When you consider how many catches were dropped, that's what I'm feeling. I'd go back and tell you how many catches were dropped, but I don't think I've got the time. Virendra Kumar comes in for his second over. This is in the air, and this is taken as well. Well, there you go. Maybe they're starting to stick now. Ali Hassan Sitar, he put down a sitter earlier, but he's held on to that one, which is also a sitter. So I guess if it's his namesake, and sitar in his language, I think means star. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Means star, and he's a star for taking that one. And that is going to be the end of JD Patel. A very good 40 runs off 25 deliveries. Unfortunately for him, though, that's his time done. So it's 2 new batters at the crease, and they have to literally start again. So Vivek Parekh comes out, joins Yash Patel. The Barbarians have bit bat hardy. Look at that. Last 4 deliveries have been 3 wickets for 2 runs, and prior to that was 2 dots. So you can see here, this is where the Saffron Strikers completely gone off the page. Just not reading the script properly. Vivek Parekh is out there, the left-hander. He's facing Virendra Kumar. Just pushes it into the covers, sets off immediately. The throw is very high, but Vivek got home. Gets off the mark straight away. He'll be happy about that. So they say it all happens in the 9th. Well, Virendra Kumar is going to make it happen in the 9th as well. Let's try and keep all the comments in the chat positive, please. I can see a few people who maybe have put a bit of a flutter on the game are getting a bit frustrated. Well, that's not on the players or the officials. That's pretty much on you. So let's keep comments positive, please. I always like to read the positive comments. Not interested in the negative stuff. It shows a bit too much personality when that happens. As Barinder Kumar continues. Swing and a miss. He's a bit filthy himself. Goes for a walk towards square leg. Not happy with himself is Yash Patel. Yash Patel, the man who, when he bowls, he tends to land flat on his face a lot. He fell, I think, 5 times yesterday. I counted 5. And he's already fallen twice today in his bowling efforts for the Saffron Strikers. I'm not sure. I want to be a bit cheeky and ask him what about his tread and about his shoes, but I haven't tested his sense of humour yet, so I don't know how well that'll go down. Just not enough big overs there for the Saffron Strikers. You see the runs per over graph on the side of your page. Just not enough of them. Straight towards deep point. Just the single. Very good over this one from Barinder Kumar. He was a bit more expensive in the previous over that he bowled. In fact, he actually went for 16 in that first over. He's come back. He's got a wicket. Only 2 runs and a couple of dots. Looking to finish strong. 79 for 5. Last ball of the 9th coming up. It's going to be tough. It's going to be very, very tough for the Saffron Strikers trying to defend this. Swings, goes in towards mid-wicket. Just the single again. Barbarians won't mind singles at this stage of the game. When boundaries should be flowing, it's just a few singles and a few dots. And the Strikers, when they lose a few in their top order, the middle order, they're not sure how to find the boundary line. And the bowling just suddenly has gone up a notch here from the Barbarians as well. Barinder Kumar take a bow. 1 wicket, 3 runs off the 9th. That is a really, really excellent effort from him. 1 more over to come. Score is 80 for 5. 1 more over to come. Where can the Saffron Strikers get to? This was a really big opportunity for the Strikers to maybe try to replicate some of the magic that they showed us in that previous game against the Moravian Cricket Club and just sort of enforce it a little bit on the Barbarians. Barbarians coming off a loss against Moravia 2 were just a little bit brittle, but as it's turned out, it's the Saffron Strikers who haven't really sort of lived up to expectations. 80 for 5 after 9. 1 over to come. Looking over to the dugout area, I can see Pathologia, he's got the pads on. I can see, just wait for that one in just a moment. You can see the throw coming in. Chancing a second. Oh, there's confusion here. There was never a second on. The ball was in the hands of the bowler who was only about 4 meters away from the stumps. So try to go the ramp. Right idea, but the field placement was a little bit too good. Yeah, Pritesh Surveyor has also got the pads on, so either he or Pathologia will come in if a wicket falls now. Just changing the field up a bit here for Nandavada. That's his quicker ball there. Yash Patel has no answer for that. Good night to Chris Addison. Thanks for joining us today, Chris. Always good to have your company here, my friend, and I look forward to seeing you here tomorrow, although I will be not here tomorrow, but I will be there in the chat, so hopefully I'll catch you then. Otherwise, I'll see you on Friday for finals and Peacock Friday. Big day Friday. Everyone should be wearing their Peacock Friday shirt. This has been launched in the air, and there's nobody back there. It doesn't matter. It's gone straight to the Saffron Strikers dugout, so they got something to cheer about finally. It's been a bit quiet from the dugout ever since the drop catches stopped, but now the ball's been smacked in their direction for a big 6. Just adding a bit of impetus to the innings here. They jumps up now to 87 for 5. 3 balls to come in the innings. And once again, I can see just a few people in the chat. They're going to be upset about the score on the board, and maybe that's because you've invested in the wrong thing. And it's always looking for someone else to blame. But hey, that's part and parcel with the fun of doing what you do. That's why we do what we do. Put on a really good fun exhibition of cricket here for you to be entertained by. Vivek on strike. Field changes over. 2 balls left in the innings as the field switches over. Swings hard at this one. It's going to go to the boundary. No one's going to catch that. That's along the deck, and it goes square behind, just behind square. 4 runs. Nice strike, that one. And something very loud and heavy is flying somewhere behind us. So one more to come. 92 for 5. Last ball of the innings coming up. As long as it's a correct and good delivery, we'll see. Nothing wide, nothing short, nothing silly. No balls. Finishes with a dot. Good comeback from the bowler, having been hit for 4, just saying good comeback. So it is 12 runs off the last over. It ends up being 92 for 5 after 10. So not a bad score from the Saffron Strikers, but you do feel, me personally, I feel that's about 25, 30 runs shy of where they wanted to be against the Barbarians. I feel that that's a score the Barbarians will feel good about, but they've still got to score it. They were unable to chase down a very modest total of 110 in the previous game. They only got 96 in the end. So still, you do feel this is in the Barbarians' arc. They'll feel very confident about this one. And we're going to find out soon exactly how it's going to go. So Saffron Strikers, they won the toss, selected to bat. 92 for 5 is their score after 10. And now it's time for us to take a short break as the players come off the field. Everyone's going to be regathering their thoughts as the Barbarians celebrate what is half a game done. They need to come out and really command the second half. We're going to find out shortly if they can do that. Don't go too far away. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network saying to you, don't go too far away. We've got the run chase coming up in about 10 minutes' time. Look forward to seeing you there soon. And yeah, hopefully, we're going to see a very exciting run chase coming your way. You're watching the European Cricket Network. Check out Challenger Division on the European Cricket Network. We'll see you soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Welcome back, cricket fans, to the Vinosh Cricket Ground on the outskirts of Prague. It's the continuation of this wonderful, closely fought match 15. Saffron Strikers taking on the Prague Barbarians Cricket Club here in this ECS Czechia 2026 edition. It is the Challenger Division as well. Phil G here to take you through the action of this run chase as we see if the Saffron Strikers can defend what was, I have to say, a pretty modest total. They managed to amass for themselves a score of only, 70? No, not 77. It was end up being 93. Get the numbers right, Phil. Read the right page. 92. So 93 for the win. 92 for 5 after 10. So 93 for the win for the Barbarians. Barbarians fell short, chasing a total of 110 for a win in the previous game. Let's see if it's different Barbarian team out there in the centre. The Strikers with a fair bit of work to do to defend this total. It's going to be tough, especially against a team like the Barbarians, as we start the run chase. Start with a wide ball, a loosener. The loosener. We need to get rid of the loosener. I think it's a bit of a myth. I think it's just a bowler getting a little bit too ahead of themselves there as Surveyor pushes that one a little bit too outside the tram line on the offside. Is it possible? Is it not? Jahid Islam says they're actually paid actors in the middle. They're not actually cricketers. If so, why can't I get some of that? I'm not sure where that comes from. It's good to have a playful sense of humour. It must be a lot of fun. Now, there's a bit of a pause here. I'm not sure what that's about. Just everyone's looking around. Are we not quite set maybe with the scoring? Just bear with us a moment. I think we're just pausing to make sure that the scoring is actually up and running. I think maybe Vinny was just finishing his lunch. No, I'm just kidding. There was just some little technical glitch there. We're just going to make sure we've got everything good and ready to go because this is a very important match for both these teams. Barbarians would love to get the win here, so then they hold on to a top 2 position if they get the win here. If the Strikers can win this one, they suddenly open the door to a possibility, if things go their way, to even maybe sneak into a top 2 position. You never know, because the Barbarians have dropped a couple of games now. They wouldn't want to drop a third. And off the mark. With the single out towards the mid-wicket. So there's a fair bit to play here for both teams. The Saffron Strikers probably will understand that if they can get a win here, it could be really, really critical for them to maybe get wins tomorrow, and they could actually force the Barbarians out of a top 2 position. Currently, Barbarians sitting second on the standings, but they need a win to hold on to that spot, or else the door will stay open throughout all tomorrow, and it could defend on some very, very interesting results. Ostrava are playing. It's a wide shown there by the umpire. Ostrava are playing tomorrow as well, so yeah, it could be a bit problematic. That's why this is such an important game, and Barbarians need to knuckle down here and really get a win. Strikers, they could upset everything here if the Barbarians are getting a win. Oh, now hand on head from the bowler. I'd have thought there might have been a bit of tickle on that. Not sure if I heard or saw anything there. That was unable to hang on to that one, a little bit too hot to handle. Hello to Terry Richmond and hello to Montelus, who joins Thomas and the rest of the gang there in the chat. Good to see you both. Good to see all 3 of you. Takes hand off the bat with that cut shot. It's going to be a chase on. No fancy footwork. Gets away from the player running out towards deep backward backward point. And that is 4 runs across the deck. Funny old shot that. Took his hand off the bat. Still made enough power into that one to blast it away. Sultan Arif and Prithi there open the batting. He just got off the mark with his first ball he faced for a single. Arif there gets off the mark with a boundary, a couple of wides in there as well. Savia with the duty to open the bowling. Oh, that cut in. That was a lovely delivery. Pitched, landed on something, possibly the seam. And it's cutting that in nicely and can't get it away. Hello to Paolo Campini. He's also in the chat. Hello to everyone in the chat. Thanks for joining us today. Hope you're having a great Wednesday wherever you're watching from around the world. Exciting game coming your way now. This run chase, very exciting. 90 required off 58. I'll tick down in a moment. Oh, wow. Swings hard at this one. That's going to be a chase on as well. Well picked up. Really good bit of work there in the field. And the throwback was pretty accurate for someone who's spinning and pirouetting at the same time. I don't think I'm out of line by saying that might have been Smith Patel who got that one. Have a look at that. Well done. Very well done. Desperate stuff in the field. Terry Richmond, always a pleasure to see you in the chat there, Terry. This one gets slight bit of away movement. Well, it's funny, interesting, because before the wide was signalled, the bowler turned to the umpire and tried to plead his case about the wide, which kind of showed a bit of guilt there. So can't close out the over with that delivery. Try it one more time. 9 on the board. So the run rate is pretty much thereabouts where it has to be. Oh, cuts in again. Nice little bit of movement there. So Xavier getting the ball to dance around a little bit once it pitches in the right spot. Can't stop the single though. And that is going to be the end of the first over. A bit of a telling first over for both Barbarians and for the Saffron Strikers here. It's going to be 10 off that first over. A good over. Good little display bowling there because that ball was just jumping around a little bit there. I really liked it. Terry and Paolo in the chat. Good to see you both. Both doing the right thing. They're our moderators. The boys in blue, they look after you in the chat. And if you look after them, everyone's going to have a great time on the ECN chat. And that's what we want to see. Contributions and all sorts of good fun comments that we can read out on air and get you noticed as well. So, Smith Patel now. Charging into bowl the second. Just lose a bit of his waywardness there. Pitched outside off, but then maybe it's a hair-related problem as he's just tidying his hair up a bit there. I think that may have been the problem, but he's all right now. Good competitor is that man Smith. Great fielder, very dynamic fielder, always on the move. Handy bat as well, and very handy with the ball because he's bowling the second over in the power play. There you go. Just can generate that little bit extra pace there. It's exactly what he's done. Saffron Strikers got that ball just moved around. Have a look at that swing he got. When he let it go, it was really going down towards the outside the tram line. It swung in and then just pitched and kept its line. Beautiful delivery. Really not really equal to the task there. This one also gently swings in. Not as much pace as the previous ball. Bit of a fumble there. Maybe turn and maybe try and go for a second. Admits his error there by holding the hand up. And everybody's still friends. $13 for no loss. Delicately poised. Feel a bit of tension out there at the moment. 80 required from 52. Just pushes with soft hands into the covers. Allows the run to be taken. Had it been hit any harder, probably no run on. So someone in the chat just mentioned Johnny Heason. Watch out for him when he's in the chat. He is dynamite. He's someone who likes to see the chat nice and friendly and rotating with many messages. Chat for league before. Everyone's running in. A couple of players run to the stumps of the bowlers, and that's good to see. There's an appeal for a run out as well. So a couple of appeals turned down. A few hands on heads as well. The Barbarians are looking a bit bemused. Well, that's a bit of a shocking appeal for leg before because that's missing probably another set of stumps. It's probably missing that. The throw then comes in. And, yeah, the keeper had a little bit of extra work to do, but the Barbarian batters, Rithi, was well and truly across the line by then. 2 to come in the over, 15 on the board. As the sun breaks through the clouds, see the shadows on the ground there, it's always a good sign. The umpires are just conferring for a moment, just holding up play for a second. That's okay, the umpires like to get it right. They've done a cracking job too so far in this league. Really good to see. Oh, the miss hit. Patel goes up one-handed. He had to because otherwise he was never going to make it with two hands. Just out of the outstretched fingertips. He's absolutely gutted. Brings the false shot. One more time. Look at this. Just completely gets a false shot. Goes one-handed. Extends as far as he can off the deck as well. Oh, boy. That's an opportunity. Tough chance, though, for the bowler. Smith in again. Last ball, the over. And they're happy to let him dot up there. Sultan Arif and Strikers then said, no, hold your ground there, Prithi. Hold your ground there. We'll take a dot. That's okay. 15 for no loss after 2. It's a bit of slow going here for the Barbarians. Not the usual rocket selves. That over was excellent from Smith Patel. 78 required of 48. A lot of work to be done. People in the chat talking about chase or not chase. It could be tough. It's going to be very tough. So the Barbarians may face up against a tougher one here. So also a little bit of news come from the Barbarian camp. I can tell you now that I've been told by the Barbarians that Usama Salim is not available for the rest of the tournament for the Barbarians. So he will not be playing finals Friday. Just repeating, Usama Salim, who did very well yesterday and the day before for the Barbarians, he's unavailable for finals Friday. In fact, he's actually out of the country. He already had travel plans, which he couldn't disrupt. This is up in the air. Chase is on to stop this one. Well, a little bit of foot fielding, which didn't even touch. And the problem there was that one fielder running across with the foot field, he's almost tripped up the other fielder coming from the other direction. So I know a few people in the previous match, the Barbarians taking on Moravian CC, were asking the question about, well, they're going to miss Usama Salim. They will indeed. He's not available for finals Friday for the Barbarians. He was always had holidays planned, and he's jetted off out of the country with family. So that's what that's about. And that's been hit straight down the throat of the mid-wicket, who's held on to a good diving forward catch. Hard one to take, but well taken nonetheless. And that is a big breakthrough here. Look at this one more time. Just cuts in nicely. Cannot get on top of this one, keep it down, and he can't elevate enough. That's a very good diving forward catch there. Holds the ball. You can see the ball's been held above the ground as well. That's very, very good bit of fielding. And gets a well-deserved hug from his bowler. And now Nevada has to come in, as that is a big, huge wicket, as Sultan Arif has to go. Hamid asking me about Divi Singh. No, so apparently the story with Divi is that he's also out of the country, but for work at the moment. That's part of the thing about Divi, is that his work takes him out of the country. So he's unavailable. However, the Barbarians got a few names coming back into the team for Friday action. I don't want to say too much about who they're going to be, but I can tell you now that the word around, well, from the Barbarians, is that Vaishak and Mullery are both available to play on Friday. It should come back into the side, should strengthen them both with batting and bowling. So that's a really good sign for the Barbarians, even though they don't have Usama Salim, who's out of the country with family commitments. They're going to get Vaishak back, and they're going to get Murali back, which is really a really big inclusion. I spoke to Captain Tilak during the break, and that's what he told me. And he said, yeah, looking forward to that. Also, Barbarians looking forward to a good rest day tomorrow too, having playing their 8th game in 3 days, so they're looking forward to a break. Xavier comes into bowl, and straight away, look at that. Look at the way that ball cuts in. This is some amazing bit of movement off the pitch from the bowlers, and Xavier is an exponent of this. This is, how close was that again, Paolo? That looked really, really close indeed. Paolo just held up his fingers very close together, and it missed by that much. Nandivada needs to make sure he gets pretty straight bat on this one. He's going to be in a bit of strife. So 20 for the loss of 1 wicket. 78 required from 44. Barbarians just being a bit cautious here. Just get that feeling they haven't gone full throttle yet, but the ball's moving around. This is a lovely shot, goes out towards deep mid-wicket, and there's nobody out there protecting the boundary deep. Deep fielders were a boundary rider on the offside and the long off, which is Akash Palmer fielding just in front of us here. There's nobody out there on the leg side deep of Obviously, because the power play is still in effect. Only effect for one more delivery, though. Hamid saying that the Spartans seem strong candidates. They do look strong candidates, don't they? The Spartans, I've been impressed with them. They were they played in the final of the Challenger Division last year, and they came up against a very focused Vinerati team who got the win, and therefore they got the promotion to the Premier Division. Wide ball indicated there. Umpire's not going to fall for any sort of silliness about whether that's been nicked or not. He knew that. So 73 of 43 with that wide. Ticks up a little bit more. 25 for one. Getting towards the end of the third. And tucked away on the leg side. Should be just the one as they cross. Throw comes in, taken cleanly. So 26 for one after three. 72 required from the last 42. Again, looks like we've got a bit of a thriller on our hands here, barring any crazy Barbarian style collapse that we saw yesterday in the last game of the day, or any crazy loose magical overs from the Saffron Strikers. Could be another real close game coming your way. Big appeal there, going down leg, I think. Let's just flick the pad and continue down leg. Have a look at this one again. Yeah, definitely going down leg, always missing leg. Height as well could be a conversation too as well. Vivek, during the match break, as he walked past me earlier, he did say nice things about me? And Vivek, of course I did. I'm enjoying his bowling, actually. He's a tall fella, get a good bit of lift off the deck. He's a good competitor. Oh, a good throw, directly hits the stumps. And given this is a run out of nowhere, Brethi has to go, and the Saffron Strikers look at the get around. That's how important this wicket is. They know how massive this is. It's that hesitation. Then he's watching the ball. Throw comes in. It's a direct hit. Have a look at this. It's not even close. The bat's knocked down, and even if then he's 2 meters shy, that is a huge wicket out of nowhere. Saffron Strikers made a bunch of noise then, and that was such an important wicket. Oh, Rithi has to go. So they what? The first batter who came. Fair enough. Very cool. Target was adjusted. Perfect. Thank you. Absolutely massive. So I've got a bit of news here for you. There was a 5-run penalty for the batter taking too long to get to the crease. That was the first wicket that fell. The batter took too long to get to the crease. Therefore, the target was inflated by 5 runs with a penalty. That's why the target has changed. That's official from the scorers and the officials here. Just say that one more time. There was an eagle-eyed person in the chat who asked the question about that, and I had a look at that, had a conversation. So yes, indeed. The target has been increased to 97, 5 penalty runs added because the first Barbarian wicket that fell, the batter was too slow to get out to the centre and he was timed out. Took longer than a minute, and the officials and the umpires have awarded 5 penalty runs to the bowling team. And that is confirmed. So the score on the board is confirmed. It's 98. 98 is the target. That's a bit disappointed by the Barbarians, just taking their eye off the prize there. Oh, Vivek can't believe his luck here. He's picked up well, he hasn't picked up the wicket, but he was there for the wicket for the run out. He himself deserves a wicket. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing here with the bowling. Looking skyward and saying, what do I have to do to get myself a wicket here? Last ball of his first over. He's going to come up after this. He has a bit of a stutter and a bit of a rethink. So, in case you missed it, just getting on the back of what Thomas Martinez said about the 5 penalty runs, I can confirm 5 penalty runs were added because one of the Barbarian batters who came in after the first wicket fell was unfortunately, he came a little bit slow. And he took longer than a minute, and the officials have penalised the Barbarians to the tune of 5 runs. Parek, third time's a charm. Come on, Parek, you can do it. And he does. And it's pushed into towards extra cover. Just going to be the one, always going to be the one. And that's going to finally finish that 4th over. It took a little while to get there, but we got there. Vivek finishes with, well, they don't take a run after all that. That's interesting. So just none for 1 for Parek. Well bowled. Good over for him. So there we go. So the revised score, as I was just saying, the revised score by the Saffron Strikers is 97 for 5. It was previously 92 for 5. 5 penalty runs added due to a batter for the Barbarians taking their time to get out to the centre, and they were penalised by 5. So that's what that is, in case you're wondering. .27 for 2 after 4. Smith Patel to bowl his 2nd over now. Ooh, could have easily got an edge there. Nandivada just doesn't know much about what's going on. I'm a bit worried about him because he just seems to be just like deer in headlights here. Just not sure what sort of shots he's even playing there as well. The Barbarians don't need a lot of runs, but they need runs. He's got 2, faced 4 deliveries. Barbarians need to just shake off a little bit of apathy here. And I'll tell you what, they're not shaking it off. I'll tell you who's shaking it, and that is the Saffron Strikers. They are all over the Barbarians now as they're getting the ball to cut in off the pitch like this. Just takes a little bit of the leg and slams into the wickets. And that is, well, it's probably done him a favour, really, because he really was not doing well. Nandivada getting a bit concerned about him there. Nitya Patel at the non-strikers end. He's just standing there, hand on hips with the bat hanging over his shoulder, wondering what's happening next. As new batter's about to come in. The Barbarians, they look shaken, absolutely shaken. They look a little bit tired as well. Surely that not going to be down to match fitness, because a number of teams throughout the European Cricket Series in various countries, they are asked to play 3 games a day for a few occasions, then come back to bowl and bat for 2 more games. It's not unusual. But it's unusual to not have a depth of players to handle that sort of fatigue issue. So the Barbarians have only got themselves to blame with the selection here. Bilal Samad comes in. He should be fresh. He hasn't played until today. So I'm expecting him to be able to stand tall, and he'll have to stand tall for his team, facing the 3rd ball of the over. Tries to hooks it in the air, goes around the corner. Good round of applause there for an effort in the field to save that one getting through. This one keeps straight, just goes over the tram line. Patel appeals to the umpire to his good nature to call that a wide. That was never going to happen, never going to be called a wide. Say hello to Lion Sahi in the chat. Lion Sahi, please, you're a moderator, so please know all caps. So you take your caps off. We ask others to do it, so we should lead by example as a moderator. And that's been punched out towards the boundary. Who's going to win that race? The ball wins the race. That is a desperately needed boundary there for the Barbarians, as Patel really leans into this one and hits it very nicely. It was more of a cover drive, actually, back foot cover drive as he stepped away, and he's beaten the outfielders and the infield as well. Nice shot. 32 for 3, getting towards the end of the 5th. Barbarians really making a bit of a meal of this, as they did with the previous run chase. It's 66 need off 31. Let's see if they can finish the over. Pulls us around the corner. Oh, a bit of a tough prospect. Went pretty quick to the player there at mid-wicket. Going to come back for a second. Good running, good hustle, good run. Gets back for 2. Now these two, Patel and Samad, need to put their heads together and make sure they stay together for the Barbarians and could try to muscle this one up. That's 7 off the over. There was a wicket as well. Saffron Strikers are well and truly in the driver's seat. 77% chance of a win according to our number crunchers. Thank you to Lion Sahi. I appreciate that. No, Paolo Campini. We need to lead by example. And moderators, I'll ask moderators to please not write in caps. We ask others not to write in caps, so we should do the same. So Paolo, nope, disagree with that. It's not okay to do that. Samad and Patel. It's up to the Barbarians here, up to these two. 3 wickets gone, 34 on the board, only 34 runs scored in the first 5 overs. Parth Balogia bringing himself on. So 64 from 30 required. That run rate now is just a tad under 13. Big over this one, really big over. Need to get after Parth. Hit down the ground. Going to be just the one, unless they take it on the misfield. Dangerous to run on a misfield. Well, the throw back, the batter turned around at the non-striker's end only to find the ball was already in his breadbasket and he could do nothing apart from put his hand out and stop it from hurting him. Oh boy, that could have really, really hurt. 34 for 3, jumped up to 35 for 3. Parth Balogia searching for another win here for his strikers if he can get it. The captain here leading with the ball now. Swing and a miss. They don't need a lot of runs. They don't need to score 10 sixes in the next 10 deliveries, the Barbarians. And I just feel like sometimes they revert to type and they don't need to do this. For the strikers, they will be enjoying the way the Barbarians are just slowly just losing it a bit here. And feeling like everything's got to go to the boundary. It's middled. It's a great shot. Just saying, not everything has to go like that. Just need to play each ball on its merits and don't premeditate. It's a lovely strike. This is going to bounce, I think, just inside the rope. It does indeed. It's 4 runs. So pressure off with that boundary slightly. But they need to keep it going, the Barbarians. Patel needs to keep it going. Samad needs to help him out as well. These two need to stay together. Out to Cal corner. It just dribbles into the hands of the fielder who throws it back. Path continues. Delicately poised this game. Very delicate. Missed a lot. Keeper misses it as well. Well, you need to be going at, well, let's call it 14 and over. Let's call it 14 runs and over, and the Barbarians are just missing a bit of a trick here. They're going to run out of deliveries because it's they need a lot of runs from not too many deliveries. There's only 4 overs to go, and this is the problem they've got. They're going to need a lot of runs from these next 4 overs. Need to be going at, yeah, 14 runs and over, and maybe then some. Hello to Wayne there in the chat. Good to see you, Wayne. Always good to see you, Wayne. Kind of miss you, actually. I haven't seen a lot of you in the chat, but I understand there's a lot going on in your world, and there's a lot going on. So when you do pop up, mate, it's an absolute pleasure to see your name. 40 for 3 after 6. 58 needed from the last 4. Need to go at 14 and over. Well, call it 14 and a half. Let's just, for argument's sake, call it 15 runs and over. So the Barbarians have almost put themselves in a position of needing magical overs here. They need something big. Next 2 overs are going to be vital. Need to get to the boundary. Need to find boundaries. Don't overstate the obvious, but that's exactly what it is. Crushmaster nailed it. Good comment there, Crushmaster. Thanks for saying that. It's just been knocked away to the player who's down there at 3rd on the boundary line. There's a good field placement. I've got to say, Parth Balogia, the captain of the Saffron Strikers, needs to take a bit of a bit of a credit here because his field placements, I think, has been very, very good today. Very much enjoyed exactly what he's doing. Swings hard at this one, connects. One bounce to the player at deep mid wicket, gets the ball back in a hurry. Yeah, doing well, thanks, Wayne. Doing very well indeed. Looking forward to a day off tomorrow, though. Give my mouth a bit of a rest from all this talking. I did a quiz last night, and I feel like I was talking for about 4 hours non-stop during the quiz. So this combined with the commentary, sometimes a little bit solo. It's add up. Whoa, that took a bit of a bounce. Now, down in that part of the ground, we've seen a few Tortugas here. Look at this take off. Wow, if our pitch behaved like that, there'd be all sorts of trouble. Be proper sweet chin music as that goes flying over the top of the fielder. That's hilarious. Hello there to Desica, who's also joined us. Look, Desica, I'm fine with you lurking in the chat, but really appreciate you popping up and dropping a message. I feel the love. Thank you very much for saying that. And, oh, tipped over the bar. You wouldn't believe it. That's one of the players who definitely should have caught that one. He's someone you could almost rely on. Smith Patel. He runs backwards. He tips it over the bar, and it's going to go for 6. Into the fingertips and over. Oh, he'll be gutted. His team will be gutted too. 50 up with that as well. So here come the Barbarians. Look out. 13 off the over so far. Another 2 runs, and the Barbarians would have won the over. Let's see how this goes. Yash Patel. It's a slower delivery. It's a clever delivery as well. So Saffron Strikers win the over. Only 13 from it. That's below what was the required rate. And it's now 45 required from the next 3 overs. So 15 and over from here on in. 45 off 3. Run rate is completely up to 15. Wow, this is going to be tough. A few people talking about the volleyball effort there by Smith Patel on the boundary line. It was indeed, wasn't it? That's a way to really hurt your fingertips. Oh, Path Bolodja dishes one up, and it gets put out of the ground as Patel gets in amongst that one and really gives it a proper welly. Look at this. It was agricultural. It really was, but he got enough of that and placed it really well. Maybe more by accident than the design, but hey, it doesn't matter. You take it any way you can get it. So Captain Bolodja taking a bit of risk here, bowling himself. So 15 runs required per over. Next 2 overs, Barbarians will want to be getting much more than 15 per over, just so they don't leave it all for the last couple of deliveries. Hit down the ground. Couple of bounces. Long off. Just the 1 run. Oh boy. Getting a bit tense out there now. It's all happening. Path in again. He tries to walk across and play it towards leg side. Got to be careful there. If you miss it, you are an LBW candidate. And he's probably just gotten away with that. Now it's 39 off 15. Alarm bell should be ringing in the head of every Barbarian as they're going to say, well, what are we going to do here? You see he steps across there, almost end up in a world of strife. Shout to catch. Oh, well done to Smith. Gets the body behind it. He doesn't allow it to get through, and that was more important than the catch for mine. I think that was much more important. He saves a possible boundary. It's going to make it tougher now. 38 off 14. 60 for 3 on the board, chasing a very modest total of 98. Good shot, played out along the deck, but straight to the fielder. Ones are not going to cut it for the Barbarians. They've got to find the boundary, and they need to find it for a big over in the next over. The 9th over is going to be absolutely massive. 37 off 13. This delivery is going to be huge as well. It's a wide ball. That's going to help things for the Barbarians. Just ticks it up by 1. Gets it to 36 required from 13. Bowl that one again, Path. Let's see if Patel can do something about this. They'd want to see this out of the ground, the Barbarians. Oh, no. Well, They're not going to get out of the ground. It's going to be wicket. Path has done the job there. He wins the over, and he may have just won the game for his team as well by putting it straight and a little bit quicker as well. And that was a very good delivery to get that dismissal. So Nijat Patel has to go. It's a shame, though, because Patel was looking pretty good, and now it's going to be on the shoulders of Samad. And is that Barendra Kumar coming out to join him. So between the two of them, Barendra is no slouch with the bat. Don't worry about that. But it's the pressure of the last 2 overs, needing 36 runs, that may be a bit too much. Well, we're going to find that out very shortly. So get ready, folks. I know there's a few people watching. I can see the numbers. A lot of people watching, a lot of interest in the game. Let's see. Is it going to be Vivek bowling? Vivek Parekh is bowling probably the most important over he's bowled so far in this tournament. There's a lot on his shoulders here. He needs to make sure there's no wides. He needs to make sure he gets it all exactly where it has to get to. And that is on the money, outside off or on the stumps. He starts. We're going to start the 9th. All happens in the 9th. Oh, flicked away here on the leg side. There is protection down there. And, oh, has he saved it? I think he might have saved that. He has indeed. Good work. Gets a round of applause from almost every Saffron striker on the ground. Couldn't see who that was, but saved a certain boundary. And that is a really good fielding position to be at this time of the innings, with 11 deliveries to go and 34 required. Parekh in again. Bends the back. Swung away and straight down the hands, straight into the hands of and down the throat of the deep mid wicket, and that could be game, set and match right there. Samad has to go. He middled it, but it was a flat shot. It would have gone for 6 if not for that person right there who leapt, took the catch above the eyes and held onto it with no juggle, no mess, no fuss. Good catch, and that could be the game. Barbarians turn up needing just one game to secure that top 2 spot, and it looks to me like they're just going to leave the door open for another team to maybe knock them out of that position. .34 required off 10. Mathematically still possible, but becoming more and more improbable. And singles are not going to bother the strikers whatsoever. So the bowlers, Vivek Parekh is bowling so well. Can you believe 1 for 4 off his 1.5 overs, doing an excellent job for his team. Saffron Strikers looking within touching distance of a great win here over the Barbarians. This is really going to just shake up the whole Challenger division. They can pull this one off. Oh, it gets away from the keeper. It's going to get away from everybody. Runs all the way for 4 leg byes. At least it wasn't a mini-mo. It was leg byes and 4 of them. Match 15. It's got a fair bit going on here. 29 off 8 required. Just needs a bowler to be really disciplined here. The fielders to be on. Oh, it's full. He gets away with it as well. Can't believe that. Gets away with it. Unfortunately for him, Barendra Kumar wasn't able to quickly get into the position to fashion that into a big hit towards leg side as that came in on the full toss in towards the hip. And he was not able to get into position. Maybe just sort of shocked him a little bit that it was actually pitched that in that area. 29 off 8. Going to turn into, 28 off 7 when the score ticks over. Leg byes indicated. I think the umpire in all the excitement forgot to indicate leg byes as we all saw it as. And that score will be updated in just a moment. Oh, he pushes that one wide. It was going to be the last ball of the over, but it's not. It's the second last ball of the over. As that one goes wide, we'll re-bowl that one again. 27 off 7. 71 for 5. Barbarians may have left themselves too many runs to get in the last. Let's try that again. Oh, he's gone for another wide. just at the end of this over. Needs to close out the over here, does Prague. Needs to close it out for his Saffron Strikers. Finish the over, get into the 10th. It's now 26 off 7. Look at that, 4 leg byes, 1 leg bye, a wide and a wide. Haven't gotten that wicket early on in the over as well. Comes in again. Could be the last ball of the over. Could be another wide. It is another wide. Maybe there's a sense of theatre here as we're just struggling to finish the over. We want to get into the 10th. It could be a big win beckoning here, but one of their strike bowlers bowling out needs to really get this one on the money. When I say the money, I just mean is get it on target, of course. Well, looks like the change of angle coming from around the wicket this time yields a bye. That's going to be the end of the over. Here's Walker back to the mark with the pill. Needs to hand it back. It's 24 needed off the last. We've seen it happen before. I'm not sure if the Barbarians have got it in their firepower to do it this time around. 9 overs gone, 74 on the board for loss of 5 wickets. And it's getting really tough out there. Yep, this is really, really going to be tough now for the Barbarians. Something magic here from the new batter, Kodole, or else it's all over, she said, waving her wooden leg. It's going to be Yash Patel. He's got a bit too much pace. Watch out, though. He tends to fall on his face a few times when he bowls a fast delivery. I don't know if it's a ploy to sort of upset the batters with a bit of a giggle. I'm not too sure, but hopefully he won't go over. I don't like seeing him falling flat on his face. It's not cool. It's also not healthy either. Have a look at the scoring percentages there. 67% of the scores in front of the wicket on the leg side, and that shows the Barbarians just been a little bit one-dimensional with their batting. Starting the last right now. Start with a dot. Saffron Strikers are going to notch up a very good win here, a really good win. They're going to knock off the Barbarians, who are pretty much favoured in this tournament, alongside the Spartan team, the Prague Spartans. Saffron Strikers, they've put their hand up and they said, hey, 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 don't you dare forget about us. We're still here. Oh, where are you going, man? Oh, no. Well, it's one thing to say, where are you going? But then you have to say, the wicketkeeper, why didn't you run him out? He was gone for absolutely miles. Where was he going? He even turned around and looked at the keeper and saw that the keeper had the ball. So I'm not sure what that's about. That's a brain fade. That's a mother of all brain fades. Couple of dots, game's gone. Saffron Strikers are going to get a win here, and they're going to get a very good win indeed. Even though those 5 penalty runs were added to their score, I don't think that would actually come into it. They're still going to get a very comfortable win over the Barbarians. Barbarians just couldn't show enough grit. Lost wickets early. Saffron Strikers bowled well, fielded well. They were making a lot of noise in the field. They acted like a team who wanted to win, and they're going to get the bickies in this one. They're going to win the chocolates. And that is going to see them right as they go into the final game of the day against Moravian Cricket Club. That is going to be a great tussle because both of these teams met earlier this morning. The Saffron Strikers had a big win over the Moravian Cricket Club earlier this morning. Both teams have now had big wins over the Prague Barbarians, who were one of the favourites to be in the finals on Friday. And then they get to face off at each other again in the final match. This final match coming up today, starting at about 1:30. Maybe it'll be about a 10-minute delay on that one. I would suggest so. I think it's been agreed. Yep, excellent. Thank you, Paolo. So we're going to start that next match at 20 to the hour, so at 15:40 local time. That's about 19 minutes away, in case you're wondering. It's one more delivery to come. It's 23 runs required. The Saffron Strikers notch up a big win over the Barbarians, just like the Moravian team did, notched up a big win over the Barbarians. You guys say Barbarians? They need to go away into that room full of mirrors, have a look at themselves, have a think about what's gone wrong today. Hit down the ground. Nice, clean fielding pickup. The throw. They're not even concerned about the run out. The run out is affected, of course. The Barbarians were meeting mid-pitch to have a conference. Maybe save that until you get off the ground in future because that game is done. So, a good game for the Strikers. They just looked absolutely positive and really, really good. The Barbarians walk off losing 2 from 2 today. I wouldn't say they're going to be phased. I think they should be phased because they will be facing both the Moravians and they will be also facing the team from the Saffron Strikers come Friday. So, bring you back into the commentary area here. Thank you for joining us. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network. Well, the Barbarians, not sure about what happened there, but they've come today to play 2 games, their last 2 games of the Challenger Division, and they've lost them both against teams that are currently sitting below them in the standings, and they've opened the door for one of those 2 teams to maybe even jump up and knock them out of second place. We're going to see what's going to happen, obviously, in the next game where these 2 teams, the Saffron Strikers and the Moravian Cricket Club, will meet again. We see a carbon copy of what happened earlier this morning when the Saffron Strikers absolutely smashed the Moravians. We're going to see that very shortly. But for now, this game, Barbarians are going to leave. They're going to take a day off. They're going to be back on Friday. They're going to have a few extra ins to their team on Friday as well. Apparently, Murali's back in the team. Vaishak's back in the team. They've got no Usama Salim. He's left the country. He's gone. Devendra Singh is not in the country. So the Barbarian composition of the team, that's something they're going to be sorting out tomorrow. And we'll see them on Friday for finals action. Where they play, won't know until this time tomorrow, of course. For the Saffron Strikers, look, they're going to take this bit of momentum and they're going to go into the next game against the Moravian Cricket Club, who also have momentum, having beaten the Barbarians as well. So that's next game coming your way is an absolute mouth-watering treat. I'm looking forward to that. I hope you are as well. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network saying, don't go too far away. Next match starting in about 17 minutes' time. I'll see you in about 15 minutes' time for the introduction. Don't go too far. We'll see you soon.
Last game of the day sees Saffron Strikers taking on Moravian. Moravian is the away team. You will call. Heads is the call. And it is heads. What would you like to do? Moravians have won the toss here in match 16 and they will bat first.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello cricket fans and welcome back to the Vinod Cricket Ground. Wonderful to have your company. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, welcoming you to the rest of today, which is one more game. It's game 16 and it is going to be the Saffron Strikers taking on the Moravian Cricket Club. And they had an interesting tussle this morning when the Moravian Cricket Club capitulated is probably the best word I can use against the Saffron Strikers, who were just way too powerful. And in this return match, we may see a bit of a different vibe here. Both teams, since that match, have had big wins against the Prague Barbarians, and that's got to boost their confidence big time. And these are the last game coming your way now in a few minutes' time. News from the toss. Thank you very much to Rado for the news from the toss too. Is the Moravian Cricket Club. They won the toss, elected to bat first, going to put a score on the board, have to try to defend and make the Saffron Strikers bat in the last innings today. That's exactly what's happened. Thank you to Rado for that information. And so that toss, a very important toss to win. It's good conditions. Yeah, try that again, Phil. Good conditions out there at the moment. There's a little bit of cloud around, but it looks like any rubbish weather has moved away. There was something on the satellite that said possibly at 5 o'clock. We're going to find out shortly. It does look a little bit dark there in the vision there. We'll keep an eye on that. Hopefully it's going to be a non-event. Players are out in the centre. That's what's important. Saffron Strikers have got the ball. They're going to have a bit of a job here in this match, as they're going to be looking to contain the Moravian Cricket Club to a decent total and come at themselves and make some runs. The last innings of the day is always a tough one. However, yesterday the Spartans came out and absolutely demolished the Prague Barbarians, who haven't had a good last 3 games. got to say, the Barbarians, they left pretty quickly from the ground. They were quite a dejected team. They've now played their 8 games. They're currently sitting second in the standings, but it's not secure at all as we start match number 16. Another good delivery there from that man, Surveyor. He was cutting the ball into the Barbarians. He was moving the ball around. He had it on a string, and it looked very, very difficult. So hello to everyone in the chat. Hello to Wayne, Paolo Campini. Hello to Thomas Martinez. And everyone else in the chat, thanks for joining us. I just saw a few people talking, saying they could hear some conversations on the mics. We had our mics off. I'm not sure what that was about. But anyway, as long as there was nothing untoward being mentioned there about the chat, that's what's important. That's been cut away nicely. 4 runs all the way along the deck. Great shot, that. But tell me, Wayne and friends, did you hear anything along these lines? Maybe not. One of my little toys. I've also got this one too. Oh God, it's a record scratch. That's cool. Bit loud. All right. Babu. Nice start for him. Good cutaway for 4 runs there. Savio with the ball on a string at the moment. He's moving it around like a magician with a marionette. Here he comes in again. Oh, a bit too straight. Shouts a catch, and catches exactly what's happened. As casuals are like Smith Patel, he gives the old sort of like a hook, line, and sinker as well, symbol like he's been fishing, and he's very happy. The Saffron Strikers get a huge wicket with the 3rd ball, and that is quite astonishing stuff. And there's a bit of a get around too for the Saffron Strikers. They're so happy with that indeed. Wow, big, big wicket. Babu has to go one more time. Elevated. See if we can get on Smith here. We can't quite catch that replay of Smith, but he took the catch and he gave the old fishing rod and the reeling in the fish kind of celebration. Very happy indeed. Oh, Moravian cricker lose a wicket. Lose Babu in the 1st over. This could be massive. Okay, let's see what else I've got here. I need to hit these sound effects when it's appropriate. Let me know what you think. Oh, follows him. Follows Survey. Does end up going for a wide. See what he was trying to do was trying to follow the batter down so the ball would cut between the stumps and the batter. Ends up going behind the batter there for a wide. Try that again. Wayne, you're an absolute champ. Thank you very much for that. I see what you've done there. Got something else for you, Wayne. Don't go too far. See the way that cut in there. So he's got the ball moving around beautifully there. So big shout out to Wayne. Makes a donation of $5 Australian. And why not? That's for you, buddy. Yeah, champ. Well done. Much appreciated. So Vanish now with a job to do. But Surveyor, just the way he's moving that ball around. If it's not moving, it's just coming in straight, which is why I got hit for 4. But every other delivery after that, that ball is zipping around. Even then, a little bit of late swing after it pitched. Kept low as well. A rare delivery that kept low. Occasionally it does happen. Good work from the keeper to get the knees together and keep that one down. No worries, Wayne. Just reading your comments. Cheers. Last ball, the first coming up. 5 so far off it. A wicket as well. And the Saffron Strikers with their noses in front here. Swing and a miss. Slower delivery as well. It barely makes it to the wicketkeeper on the second bounce. And that's the end of it. A very exciting first over. Have a look at that one. So 5 for the loss of 1 wicket. First over gone. Expected score says 101 out of 5 runs per over rate. I'm sure that'll change once the Boffins sort of find their seats and get into gear. Maybe the abacus got stuck as they were sliding the numbers over. I'm not sure what happened there. But 5 off the first over. 3 dots, a wide, a 4 and a wicket. Sharma, captain once again, and not for the first time. I'm going to say there's a lot on the captain's shoulders here. He's sort of trying to handle a fair bit of to face up. Smith Patel bowling the second over. Oh, well, the way that one cut in as well. Great delivery. Sharma's just looking back down the pitch and saying, what is it hitting? This is what the Saffron Strikers did to the Barbarians as well. They had that ball moving around quite a fair bit, pitching and late swing, even a couple of early bits of swing too. Smith Patel, he can get it moving through the air. Watch for the ball that he pitches that heads towards outside the tram line, outside off stump, and it swings in violently and then pitches and straightens. That's one of his good deliveries. Comes in again. Good lift off the deck there. Slightly attempted ping at the stumps, not quite though. Smith, bit of a competitor. Been around for quite a while now, a number of years. Used to play for the Prague Cricket Club, now has moved across to play with his friends in the Strikers. Bit of appeal from a couple of players for the league before. Bowler wasn't interested. You can see why. It's hit him well outside the line and it's missing everything. Even the keeper, he's running a mile across the leg side. No chance of anything there. Just more ambitious, just trying to maybe get the batter thinking, make him a bit nervous with all these appeals. Benish looking to get off his duck. No footwork whatsoever. He doesn't know where the ball's going to go. He literally stands stuck on his crease. He's afraid to take a step out in case the ball cuts into him. And when it doesn't cut in, he looks a bit silly because he can't reach the ball. Watch that footwork. He's going to pitch it, and he's not sharp enough to trust that ball. Just hits this one down to the ground. The chase is on. The ball's going to... No, it doesn't. 3 fielders in close attention. The ball does make to the boundary line, 4 runs. So Vanish with a bit of a defensive strike there. He gets it to the boundary line. You're right, Wayne. He doesn't often bowl the outswinger. He's much better at simply the in-swinger. And the one that also in-swings then cuts in even more, or it pitches and straightens. That seems to be his bread and butter. In again. Slams into the pad, but nothing happening there. No appeal. Good over this one. And that is the over done. So Patel gets none for 5. Good economical over. And Moravian Cricket Club struggling to find some runs here. 10 off the first 2 overs, struggling big time in the power play. Got a bit of the wildlife noises going on in the background as well. As you can see, got my new little toy here, which I'm more than happy to exploit. I think I might have chased Danny out of the room a few times with this little new toy of mine. Well, that's been absolutely smoked out of the ground. That's gone about 70 metres back out of the park. That's a great strike. Sharma, he sees one he likes. It doesn't get a lot of movement after it pitches, and he connects and goes downtown. A lovely strike. Benish at the non-strikers end, he's on 4. Sharma, the captain, on 7. And these two need to stick together here for the next 3 or 4 overs and just start to muscle that score up a bit. Bowler in again. Surveyor, let's see him get this ball moving around. Pitches in ever so slightly, just cuts in a little bit there. On the side of your page there, remember we Share the Meal is our chosen charity, UN World Food Program. Scan that QR code and donate to the people who need it most. Share a meal, save lives, a wonderful cause. We're behind it. We like to think that you guys are behind it as well. Sharma, more experience of the 2 batters out there. See the comment in the chat about where the batter should be standing. Just opens the face of the blade and happy to run it in the gap. Good guidance from him. He's an experienced player, and that's why he can play a shot like that. Stand tall and just guide it. Perfectly guided that away. No chance of it coming off an edge and flying to that player who was short at third to take a catch. He does so well on that one. Someone like Vanish, who's a little bit more inexperienced, he just looks a bit jittery and a bit sort of nervous there when he's been facing up, especially to Smith Patel on that previous over. Didn't know whether to go sort of step out into the line or where to follow the ball. Smith was moving it around. The batter just unsure. You can see clearly he just a bit nervous about trying to take any sort of step forward or back or to the side. Sharma just watches this one go past. It doesn't go past by all that big a distance. I'm sure he probably even heard the ball fly through the air as it went past him, but just a bit watchful. 20-for-1 is the score. And that dot means we've got 2 more to come in the over. And I think the Moravian Cricket Club would be happy to see Surveyor, to see him off here. 2 more balls from him, and then they can put that one behind them. He goes to chase the one. That was similar to the previous ball, and he misses it completely. It had a bit more pace on it, a bit more hot sauce. Just reading the comment there from Shazon Shams. Yeah, look, sometimes I'm a bit critical of where the batter stands and also how they use their feet. And it's a good comment you're writing there about where he should probably stand, just to try to something different as well, just to be a bit aware about what the ball's doing. I think that's probably what needs to happen here, because at the moment it's the bowlers are really dictating terms here, and the batters are they're being very reactive, aren't they? They're being very reactive, which is why their stance and where they're standing is a little bit of a mystery to me as well. It's 21-for-1 after 3. And Benish is on 4. Sharma is on, I think he's on 11 now. Just tweaking that scorecard. Just bear with us a moment. It's actually 20. Not 21, but 20. 10 off the previous over, 10 off the first over. Clearly, they're going at 10 runs and over. Got 10 runs over. We're talking before going at 6.7. It has been 3 overs, by the way. Full delivery towards the base of the stumps from Vivek, who comes on to bowl the 4th. And that's a pretty easy run out. That's a bit calamitous, really. That should never have happened. And Moravians, maybe there's a bit of tiredness creeping into some of the players here. I really felt that about the Barbarians, but I felt that the Barbarians in the last 2 games. In this one, both the Strikers and the Moravian team are playing their 3rd game today. I don't think there should be too much thinking about whether they're tired or not. I just think that this is, I don't know, maybe just losing a bit of concentration here. Also should point out what's happening tomorrow. I'll let you know who's playing tomorrow. So the Saffron Strikers are back for 3 games tomorrow. Ostrava are back in the house for 3 games tomorrow. They're going to make the drive up probably tonight. And then Buttons are going to be in for 2 games tomorrow. So that's the last day of group games tomorrow. That's what's going to happen. So the Saffron Strikers have got 3 games here today. This is their 3rd. They need to front up tomorrow and play 3 games as well. So this is a test of endurance for them as well. But every team has to play 2 days where they come along for 3 games, and then 1 day where they play 2 games. And of course, they all get 2 days in the Challenge Division where they do not have to be here. They get a rest day. So Vivek in again, down leg side for a wide. So the Barbarians, oh no, it's going to go for a minimo. Keeper does not get on that one. Looked a bit slow and a bit lackadaisical there. Didn't want to go to ground, and he couldn't glove it. It's going to fly away. Hard dip Mandat. He's had a fair bit to do today with both gloves and with the bat. Maybe just feeling a little bit of the pinch here. So 5 wides. That's going to help the score as it leaps up now to 25 for 2 with the wicket that fell just previously. Jaswal's out there. He's joined his captain, Om Sharma. So Parwan, see him get off the strike. He can. It's worked off the pads nicely. Just a little bounce there just in front of the player. He's taken it okay. So Sharma, the captain, must feel like he's had a really long day today. He's going to be looking forward to his day off tomorrow. Moravian Cricket Club get a day off tomorrow, and won't they be ecstatic about that? They'll come back on Friday and play in the finals. Looks like they'll be playing in the Eliminator on Friday. They won't mind that. Shout for how's that? There's a few excited people out there, and I reckon they've got them. There's high fives and happiness and all sorts of things going on. I think the running's been a little bit off here. Watch this one more time. Slams in the pads. They set off. Bit of ball watching. And the direct hit with there. And he looks pretty short there. The bat may be just down on the ground, but that has broken the stumps there. And that bat has still got to come down, and he's gone. He's gone by quite a ways too. Well, that backs up a good bit of vision there from the umpire, whose on-field call was out and given. So how good of recovery was that? I got to say, Vivek Parekh, you are impressing me, no doubt. He had a word to me early. He asked me if I was saying some good things about him for the first game this morning. And I said, well, look, your team did so well and you bowled well too. You didn't have a bat. I said, you bowled well. I said, I had nothing but good things to say about you. But now, I have to give him a proper... I'm going to go and shake his hand after this game. He's done really, really well. Khatri comes out much earlier than expected at 26 for 3. Moravian, middle order, getting exposed here. Oh, that's hit him pretty much in line. I think he may have got a little thick edge on that one, though. That's why the umpire immediately said no. And Vivek didn't continue with his appeal. He would have heard something as well, being that close. So Vivek Parekh, he bowled on Monday when I was commentating, Tuesday, commentating with Danny yesterday. And just in that first game, didn't look good, didn't look comfortable. Just a little bit out of sorts, maybe a lack of match practice. But today, he stood tall. Just needs to fix that radar of his. That's all he's got to do. He's got good height, get some good length bowling happening, but it's just that line. He's too many leg side wides for that man. If he can get that correct, he could be a real troublemaker for some of these batters. Khatri not too bothered here by some of these deliveries. Sharma watching at the non-strikers end, the captain. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. You would not believe it. The batter can't believe it. He is absolutely stunned. He cannot believe that he's gone to turn it as easy as you like. Just give it a nice little flick down towards the backward square leg boundary. And instead, it's just spooned straight back in the air to be one of the best dolly catches chances you'll ever see for a caught and bowled. And Vivek has no problem clasping that one. He will absolutely love that. And that is deserved for a good bit of bowling. Okay, he's bowling a couple of wides, but that's the only problem he's got. He fixes the wides. He is a quality bowler. I'm loving the length he's bowling. I think that is so good. Just get that line right, and he's dangerous. So, Vinay Misra comes out. Now, Vinay Misra in the first game this morning was the only batter for MCC who scored more than, well, got into double digits. He got 20 off 11, and the next best score under him was 8. He stands baseball style, waiting for Vivek to charge in. Last ball of his over coming up. He's got 1 for 7. It's been a pretty good over. There's been a run out in here. There's been 5 wides as well. Well, actually, all in all, it's been 6 wides in total, plus just the 1 run off the bat. Hit out towards deep mid-wicket. The chase is on. They can't stop it. It's 4 to finish the over. How often do you see that? A boundary to finish the over, just so the batters can say to the bowler, well, you didn't have it your own way, did you? It's a good strike, good shot. But Vivek should keep his head held high, and his captain should get over to him and just say, well bowled. I think that was a terrific over. 31 for 4 after 4. Monty nails it with that comment, calamitous batting. That's kind of how I'm seeing it. I really see this as a proper calamity here. And sometimes you just need to be careful with what we say, but it really is calamitous. It's you know, air raid sirens screaming. I'm not going to press the horn siren again. I've already done that once. I'll save it till it's appropriate time. But yeah, just alarm bells ringing. And it's going to get worse now because Jadawala comes on. He didn't bowl in the previous match, the left armour. He gets a bowl now in this one. Going to get stuck in the middle order. Sharma facing. They get rid of Sharma. This could be a very low total to be chasing in the last game today. Clubbed beautifully for 6. So again, we've got a left arm sort of very round the wicket to the right-hander. And how many times on the European Cricket Network in T10 competition do you see someone bowling this kind of style to a right-hander, picking up wickets, pace off, just coming around the wicket like this with the big looping left arm and really deceiving the batter, because the batter's seeing an angle that they're not used to. They get into 2 minds, and sometimes they get a bit of rush of blood as well. Singer there. I like your rebuttal there, Wayne. That's for you. Well, in again. Caution. Sharma showing a bit of caution, bit of respect there to Jadawala. Saffron Strikers so much on top of this game right now. This has been a very good day out for them. Ooh, swing and a miss. Sharma very much against type, just a bit of a rush of blood there. Saw something he liked and didn't get to it though. Connects with this one, goes very square, didn't go where he wanted it to, but it goes to deep square leg, just the one. Turns the strike over. Ones are not going to bother the Strikers though, not even close. Misra now gets a chance to get into the runs. I 100% concur with you, Wayne, as one of the ECN faithful here. I concur with your comment, your last comment. We're very proud of the product we've got here. And it's a product we keep tweaking and we keep changing. And we listen to what the people say and what they like, and we try to cater. Of course we do. Robot even put a question out in the last game to the chat and said, is there anything you'd like to see us add to the panel? Anything in particular? There weren't too many replies to that. So, you know, we asked the question. Now, it's a strange old appeal, that one, isn't it? I mean, surely everyone understands the leg before wicket rule, but there you go. 39 for 4 after 5. Expected score is 78, and at the moment, you say 78 is probably not going to be enough. It'd be a good test, though, for the Saffron Strikers to chase, because they won the toss this morning and they elected to bat. In the match previous against the Barbarians, they won the toss, elected to bat. This one, they didn't win the toss, and they've had to bat last. So this would be a good little test for them. In both games yesterday, the Saffron Strikers batted last as well and just didn't come close to the totals posted by either the Spartans or the Barbarians. In fact, they struggled to get, they didn't even get to triple digits. They really struggled yesterday when they were chasing. So there's that. Path for lodge out. As he always, with his game plan, he comes on to bowl the 6th. 6th and usually the 8th over is what Path bowls. And so far, he's been, well, today definitely he's been very successful bowling these overs. Well, this one's been popped up in the air. That's going to carry the boundary line quite easily. I think it does indeed. Now, that's a very rare 6. Haven't seen too many of those here in this innings. In fact, I can tell you now, that is only the 3rd. 2 have come from the bat of Om Sharma, and that's the 3rd from the bat of Om Sharma. So only the 3rd maximo of the innings. And that's just a few too many. Sorry, a few too little. It's a faster ball. It was full, fast, outside off. And it's going to be dot 46 for 4. 2 balls to come in the over. Oh, clean bowled him. Clean bowled Smit Patel, who comes rushing in there to save the boundary. He didn't have to go too much to the left, just a little tad to the left, and it goes straight through his legs and goes for 4 runs. 50 up with that. 50 for 4 with 1 more to come. A rare fielding blue from Smit Patel there, but a blue is exactly what it was. Path into bowl again. It's a good Yorker, and Sharma has to just clamp down the bat and dot it out. And that's the end of the over. It's 11 runs off the over, 50 for 4 after 6. So shout out to everyone in the chat. Once again, thank you for joining us here and for this 4th day of this ECS Czechia Challenger Division. Hope you've had a great day, great Wednesday. Got a brilliant Thursday coming your way as well. We'll talk a bit more about that towards the end of the day in the 2nd innings. I'll elaborate a bit more on what's going to happen tomorrow. This is definitely some fun and hijinks happening tomorrow, and a few changes too. You're going to see someone brand new in the commentary box tomorrow, because I'll be taking the day off. That's going to be exciting for everyone. I hope you're going to be ready for that big surprise. So we start the 7th now. Campini, he tortugued himself. Did indeed, didn't he? And boom, taken. Nicely taken as well. So that is going to be the end of the rearguard action from Om Sharma. And that's funny. The only person celebrating is the bowler. He's got his arms aloft. The rest of the Saffron Strikers just lacking a little bit of pizzazz there. Maybe it's just been a long day and they just expect the wicket to be taken. But Om Sharma holds out, looking for the square boundary on the leg side. And he can't quite get enough of that one. And it's a well-judged catch as another wicket falls. And the Moravian Cricket Club slip further and further into the doldrums here as the skipper has to depart. Look, he's top scored. He's played a lone hand as well, scoring 28 out of 51 runs, and now they're 51 for 5 in the 7th. So half the score thanks to the captain. Take the captain out of the equation and they're in all sorts of pain. Somebody asking what's going on with the fly slip, Wayne? Yeah? What's that guy doing at fly slip? No chance of getting a catch. It's an interesting position, isn't it? Yeah, it's. I'm not sure if that's a deep slip or whether it's a short third. Take your pick. I think he's supposed to, I think that's Vivek Parekh out there who's supposed to be a short third because they don't want to put him back on the boundary. I guess for the slow bowling, that's fair enough. And so the boundary riders currently are square on the leg sides and down the ground, long off, long on, deep mid wicket. Almost close to run out there. Got a little bit silly there for a moment. So that fielder, he moves across the other side. Short third, fly slip, take your pick. It's been smooshed out towards deep mid wicket, field cleanly. A good throw back in. He may come into play. It's just off this slow bowling. Kind of wouldn't expect it. It's a funny old position to be for someone who's left arm around the wicket. I'm not sure what kind of shot or delivery they think that fielder may come into play. The batter would have to intentionally try to play like at a very, 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 very late cut or get an edge. So he's going to be playing shots like that. Good work on the leg side boundary. Tumble saves 4. Very good work indeed. Yeah, it's a curious fielding position. I'd like to get into the head of the of Path and find out what he's thinking, what he's covering off there. Wayne, you might be onto something there. We've seen some of Vivek Parekh's fielding. I've got to say, I think you're onto something there, just between you, me, and the chat. Got to admit, sometimes on the European Cricket Network, and I know you people in the chat, especially you moderators, you're onto that straight away. You think, yep, the captain is looking for somewhere to smuggle and hide a player, and sometimes it's a little bit obvious what's going on. Although if you looked at the stats and numbers, he'd see that there's where there's less runs scored, which at the moment on the graph looks like behind the wicket on the leg side. I'm going to try to put him there rather than on the offside, but there you go. Path to continue. Oh, could have been stopping opportunity there if it had been taken cleanly. Just gave a bit of a shuffle down the pitch there, did Misra. Pitches straightened slightly. Maybe he played for a little bit of movement, but unfortunately the keeper completely misses that one. Does Hardip and misses a stumping chance. Stand and deliver stuff in the air, and it's going to run away to backward point. And I think that's tripped over the line. It has indeed, despite close attention from the fielder running back. Gets a bit of a pat on the back and a generous round of applause from Akash Palmer fielding in front of us here. As the score goes to 59 for 5, and we're in the 8th. Expected score only at 80. Dear oh dear. So Wayne said he won't touch the ball for the rest of the innings. If he does, he'll donate $100. Changed it to 10. Robot has caught you out there, Wayne. You said 100. Oh dear. Cash card or Revolut, you take your pick. How do you want to pay? Hit down the ground. Bit of work here. Can't be done. Patel can't get across and stop that one. It's hit very straight, goes for 4 runs. So Misra finally gets a chance. He's sort of been a bit of a spectator at the non-striker's end. Gets a chance now. Steps up with a couple of boundaries in this over at the expense of Path to Bologna. 2 to come in this, the 8th over. Go Vivek. Go get it, Vivek. He's going to get it. Oh, that's a shame. He did. Well, he touched it. It did go. I think it went for 4, but still. Does that count? Does foot fielding count as a touch? Oh, Wayne. Wayne, don't do it to yourself. Oh man, you're a man of your words, mate. You are a man of your words. So, you know, all credit to you. Tip your lid. Everyone give Wayne a proper shout out. He's done the right thing. He hasn't backed away. And this is a lovely caught and bowl for Path Bologna as the ball goes skying into the air, camps under it, gets a high five from almost all his teammates as he's taken a very good caught and bowled opportunity. And that is the end of Misra. His stay is done. He has to rush off. He gets 21. Done very well. He and Sharma were putting together a really good partnership there, but unfortunately that's now done. And so is his innings. 67 for 6 at the end of the 8th. Path Bologna does get a wicket, so he's got 1 for 23, despite the fact that he got 12 taken off that over. And that's the most expensive over of the innings as well. Note that. Suddenly my screen is lit up with a whole lot of yellow, and that's all Wayne making donations. Good on you, Wayne. You're fantastic. A man of his word. Foot fielding doesn't count. Thank you, Robot. Just wanted to get a clarification on that one. You know, we have to sort out these technical things as we go along. I know you appreciate that. If he takes a catch, what happened? Do we hit Wayne for double, or what happens? Or what about a run out? Okay, we're getting set now. Yash Patel to bowl the 9th. Just checking on something here. The umpires, they're just having a bit of a discussion. Now, interestingly, Wayne's words were something about he won't get to touch the ball again. Do we take that as literal? Because he'll probably bowl the last over. So does that count as him touching it 6 times if he bowls 6 deliveries? There you go. Have a bit of a think about that one. Goes for the ramp. Hits it straight to that man, Vivek. He's not going to get to it, unfortunately. Well, they're going for it. Obviously, the Moravian Cricket Club batters, they've been mic'd up. They know that Wayne's on the hot seat here for $10 every time Vivek gets near the ball. So they're trying to help out the cause. That was intentionally hit towards him. I'm pretty sure of it. $72 for 6. Just started the 9th. Ball goes to the ramp, ramps it into himself. That's not how you're supposed to play that shot. I think Yash was a little bit aware of that. There was a little just trying to shape up and be a little bit funky there. They're definitely trying to hit it to Vivek. So I'm telling you now, Moravian Cricket Club, they've got the memo that apparently Wayne is going to basically pay a lot of money to the cause if Vivek touches the ball at any time from here on in. Fair enough, Robot. I hear what you're saying. It would be expensive. Be silly. Really ridiculous. I was just going for literally what my good mate Wayne had said. But nah, we understood your intention, Wayne, and it's like the law. You know, it should be interpreted as it was intended. So nice square drive there from that man. Nagda getting a little bit of momentum into the innings here. A couple of boundaries in this over, along with that no ball to start things off. Yash Patel. Good news for Yash Patel fans. He hasn't gone down hard yet. He hasn't fallen down. Toulouse posting the Spanish squad address. Thank you for that, Monty. I've got a couple of videos from today I'm going to post in the Spanish squad. That's just for the Spanish squad. Gets this run around the corner. It's pretty much on a 45, so it's well away from Vivek. Wayne, you can breathe a sigh of relief. And that finds the boundary line for another 4 runs. So a good bit of momentum here just in this second to last over. That's another boundary. 80, so a bit of respectability getting the scorecard here. Nagda doing what he can do for his team. Amir Hussain at the non-striker's end, just waiting for his moment to shine. 2 to come in the over. Yeah, Pratik asking a good question about the ramp. I totally agree. Why ramp when you can play regulation shots? Ooh, that grubbed. That was lucky to kiss any part of the pitch there and really grubbed along the deck. Wide indicated there. Still 2 to come. Yash coming around the wicket to the left-hander. That's going to be another wide. I think he's just better off staying over the wicket and just put maybe a bit of protection there for an edge or for a full-blooded shot that goes out towards backward point or towards the boundary at third. And they're persisting also with the backstop. Just at the top of the screen, you can just see the long legs of Vivek there at a very fine third. That's our man. Hit down the ground. Just a single. Paolo Campini's talking about the caps, and Lion is asking about the all cap situation. We have the rule about all caps. All caps is interpreted as shouting, which we really don't need that on the chat. If everyone started doing it, it'd be an absolute mess. So we do ask mods to lead by example and not do any all caps. Paolo Campini suggests that we can say gone. The other thing you do, if you don't want to say gone, you don't want to write in caps, there's also the gone emoji on there as well for some people who have their well, I guess you need to have some subscription, don't you? I think I've got that. So I can do that. I shall do that right now. I'm pretty sure I've got that. I love the fact that they made an emoji based on my little capital G-O-R-N-E, gone. That was, when did I start that? I started that in Belgium, I think. No, not Belgium, no. It was the Portugal Night Series in 2024. My very first gig for ECN, which was a 3-week stint in the middle of nowhere. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. Made some very good friends here at ECN. Robots just jumped in as well. Yep. Nice one, Robot. Yeah, maybe instead of writing in caps, you can just use the emoji. That's what it's there for. And the golden ball. Yep. Good one, Robot. 85 for 6. Last over coming up. Smit Patel's got the job to bowl the last. Vivek won't bowl the last. I thought he might. I thought Wayne might be having to take out another lone. But no, it's been carved now out towards the cover boundary. Sweeper runs around. Keeps it to just 1. Can the Moravians find a rush of blood here and get up to 100? I would love to get up to triple digits. Just that psychological thought of, yep, we did get to triple. Might be a little bit difficult though. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Paolo, but what I'm also saying is you don't have to write in caps. You can simply use the emoji. That's what we created it for, and that's why it's available there. If you've got the subscription rights, you can see Robot and I just promoting it there. Looks cooler. Again, just goes to play like not quite a ramp, just a deflection. It didn't quite have the ability to ramp that one because he could never get under that. Just a wrong delivery for a ramp, but just pure premeditation. Couple of balls to come now. 4 balls to come. 87 for 6. Smith it again. Oh, swing and a miss. Bit agricultural that. Hussain dotting up and just not able to get the ball moving in this 10th over. It's been a good last couple of overs for the Saffron Strikers. Smith Patel is bowling very economically right now. What have we got? We've got 3 deliveries left. 87 for 6, 3 deliveries left. This time he goes aerial. Let's see. It's going to bounce. Oh, wow. It's elusive. Oh, I tell you what. Lucky to get a fingertip on that. The diving fielder gets a fingertip. And I reckon he's just dragged that in. Well, the batter's asking for 4. The fielder's saying, nope, I dragged it back. We're going to have a close look at this one. So a couple of fielders were involved here. Good vision there too. Thank you to Vasu. So the dive, it's a fingertipper there. But where does the ball go? Oh, can't quite see if it runs onto the rope. Doesn't matter. It's academic. It's put down as 2 in the book. This one is going to get flicked up in the air and then tapped in front. So it's a juggling act on the boundary rope. But nonetheless, runs are saved. And not for the first time in this over either. Well done. Good work. Can't stop the 2. So the batters have had to run a couple in a row there. Surveyor with the effort there on the boundary line. The boundary rider out there on the offside. Last ball of the innings. Coming up. Smith Patel delivers. Clubbed down the ground. Goes like a rocket. Cleanly fielded. Really well fielded there. Jadawala gets a throw. Fires in a throw. And that is where the score is going to finish. So 10 overs gone. It is now, was it 92 for 6 after 10. Hussein on 7 not out and Nagda on 16 not out. Whew, well, there you go. The Moravian Cricket Club, they've clawed their way up to a score of 92, which all things considered, at one point, I didn't think they were going to get even into the 90s, even though the 80s. So there you go. The score is on the board. It's now up for them to try and defend that. The Saffron Strikers will fancy themselves to pick up a win here in this match, and for the second time, knock the Moravians on their backside and get some points over them. How's it going to go? Oh, I don't know. We're going to find out soon enough. I really thought the I thought the Saffron Strikers did an exceptional job there with the with the ball and the fielding. For the Moravian Cricket Club, I think that they really lost their way in the top order. They're going to have to do quite a fair bit to try to defend this total. Will they defend it? We're going to find out soon enough. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network saying don't go too far away. Exciting run chase coming your way in about 12 minutes' time. I'll see you back here shortly. Don't go too far.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Vineyard Cricket Ground for the last time here on this Wednesday, day number 4. Welcome back to the run chase. Moravian Cricket Club have posted a score on the board, and now it's going to be up to see whether the Saffron Strikers can bring this total in. There's a fair bit of work to be done. Let's just have a quick look and see what happened there as the score was racked up to be 92 for 6. So Saffron Strikers chasing a bit of a total here. Need to get 93 from their 60. You see the players in the centre there. The umpires are out in the centre. And now the players are getting themselves adjusted. Jaydeep Patel is marching up to the Strikers' end, as he's done in every innings today, getting set and getting ready. And his counterpart, is that Smith Patel, his counterpart, is indeed. So they've tried this batting duo for all the games today, and it's actually done pretty well for the Saffron Strikers. I think it's been pretty well done indeed. So let's see what happens with the Moravian Cricket Club. They're going to start with Khatri. No, it's not Khatri. That is definitely Prem Prakash Yadav, number 11, who's got the ball. Make sure we get that one changed over pretty quickly. We've got Khatri on the screen, but that is Prem Prakash Yadav, as he always opens the bowling for the Moravian Cricket Club. Just going to wait for the umpire to give him the signal, and for, of course, Jaydeep to finish with his getting himself ready. We're almost set to go. So welcome back, everybody in the chat. Johnny he has joined us. Paolo Campini and Wayne in there as well. Lions say hi as well. Good to see you all. And good to see everybody out there in the chat. Hope you've had a great Wednesday. It's been a great Wednesday here today. A lot of action, a lot of good cricket. And it's going to be Prem Prakash Yadav to start things off. It says Khatri on the screen, but that will change. It is Prem Prakash Yadav who's bowling. And starts off by smushing this one over towards the cover boundary and 4 runs. Prem Prakash not happy about something, just moving things around here. And the bowler has been corrected. Thank you very much to the scorers. Vinny Sandhu doing a sensational job with the scoring at the moment. Lions say hi, it's okay. It's all taken care of. We've got you covered there, folks. I know Prem Prakash Yadav when I see him. I've known him for many years now. Just been pushed out towards the covers. Just going to take a quick single. So, cautious start. So, interesting little run chase here for the Saffron Strikers. Don't have a lot to do, but it's going to be 88 off 58. And they've already started with a boundary and a 1. So, 5 off the first 2 deliveries. Oh, that's a bit of a, well, I hate to use the word loose, and I really do, but that's just not a good delivery. Not good at all. Prem Prakash has just strayed that one. Going to try that, bowl that right again. As I've said a few times in the last few days, this run-up of his is just 2 or 3 steps and deliver. This has been hit down the ground, and it's over the head of Amir Hussain. There is protection out there. It's been kicked into touch nicely by Divakaran. And they're going to get back, I think, oh, the throw hits the stumps, but there's no chance of an overthrow there. So Amir Hussain thought he was in there. He did take a catch, I think, in the first over of the previous game. And he caught, I think, one of the Barbarians very early on. You see him backpedaling there, hoping to take the catch. Not this time, but Kiran Divakaran gets around and with a bit of fancy foot fielding keeps it in play. And the Moravian Cricket Club have not got a lot of runs to work with here. Well, there you go. Unfortunately, we did miss the wicket, but the wicket has fallen. You can see the stumps lying on the ground, not where they're supposed to be. Smith Patel is gone. He's gone for 2 from 2. He has to depart, and Prem Prakash Yadav deceives him with a faster ball. And stumps have gone everywhere. Saffron Strikers have taken a bit of a blow here in the first wicket. Looked good for a bit. 8 with no loss, then suddenly, bang, stumps are rattled. Yadav gets his man. And Smith Patel has to depart. Could be in for a low-scoring thriller here, folks, with the departure of that wicket. I know it's only the first wicket. It's early days. Don't think anybody wants to put their neck out there just yet and use those fateful words. But it is actually, let me just add this up. 5. Well, it's 165 games since a golden ball. And I'm just going to quickly double check what the what's needed for the bonus point. I'll get to that in just a second. Usually Vinny works this one out and yells it so I can hear it, but I haven't heard from him today. Prakash in again. Bit of caution there. Akash Palmer just pushing that one down. So the I calculate that the bonus point is going to be 65. 65 for the bonus point. So if Moravian Cricket Club can restrict the Saffron Strikers to 64 or less, they should get themselves a 4-point win. And the Saffron Strikers, if they can get 65 or better, they bank at least 1 point there. Depends if they can reel this total in big time, get it in by the end of the 7th over, which you never know, could still happen. A couple of big overs here or there. There's a pooch. That belongs to the Saffron Strikers. I think, isn't that Smith Patel's dog or is it Path Lodge's dog? I'm not sure. What a good looking animal that is. Having an absolute feel. See, that's someone having a bit of fun right there. Good to see. Dogs are great. Shot. Hit for 6. Smushed around the corner there. Amir Hussain is greeted with a cracking shot from that man, Akash Palmer, who says wastes no time putting him out to the car park. Be interesting this over with Hussain versus Palmer to see what sort of mood Palmer is in. To see whether he's maybe got a restaurant booking in the village. Because if he does, he'll probably want to get out of here quick, smart. On to loose with a zinger there. The gold ball stock is indeed gathering mildew. This 165, it's crazy. 165 games, it's a golden ball. I've got a little notepad here keeping track of how many games it's been since. I'd love to scratch that and go back to 0. It's a better delivery, a little bit of movement through the air as well. Such as the conditions out there at the moment. There's a bit of humidity around there. If you ask me technically how I can prove that swing bowling works, I'll tell you I've got no idea. This is carved away through the point region and to the point player who made a bit of a meal of that, and that's gone for 4 runs. So I get the feeling that Palmer's in a bit of a mood here. Oh, the dog's just walking in front of the commentary area. What if he's looking for a place to maybe lay some eggs? Hopefully not here. That's a good-looking dog. I'll try and get a picture of the dog and post it in the Spanish squad. See if I can do that for you all. Or for the Spanish squad members, that is, of course. Palmer again goes leg side. A bit of force here, gets it past the play. Only about 2 metres to either side, but the power behind it was quite immense and very strong and powerful, and he gets it past them. 4 runs. So doing well here, the team. So I get a picture of Path there with his dog. There he is. There he is. Ah, good stuff. Ah, he's gone off for a winner. There's Path. There's the dugout. And there's the dog. I'm actually on air while I'm videoing this. I'll pop that on the Spanish squad. We continue. 23 for 1. Last ball of the second coming up. Carves this away. It goes to the player this time. He can't find the gap, does Akash. But nicely played. Montelou says, Arnold Palmer? I would say not. I know who Arnold Palmer is too. Johnny, he's saying, mind your ankles. Well, when he walked in front of the commentary area, Johnny, I've got to admit, my first thought was, please don't leave any Barker's eggs in front of us here. We definitely don't want that. That's a big mountain of something. Where's that? I can't even tell which way that camera's looking. That was just a big, tall thing. Oh, dear. I got Marzi here replacing Paolo for this last match with the directing and the pressing of buttons. He thought I'd know what a mountain looks like. Fair enough, fair call. I was trying to picture which mountain it is. That's all it was. I thought, where is that? But yes, that was indeed a mountain. Palmer looks like he's got a restaurant booking because he's in a bit of a mood here. He's getting into gear, and that required run rate is tumbling down ever so more here. He's on fire. Raced up to 20, 65 required from 47, And Sharma just comes in for a bit of treatment there as well. Monteluce is talking about Arnold Palmer. I know who Arnold Palmer is, Johnny. He's asking me if the dog's going to maybe cock its leg on me. It's not. But I was worried he was going to leave some Barker's eggs for us in front of the door. That would be the worst thing. Wide ball. Sharma's got a little bit spooked here, trying to kick the ball outside the swinging blade of Palmer, who really looks like he's in good form here. He can take this form into tomorrow for the Saffron Strikers. They got 3 games. If he's available tomorrow and he can do things like this, that's another big 6, big maximum. Saffron Strikers marching on their way here, looking the goods. So let me tell you a little bit about what's happening tomorrow, because obviously it looks like we're going to get to a very quick ending today. Just get that feeling. We may actually get there pretty fast. So tomorrow, 4 games tomorrow, of course. Please make sure you can join us for that. It's going to be exciting stuff. We've got the Saffron Strikers, Ostrava Cricket Club, and of course the Prague Spartans in the house tomorrow. 4 games coming your way. So what's going to happen? The Barbarians have got the day off. Moravian Cricket Club have the day off. 2 teams who have played a bundle of the games close together get a chance to have a rest. They'll be very happy about that indeed. So Saffron Strikers are going to be playing 3 games tomorrow. Spartans played 2 games, and Ostrava are back to play 3 games. And the catch is held aloft as well in the covers there. So that's going to help things along for Moravian Cricket Club, but Palmer has played a bit of a cameo here. He just goes to loft and he can't get over the infield. And you see there, the player at extra cover holds it above his eyes and said, yep, you've got you, you're gone. Capital G-O-R-N-E, gone. And Palmer has to depart. It's going to bring Hardet Menhat out, the wicket keeper. He's had a bit to do with the bat today. I mentioned that before while he was keeping, about how busy he's been. Paolo Campini reminding us that Cream Eggs are playing tomorrow. They are indeed. Going to be back in their resplendent Cadbury Cream Eggs kit, taking on the Orange Whip kids, or the well, we're kind of calling more sort of more Dutch, aren't we? The Dutch kit, and then of course it's going to be the Spartans resplendent in their kit. All the teams have got good-looking kits. So Mendat off the mark straight away. JD Patel is still out there. 35 for 2, chasing another 57 runs of 44. It's a run rate below 8, so you think it should be done. Should be pretty straightforward. Try to start that one again. So just a reminder one more time, it's the last day of the group games in the Challenge Division tomorrow. There's 4 games coming your way. Saffron Strikers will take on Ostrava for the first game tomorrow, and then Ostrava play the Spartans in the second match. Carved up in the air and away. It's going to be 1, 2 bounces and through the fielder who thought he was all over that and really was so unsettled. That's just a little bit relaxed about the fielding out there, and it goes for 4 runs. So that, match number 18, Prague Spartans take on Ostrava in the second match of the day tomorrow. And the third match tomorrow, the lunchtime match, will be the Saffron Strikers back to play against the Spartans. That will complete the Spartans games. They'll be then done. And they will be sitting probably on top of the table if they can get at least 1 win out of either Ostrava or Saffron Strikers. Last match will be the return game of the Saffron Strikers and Ostrava Cricket. For Ostrava, it's the last roll tomorrow, but I think mathematically they may be out of sorts. They can manage 3-4 point wins. Even then, it's going to be tough for them. But let's check the standings tomorrow morning. Before play, Vinny Sandu will be here to take you through the commentary tomorrow. He's the surprise commentator. He's not scoring tomorrow. He will indeed be commentating. And I'll be taking a rest day tomorrow. Rest my eyes and rest my weary mouth from talking so much. Mind you, that's what I can do. That's what I get paid to do, I guess. It's fair enough. And obviously, people are very aware that when I'm not commentating on cricket, I'm doing events around town, which of course includes me talking again. So there's a bit of that. Oh boy, I think I've got a pimple on my tongue actually. That's uncomfortable. So 3 overs gone, 41 on the board. It's a good power play, 41 for 2. It's another 52 required of 42. The Saffron Strikers lost 2 wickets, but they seem looking like they've really got this game in hand. The run rate required is very gettable at 7.4 from here on in. Johnny's saying, oh, well, you make a cup of coffee and someone goes out. Well, you know, Johnny, stop making coffee and maybe you won't lose wickets. You say coffee too. I really feel I could have used another coffee today, but never mind. So I'll have a rest day tomorrow. Vinny will be taking over commentary duties. He might bring a few special guests into the commentary tomorrow. Remains to be seen, but it's going to be a fun day tomorrow with Vinny Sandu in the hot seat, taking you through all the action. I'll be back though on Friday, and it'll be Vinny and myself on Friday for the finals. Looking forward to that one. Haven't called a game with Vinny since the finals of the Portugal ECS Premier Division. That was back on April the 4th. So finally we get a chance to commentate again together. Oh, goes through Yadav, but he's got protection behind him there, and the boundary rider picks up. That's Om Sharma, the captain, who just rolls the arm over and sends the ball back to the bowler. It says to Cardtree, come on then, do it again. Who's playing each match, who's completely eliminated, who's can't see right now. It looks to me the Spartans should be playing. I think they will be playing in qualifier 1, and both these two teams, depending on what happens tomorrow for the Strikers, they should be playing in the eliminator. I don't think the Moravian Cricket Club have done enough to push themselves into second place in the standings. I'll quickly check the standings. Please don't forget to check our website for the standings and all the data and details you need for what's happening here at the ground and in this tournament. I'm going to quickly just double check and see if the standings have been updated, because that'd be pretty handy. Okay, so yeah, the Moravian Cricket Club, doesn't matter what happens here, if they get a win, even if they get a 4-point win, they can't do better than third place in the standings. So they've booked themselves, they've pretty much got themselves into the eliminator. Now, Ostrava have played 5 games. They're only on 5 points. So they've taken a bonus point from every game they've played. And with 3 games left, let's just go with me on this, if they got 3 4-point wins, which would be pretty difficult, but if they did, that would get them on, well, up to 17 points and get them back into contention. And also for Ostrava, just to break that losing streak as well. So there's still a bit to happen tomorrow. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. Check out the standings on the ecn.cricket website and see what's going on there. Saffron Strikers have got 3 games as well. It's good to see it's been updated, actually. So thank you very much to the people back in the office who've done that. Prague Barbarians have played the 8 games. They are on 17 points with 5 wins and 3 losses. They can't move from 17 points, but teams can climb above them. Saffron Strikers can get above them, and Ostrava could get level with them. But a lot of things would have to happen in a certain way. And of course, the Spartans have got a couple of games to play tomorrow as well, but they're 2 points ahead of the Barbarians on the ladder. So the only team who could really make an impact is pretty much the Saffron Strikers. Strikers get a win here. Let's say they get a 3-point win. They would go to 11 points with 3 games to play, and they will be just 1 point behind the Moravians and 6 points behind the Barbarians on the standings. But ECN.cricket for the standings. Check that tomorrow. Keep an eye on that tomorrow. Vinny will keep you updated on the live standings as well, as he'll be commentating tomorrow. And I'll try and tune in throughout the day. 4 overs gone, 48 for 2 on the board. Still another 45 required from 36. Tick that along there, then 45 required from 35, as it does right there. Kiran Divakaran is trying to make a bit of impact here. He bowled a terrific last over in the previous game. Was sort of kept quiet on the boundary rope in the field, but then he came on to bowl the 10th and bowled a ripper. As Mandat goes down and stays down. He doesn't want to try to get up because it means his foot would probably have to come out from underneath him. There you go. Montaloo says, Phil, coffee crowdfunder. Well, we've got a coffee machine here, Monty. We've got a coffee machine, but unfortunately, there's no coffee. Doesn't help. Oh, and the water, I had to pour some of my sparkling water into it because we had no flat water. So I had some sparkling coffee yesterday, which was interesting. Although the process of that water being heated up, it did get rid of most of the bubbles. Keep an eye on that equation as it ticks along to be 44 of 33. 50 up as well. Sorry, 43, they ran 2. 50 up, 50 for 2, halfway through the 5th. It's a full one there. Goes into the hands and out of the hands of the fielder at that short third position. But good work, gets a fair bit on that and tidies himself up very quickly indeed. So once again, don't forget to check the standings on the European Cricket website. That's ecn.cricket, and then go to the Challenger division. Click on that, go to the standings tab, and you'll see exactly what's happening at the moment in the standings. Carved away towards the point boundary and through the boundary rider. Oh dear, oh dear. And then the Saffron Strikers give a bit of Bronx cheer and a clap as that is not a good bit of fielding here. As I said before, the Moravians look like they're going to go down in this match. And if they do, well, they're going to stay on 12 points and they leave the door open for possibly Ostrava if we get a couple of wins tomorrow. You never know. A couple of wins for Ostrava against the Saffron Strikers, it could knock Moravians out. So tomorrow, there's going to be a little bit of to and froing. Thank you, Monty, for your correction there. The coffee beans fundraiser. Franken beans. No, just coffee beans. $56 for 2 after 5. 37 required from 30. It looks like they should get there, the Saffron Strikers. Moravian Cricket Club haven't done themselves any favours. They may pull a point out of this, because I doubt they're going to get 37 in 2 overs. So they'll get 1 point. That'll put the Moravian team on 13 points after 8 games. This is their last game. Saffron Strikers will go to 11 points after 5 games. And then it's all about the Strikers and Ostrava tomorrow. The Spartans are already qualified for sure. They're going to qualify, I believe they are. They're going to qualify to play in Q1. Remains to be seen. This time tomorrow we'll know who's going to play the eliminator. It remains to be seen. Wide there shown to start the 6th. Nagdar there just straying. I think it's a fair comment that Moravians look like they're just lacking that strike bowler. I think you're onto something there. Goes to hit this around the corner, just bobbles up on the leg side. Going to take a quick single. Been impressed with the Saffron Strikers today. They've come along having lost their 2 games yesterday against the Barbarians and the Spartans. They've bit back and they've beaten the Barbarians. They got a first up win this morning against this team, the Moravians, and it's looking like they're going to get another win against the Moravians. Just the way this game is panning out. 35 required off 29. It's going to be hard for the Moravians to try and defend this. Swings hard at this one. Goes out to deep mid-wicket. No fumble. Pick up. And not a strong arm out there, but a good bit of fielding. Nagda gives his fielder a thumbs up. Says thank you for that. Lion Say Hi says, enjoyed a lot today. Thanks, ECN. Well, thank you to you, Lion Say Hi. Thank you very much for your work as a mod. And we appreciate the questions that you've asked us throughout the day as well. You know that. We really do. Now, no ball signalled here. Free hit coming. And that from Nagda is just not good. So, Madat with a free hit. Where's this going to go? Turns into a free miss. Bit of extra pace there. Puts it a little bit wider, and Madat can't get bat on ball. $61 for 2 is the score. Halfway through the 6th. Well, that one's straightened down the line. It's gone straight up in the air. It's going to land between 3 players. One player overshoots it in the black cap. Another player picks it up in the black flat hat. That's Prem Prakash Yadav, who underarms it back in. Om Sharma was the 3rd player there, the captain who just watches ominously from the side to see what happens. A few people in the chat were asking about Osama Salim for the Prague Barbarians. I can tell you now that Osama Salim, just repeating what I said earlier, that he is unavailable because of family duties. He's actually now flown out of the country because he had pre-agreed, pre-arranged family duties. and so he is not able to join the Barbarians on Friday for finals action. Match 16, petering towards a bit of a close here. You just get the feeling it's just starting to just sort of peter out a bit. Amisha Gupta said the Moravians have given up. You know what, you're probably not wrong there, Amisha. I mean, I'm watching them as well, and they just seem to be a little bit sort of, a little bit flat in the field. I mean, you look at what's needed and wanted by the Saffron Strikers. That's an ambitious appeal. You can see 3 of the stumps there. And the umpire says, nah, come on. So 65 for 2, 6 overs gone, 28 required from 24. That's a run rate of 7 needed per over, and I think that's probably why the Moravians look the way they do. But Amisha, I hear what you're saying, and I don't disagree with you one bit. Saffron Strikers. This has been a good run chase from them. Lost a couple of wickets along the way, but it's been a pretty good chase from them. These two have settled down. Nothing silly. They know they've got all the time in the world. They're not going for a 4-point victory. They're happy to take the 3 points, and why wouldn't you? Take the 3 points. Give 1 point to Moravia. It doesn't make a difference. It's absolutely fine. Now, I think that's a very mature run chase here. Lakeside wide. As Jaswal gets given the ball. That's a rare opportunity for Pawan Jaswal to have a bowl. Don't often see him have a bowl. Walks down to meet the ball, he does. Swings it around the corner. It was premeditated. He knew there was no one there. And there's still going to be no one there. I don't think they're going to plug that gap. Om Sharma just, he's got a bit to think about here. This is the last game for the Moravians. They're going to go down here. But he has got a fair bit to think about with regards to his team. They haven't fielded well today. They haven't bowled particularly well today either. Just a few little bright sparks here and there, but it has not been their day whatsoever. Well, I'll say that, but then, I mean, they had a good win against the Barbarians, but the Barbarians were looking a little bit shaky themselves, very brittle. The classic gorilla with the glass jaw. Another wide ball there, but just some of the bowling and fielding is the reasons why the Moravians are potentially, mathematically, it's possible they could be knocked out tomorrow by Ostrava if Ostrava got a couple of wins. It could happen. Saffron Strikers still running well between the wickets, still pretty sprightly. They're timing this run chase really well. It's now going to be, 21 of 22. Hasn't quite got it down to parity yet, but they've almost got there. Well, they got just slightly beyond there with 21 required of 22. So they've got a ball in hand. There it is. So now it ticks down to parity, which is 21 of 21. As that delivery barely managed to get up at all. Run rate required exactly 6 runs per over. It's looking a bit academic here, but if just feel the Moravians felt that in the last couple of overs, it just Sting's gone out of the game. You know, I'm watching the fielders when the bowler runs in. There's no fielders who are walking in with the bowler. There's no chat. There's no clapping of hands. There's no calling out to players to say, come on, ball's coming to you. Next one, next one, next one. Even the captain's gone quiet. And the Strikers, they're making all the noise in the dugout. Head out towards the boundary and stopped just. I think that was Savea who's out there. Apologies, that's actually Khatri who's out there on the boundary, deep cover boundary. Jaswal coming to bowl at the last ball of his over. And he dots up. Nice way to finish the over. Only goes for 9 from it. So you could say he's done a job for his captain. However, it's 6 runs required per over, so he's given away probably more runs than he needed to. Either way, it's 19 required off the last 3 overs. Strikers, well, they'll be looking to try to make a good over here, just so they don't leave themselves with too many. You'd hate to get to halfway through the 9th over and realise still you need like 10 runs or 8 runs with 3 balls to spare. Just want to make sure you don't have that kind of pressure in that last over. I've heard a few captains talk about the run chasers, and they want to get the win, and they try to time the win to if they're chasing. to get it by the end of the ninth over chasing, just to give him that little bit of breathing space. It's not a bad idea. If someone says you've got to go at 6 runs and over, well, you know what? Go at 7 runs and over. Go at 8 runs and over. Get your nose in front and keep it in front. That allows for any errors and mistakes that can happen along the way, such as wickets falling and catches being taken and silly run-outs and stumpings. Anything that can not go in your direction that you don't plan for. And it's the things you don't plan for, they're the things that tend to upset you as well. You get the feeling maybe these two teams are playing towards a golden ball. Is that fair? Just it all seems to be coming to a point of connection here. So 18 off 16. So the runs required is now more than the balls left. Khatri bowling. He's a tricky bowler. Lifted down the ground, and can you believe it? He's hit it straight down the throat of Om Sharma, the captain, who's fielding down there at long off. Well, maybe there's a bit of a tale to be told here, because Medat has holed out, going for a strange old shot, trying to go for the 6, when all he had to do was push it around for 1s, 2s, and hit the occasional 4 along the ground, and they would have finished this game by the end of the 9th. Instead, he's tried to win it with a couple of big lusty hits, just looking completely out of sorts. Does Hardip, completely out of sorts, very different to the batter we saw earlier this morning. And that, for the Saffron Strikers, that's a little disappointing. And for the Moravians, well, I think they should make a bit of noise. They should get a bit up and about here, because there's no reason they can't win this game. I'm not convinced that either team is keen to win the game here. And I want to be convinced. I want them to convince me. How about that? Khatri gets a wicket. Bardik comes out. Flicks this away into mid-wicket. The bowler has to do the fielding. They're not going to turn for 2. Jaideep Patel, who's been there since the opening, he has been off strike for a little while. I get the feeling he hasn't faced a delivery for quite a little while. Well, it's all on his shoulder. And Supercomputer just given Moravians a 10% chance of a win. So that's interesting. It's just ticked to 10% just on the screen in front of me here. Bizarre. Oh, he's been trapped in front. Well, he's trying to suggest he's well outside the line. He's shuffled himself over ever so gently. It may have been outside the line. I want to see this one again. If we have a replay, just to get a second thought on that, because I thought the batter just sort of shuffled his way a bit across the line. Let's have a look at this one more time. Look how far outside the off he is. Now, how does it hit? Ooh. What's your call? It's like a spot the ball competition. What's your call on that one? Umpire says that the ball was doing enough and says, yep. Jaideep can't believe his eyes. He's stunned. Khatri's been a very handy bowler for the Moravians. So another wicket falls. So going against the run of play, 2 wickets in 3 deliveries. Khatri gets himself a couple. And he's got 1 more to come. 76 for 4, 17 required of 13. And, yeah, I think the chat's definitely... yeah, Monty. Yeah, good on Monty. Yeah, let's review that one. I wouldn't disagree with that. So it looks like it's going to be the Parekh brothers to try to muscle their way and get their team home here. As Vivek comes out to bat. He's going to join Durapal. Oh, by the way, when I call them brothers, I'm just saying that because they got the same surname. I don't know if they're actually brothers. So I just call it. It's like if I saw 2 English players called Smith, I'd call them the Smith brothers. So I don't know if they're actually blood relatives, but anyway, Vivek Parekh and Durapal Parekh out there. Kev, I think we agree with you on that one. He did move after his shot, though. He definitely did shuffle ever so slightly after his shot. But if you look at that replay when he was hit, yeah, I think there could be questions. I think maybe the umpire might want to watch that again. And let's just see his reaction if he ever watched that one again. But he doesn't get the chance of a replay. He sees it once in real time. And we rely on the umpire on the field. And the umpires have done a sterling job under all sorts of pressure and conditions during this contest. So we back the umpires. We always back the umpires. 77 for 4. 2 overs to go, 16 required. Can Vivek Parekh and Drupal Parekh do it? Hit down the ground. Going to be just 1. Sharma won't let that get past him. He doesn't. So that's just 1. Need a boundary here. They need to get the run rate required back to even parity. Need to get it back to a runner ball. And Desai says that J-Dip and Smith are actually brothers. Oh, thank you for that little bit of knowledge there. Appreciate it. That's why they bat so well together. Goes the ramp. Not sure why. There's a player there for exactly that catch. That is a strange old shot considering there's someone there for that. Didn't really put anything behind it. The bowling speed from Jaswal is not enough to ramp. I'm not sure what he's thinking is going to happen there because that's just a little bit too simple. He knows it. His expression, he knows it. But the catch is taken, nicely taken, and that's another wicket to fall. So the Saffron Strikers, they are tearing defeat away from the jaws of victory here. Robot suggesting GB. I threw it up in the air a couple of overs ago, but I was a little bit dismissive about it as well. So it's what, 2, 3, 4, 5, 165 games since a golden ball by my reckoning. And we don't tolerate bad language either in the chat, so please watch out for that. Abbreviations included. Well, there's an appeal, and the appeal is running after the ball as well, so it's all getting confusing out there. Jaswal screaming an appeal. And I don't know who agrees with me, but I think the Saffron Strikers are leaving themselves too many runs in the last over. 15 off 9. Need a boundary here to feel good. Might get it. Doesn't get it. Good work. Kept his nerve. Going back for a crazy second. Oh, it's fumbled. It's fumbled now. Did he flick it onto the stumps? I don't think he did. I think Vivek's gotten home there. Oh, that's good running if he's gotten home. I think he has. Have a look at this. Vivek runs hard, touches down, and goes. No hesitation. He just went. If it had been collected, he would have been gone. If it had been collected cleanly, he would have been in all sorts of trouble. Look at this. Touches down and... oh, I reckon that's curtains. It is indeed curtains. It has it's gone on, and you see there is a gap between the edge of the bat and the line. It is actually out. Wow. Big moment in the game. Massive moment in the game. We continue, though. Oh, that's been cut away for 4. Well, the thing is, the way we do this now is we don't necessarily have the luxury of using, all the time offering the umpires the replay. So we won't continue showing that too much. But unfortunately, it's unfortunate because the umpire gets one chance to see it up close and personal like that. And we don't have the side-on camera either. So therefore, we ask the umpires to make that on-field decision. Obviously, we've got the luxury of showing you through replays as well. Continue. 84 for 5. 9 from 7. Swing and a miss. Oh, wicketkeeper thinks he's got his man. He's appealing for a caught behind. Turns the square leg as well. Akshay Babu will always wonder why that was not given out. 9 in the last coming. So we're set for a thrilling little finish here. Very thrilling finish. Robots calling for a GB. A few others might be saying the same thing. It's going to be a really thrilling finish here. 9 from 6. Vivek is facing. Vivek, the man who walked past me a couple of hours ago and he said, say something nice about my playing, please. I will. You could win the game here for your team. How about that? 2 hits and you're a hero. Yash Patel, he hasn't fallen over yet in this game, which is a good sign. Maybe he's got an inner ear infection. He seems to fall over a lot when he's bowling. With his batting, he's been pretty good. Sharma, the captain, taking responsibility to bowl the last one. He needs to protect 9 runs. Comes in. Vivek smashes this one down the ground. He's found the gap straight down the ground. 4 runs. Oh, what a start for the Strikers. Nervous moments out there. Hamid has postponed his dinner just for this final. Stay with us. You never know. 5 from 5. So the Saffron Strikers, they've had a massive, massive wobble. Probably should have fallen over. Sharma, what can he do here? How is he going to approach this 5 from 5? One big hit does it. A 4 levels the scores. Yorker length. It's going to be a run out. It's going to be run out. And more importantly, it's a dot ball. And even more importantly, it's going to be a new batter at the striker's end. It was a crazy single to take. Yash Patel, wonder what on earth you're thinking. You're never going to make it. The hesitation, but the ball has stopped right next to the stumps. Crazy, crazy things are getting ahead of the players. Hamid asked me if I remember someone defended 9 runs in the semi-final a couple of years ago, same venue. I remember here in Vinaj, we've seen some very good defences with only a handful of runs required here. Yes, we've seen some crazy things, not just on the European Cricket Network, Hamid, but you're right. Here we did see something amazing. I'm trying to rack my brain about the one you're talking about, who played that one, but it does ring bells. So, well, Captain Parth Baloja has saved himself for the final thrust here. It's 5 required from 4. Baloja walks out to the centre. Sharma, captain to captain. There's a couple balls left. 5 required for the win. And Parth swings at this one. It's on for the fielder to get after. He's not going to stop that. It's going to go for 4. It goes for 4. Scores a level. With 3 balls to go, scores a level. Captain Parth has found the boundary with one big swing. Sharma, he's got to get everybody in and around. He's got to try to manufacture something here. He's got to find a way to get 3 dots in a row just so they can force it to a golden ball. It's been a bit of a pendulum swing. He's got most of the fielders coming in. I'd get them all in if I was you. Doesn't matter. It's academic. It doesn't matter. It's going to bounce across over the outside of the rope for 6 runs, and that's the game. With 2 balls to spare, it's going to be the team from the Saffron Strikers who get the win. A good win, too, over Moravian Cricket Club, who do get a point out of the competition, but it's going to be the Strikers who get all 3 points. Congratulations to them. Sharma, the captain courageous, brings it in. So, speaking of bringing in, why don't we bring you to the commentary position now, and we'll say hello to you. Hello one more time. For the last time here today in day number 4, Captain Courageous, Sharma. Look, I'm a big fan of Sharma. I think he's fantastic, but unfortunately that was a bit too much for him to try to do there today in this particular match, and unfortunately in this game, he just was unable to contain it. Just only a handful of runs required in the last over, and it was Parth Baloja who came out and just went bang, bang, game was done. And that's it. So Saffron Strikers get a good win over the Moravian Cricket Club. The Moravian Cricket Club, their tournament is not done, but their group games are finished. And they then have to sit a nervous day tomorrow to see what happens. And it's all about what happens with Ostrava and the Strikers tomorrow to see if one of those can maybe upset things and change things up for the that team. As there's a bit of activity going on behind me here. I'm not sure what that is, but anyway, it doesn't matter. So what's going to happen tomorrow? We've got the Spartans back. We've got the Ostrava team back in for 3 games as well. And, of course, the Strikers, they're going to be back for 3 games as well. Vinny Sandhu is going to be the man in the hot seat right here to call the action for you. Please make sure you make him comfortable and welcome, as you always do, as you've done for me for the last 4 days as well. I'm going to take a break, but I'm going to be back with Vinny for Finals Friday. But I'll be tuning in tomorrow because I'm very keen to see who's going to make the cut tomorrow and who doesn't, who gets in Qualify 1, who gets eliminated. It looks like the Spartans and currently the Barbarians are going to make it to Qualify 1. That could change. Barbarians could fall out. The Saffron Strikers are looking good at the moment. Ostrava have got a chance to make a charge as well. It's all to play for tomorrow. So on behalf of all the crew here, Marzi, Paolo, Vinny, and all the crew, the umpires here, thank you so much for watching today. Hope you've had a wonderful Wednesday. Join us for a big Thursday as well, which is the last of the group stage in this Challenger division. This is Phil G signing off on behalf of the European Cricket Network. And folks, I will see you on Friday, but I'll catch you in the chat tomorrow. See you later.